Hey, welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's another Friday afternoon, July 10th, 2026, and I trust you're well. We've been quite busy around here, or maybe around here needs to be a bit wider. This is our 5th stream this week in 5 days. If all things going according to plan, there'd be 7 streams in 7 days across 3 different channels. So yeah, it's been a week, that's for sure. Mind you, we're always back Sunday mornings to stream some Marvel Champions, wow. But it looks like there'll also be some more Netrunner on Saturday. How's everyone doing? We're starting a bit late today, so apologies for that. And today is going to be a weird one. I have mixed emotions. I have mixed expectations about how this one's going to go because we are playing, I would say, my least favorite character in all of Marvel Champions, Wasp. And this is, I don't want to say we're set up for failure because it's definitely not the case, but I've asked VillainTheory to it's a really high bar to clear. It's a kind of an uphill fight where, again, I asked VillainTheory to maybe share 2 decks of 2 characters that I kind of named that I do not care for in this game, that I didn't really understand, I have struggled with, I think is what I said specifically. And last week we got to play Miss Marvel, and that was a sick deck. It was really fun. I enjoyed Miss Marvel. I always thought Miss Marvel was good and interesting. I've just never had a brew that I was really happy with, and I think the VillainTheory brew last week was phenomenal. I enjoyed it a heck of a lot. It was very flexible, it was very explosive. We felt good on most turns, and being an event-based deck, we didn't struggle drawing the bad hand that didn't do anything. Now, the other character I named was Wasp, and VillainTheory put this deck together. It's called Buzzkill, which is the name of the stream. And this one, looking at it, I understand it less from a distance. Like, Miss Marvel kind of made sense. And while I was able to test Miss Marvel in a game or 2 before, I believe, before we did the stream, we're going into this one entirely without any testing. So we'll figure out what we're doing. How's everyone going today? Smells like perfect timing. Excited to see some Wasp gameplay. What I'm going to need in chat, if people can tell me why Wasp is good or cool or interesting or fun, we're just going to need that every once in a while, because I'm hopefully going to find that. But if we're going to climb this hill, at some point I need a rest stop where we can just kind of look over the view and be like, yeah, you're right. That is a really good 3-cost 4 damage attack event, right? I don't know what to say. We'll be fine. Good morning. What's the intro music, by the way? Samuel, that's a hard question to answer. There's I license a whole bunch of music. So there's potentially, I think 100 tracks in the playlist. I can tell you the ones that we heard today. So the last one that was just playing when I came in was Adam Turley, Arizona. It's the instrumental version of it, I'm pretty sure. Before that was probably Living the Dream by Rynn, Rynn. I like that one a lot. Before that was Possible Light by Ziv Moran. Those are, I think when I go backwards on VLC, it keeps the order. But those should be the 3 songs. But yeah, you can find them on YouTube. They're generally for people that like their music that is available in licensing. So I think they might still be on Spotify and stuff like that if you want to listen to them. I like a lot of the music though. Hey, Jonathan, let's go. The media conglomerate is in full swing this week. I really like Wasp. I think she's fun. Good. I hope we leave today with that same sort of idea, but I'm not going into this with high expectations because I don't think Wasp has good cards. This is the thing, is we've played some really, I would say, classically subpar heroes on this channel, and we've enjoyed it. It's not something we avoid. We played a whole campaign solo expert Hulk against Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And again, outside of Batroc, had a great time. And I think the biggest reason why we had a great time is Hulk has some fun cards. Hulk has that 10 damage attack with overkill thing. Hulk has 3 wild resources, or sorry, 3 physical resources. Hulk has cool cards. There's things that Hulk does that only Hulk does. The thing is, I don't know what Wasp does that only she does, or what card that we draw with Wasp we're oh, yippee. You can be mid as long as you have high points, and I just don't even see the high points in Wasp, which, we'll find out together how this goes. Thanks for the name, but of course, yeah, you can always ask. Wasp is growing on me a lot. I think so far my least favorite heroes are oddly Spider-Man Peter Parker and Maria Hill. Mind you, I respect them, they're both very strong, just not my style. Not my style I can get behind. But Peter Parker, I could also understand people not liking because he also has a lot of clumsy cards, and his ability is very good, but it's not particularly interesting. It's just you get free card draw. So I get that one. Maria Hill, I also understand because the big airships kind of just make the game soupy. They just kind of mush it all up. But she does do something unique and interesting, and she's a very cool design. I would say that, especially if you choose not to play the airships. I've had a ton of fun with that. Hey, B-Pix, another streamer spoiling us. Thank you. Happy Fun Friday. Arkura, how's it going? I'd say why Wasp is cool, but I have 2 games of her, so I was hoping you'd tell me why she's cool. Okay, we'll figure it out together. Hey, Gordon, I played Wasp for the first time in a while recently, and I liked her way more than I remembered. I'm hoping to be that same person. To be fair, it was 2-player, and I was thwart focused. So when Villain Theory watched the stuff that we did playing Miss Marvel, one of his responses was like he felt he was pretty rusty when it comes to solo deck building. He was like, "Wow, the deck is actually probably a bit better tuned for 2-player, which I think is something he plays more." And for what it's worth, I thought the deck was actually really smooth. We had some jokes about like the Helicarrier not being particularly good. I think I would have played not the yellow side scheme, the Justice side scheme in the deck, but it was like super functional. Like there's no problems with it. But he also did say for this deck and for the Miss Marvel deck is like inherently in this game, as much as we choose to play solo all the time, is that probably these decks are a bit more interesting in 2 players, where you can kind of like swing in more to a single gimmick as opposed to always like being necessary. It's required of you to deal with all the problems presented. So that might be something that's going to make Wasp less interesting. But I agree, maybe on 2 players she's a bit more flexible. And for what it's worth, I think her hero text, her big hero text, is better in multiplayer because it's only as relevant as there's targets to touch. And in solo, you just have less targets to touch. So there's a chance that also she's not going to be interesting in solo, period. But we'll find out. My favorite Wasp build I found in Marvel DB was protection and frequently shuffled multiple men back using her alter ego ability. Oh, neat. Yeah, I could see that. I'll clarify, I love having Hill at the table. I just don't like piloting her. She's good. She's good for the team. Just done sleeping my Netrunner deck for a GNK this weekend. I'm off to sleep. Gonna catch up on later. Have a great game. Enjoy the GNK. There's a lot of good Netrunner stuff this weekend. Have a good time. Let us know how it goes. Maybe we'll check in on Sunday or whatever. Okay, so things you can do. The deck list is in the description as always. It's Villain Theory's list. It's called Buzzkill. It has a little description next to it, which I did not know you could do in terms of unpublished list, but it's there. We're going to read that maybe after we do the deck breakdown personally and talk about all the cards and what we think about them to see if it misaligns with the sort of idea. Was, yo, winning hand, how's it going? Hey, boob guy. I want to say like you did also publish an Aggression Wasp deck that was playing like the Savage Strike thing, and Savage Strike is a really cool way to use Wasp's giant text. I think that's sick. I would want to try that. I was surprised it wasn't in this list. Again, this is a Villain Theory deck. I do know it's one of your favorites, and today it might be a bit painful because I think Wasp might be my least favorite character in the game as of date, and we'll see if that changes at the end of this. But yeah. We'll be fine. Okay, so first thing, let's talk about the deck. Wasp is a form flipping hero, and this technology blows my mind, right? Like, it's one of the coolest things in Marvel Champions that you have an alter ego and hero, and depending on what side you are, the villain works differently and your cards work differently. And then they decided to do this, which is so cool. Like, this is genuinely the coolest thing, and it's so fun. For me, there's 3 form flipping heroes in the game. There's Wasp, there's Ant-Man, and then there's Angel. And Ant-Man might be one of my favorite characters. I think Ant-Man is so cool and so interesting. Ant-Man has different forms, and they all have kickers when you enter the forms. And some of the forms are equally viable to others. One of them has low hand size, but you're like highly incentivized to be changing form all the time because it's been a minute since I played Ant-Man, but I think Ant-Man just literally has reasons to enter forms, right? Like Ant-Man says, after you change this form, deal 1 damage. Ant-Man Tiny says, when you enter this form, remove 1 threat from a scheme. So like Ant-Man's design is already very different than Wasp. Wasp doesn't have reasons for you to enter forms. Wasp has reasons for you to do things in certain forms. I think that's actually like a higher bar. It's like a question to be asked. It's like, okay, are you going to change form and do something? As opposed to Ant-Man, we're just changing forms itself as a value. It's a type of value. And while I think Ant-Man is so fun because form flipping is sick in this game and you have another form to flip to, he also does have cards that allow him to form flip cheaply. I don't know what the name of the card is, but I think he has like 2 0-cost cards that just say change form, and then if you're in a form, get some sort of kicker. And Wasp's form flipping event is expensive and it's attached to basic activation, which means you can do it during the villain phase. But ultimately, while Ant-Man really, the way I see it, encourages you to change form and gives you benefit from changing form, Wasp does it, which I think is like a huge difference in why I enjoy one card way more than the other. Oh, 1 second, I need to catch up chat. What's up? I can't leave the link here, but I did do a Savage Strike deck with Wasp, and she leans into her giant form, and it's a lot of fun. I have seen that list. You can definitely search Savage Strike Wasp, and it'll show up on DB. I do think it was attached to the Savage Strike, podcast, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can't leave links on YouTube. It's not really my say. It's just kind of how it is, but you can find it. If I remember, I'll link it in the show notes for sure. Okay, so let's talk about Wasp. So Wasp has text. Her tiny text is already not a good start because she has a bad stat line. She has a remarkably bad stat line. That's a 1/1/2 stat line. We did see heroes earlier in the day that just had bad stat lines, and then their abilities were meant to overcome that stat line. Now, this ability text, like maybe when you're tiny, you're not meant to be that strong or that good at thwarting, but that is just not good. Like, this is not a good hero form to be in. You do have 11 hit points, which is not bad. You have 5 hand size, which is normal. And responses after Wasp or an event you play defeats a minion or a side scheme, deal 1 damage to the villain. So this text is not guaranteed. If there's no side schemes or there's no minions, you have no text on this side. What does this text do? It just says a free damage. And notably, when we talk about Ant-Man, Ant-Man just does a free damage when you go to big mode. Like, that's just what you do. This is already like where you're gonna tell like what I think about Wasp, but like these numbers are bad. Having one thwart and having one attack is not good. Her 2 defense is fine, and technically in tiny mode she has better defense sort of stuff with her upgrades. But like I don't want to be in tiny mode because having these bad stats and just replacing it with pinging for 1 damage under a certain circumstance, and mind you, it has to be an event you play largely, because if Wasp does it, I don't know how you're clearing something with 1 thwart and 1 attack. It is very, very strange to me, but I do not understand this. This feels like it's just like lacking numbers, and that hero text is not particularly good. Now, when you go to big form, and please come at me in the comments, my favorite thing about the big form for this thing is that the text or the scan of this has the fold line in it. I find that to be so damn charming that the scan has the fold line in it, and like it's gonna happen. I notably sleeve all my cards, and there are ways to sleeve this. There are some certain like side loaders you can put in. I haven't done it. It's been fine so far, but regardless, when we fold this out, can't believe you're picking on someone so small. Okay, well, pick on the big one. VillainTheory, how's it going? So this is Big Wasp. Ironically, her text is really small. Now, she has good stats. She has better than average stats. You want to be Big Wasp as much as you can. And notably, as opposed to Ant-Man, she actually does have a 5 hand size here. So you're not actively punished for being big. She has 2 thwart, she has 2 attack and 3 defense. So she has more than the average 6 stats. That should be celebrated. And she has the star attached to both of her basic activations. It says when you remove threat or when you remove damage, you basically can divide that damage and you can divide that threat as you choose. Now, I also don't think that's inherently a great ability. I talked about having, what's it called? The ability to have a card like we played multi-talented, to have flexibility is really, really valuable. The idea is that like if you're thwarting something and you only need to thwart it 1 and you're thwarting with 2, you waste one of your thwarts, so you get less value per turn. So the idea is nice that you can thwart 2 and then move one of that thwart to something else, right? You basically don't ever lose damage. It's kind of like every single attack you have has overkill, because if you attack a minion and defeat it, the extra damage just goes into the villain or another minion, and that's pretty good. This also, I believe, does get around guard for whatever that's worth, and that's cool. Technically too, if you give her one of her attacks like some sort of trait, so like if her attack has overkill or that actually can matter, but if her attack has piercing, if you attack a minion with piercing, the piercing will hit the minion, and the extra damage you can split into something else will also have piercing. I think that's really cool. This deck is not building into it, but that's like a big reason why to do Savage Strike. So if you can make your thwarter attack better with certain like traits, that trait will hit everybody you multi-targeted. So if you do something like upside the head, if I'm not mistaken, and you hit multiple things with this, you can actually confuse multiple enemies. After your hero makes a basic attack and damages an enemy, and you can actually upside the head in Justice and damage multiple enemies. That's kind of neat. For that to be good, though, I think the big issue is that our stats are 2. And 2 is basically just at the point where this text can be relevant. Obviously, 1, it would be irrelevant, but 2 means not a lot, right? You're basically saying you're only going to be doing the final hit, and then 1 value is going to go to something else. So unless you're going on the way to make your stats really, really, really quite big, and she does have an upgrade that can increase one of her stats depending on what her side she's on, that text should not fire super, super consistently. I think this is another issue that's going to come down to also just playing solo all the time, is that when you're in solo, there's not always too many problems on the table if you're not playing heroic. As soon as you play multiplayer, I think Wasp will be a lot more fun, because it's not uncommon for them to be a side scheme and obviously the main scheme, or 2 side schemes, or 2 minions, or a minion and the villain is always going to be there. So it's just more likely for this text to fire, but in solo, it's not always consistently going to matter. I also think, again, with her 2 thwart and her 2 attack, this is probably not going to matter much. And then on top of it is like this side wants you to do basic stuff, but tiny side wants you to do events. And so how do you build your deck? You have to kind of get this midpoint where you get a lot of like ways to boost your stats, maybe through events, and then they work on both sides. So you probably should be playing this like Savage Strike again. Makes a lot of sense to me. But I don't understand it. There's this tension between like Wasp wants to stat max or imbue her basic attack, while the other side of Tiny Wasp wants to like do basics. It's really weird. Hope you're doing well. What's the plan for today? We're going to be playing some Age of Apocalypse campaign, as much of it as we can, while playing out this Aggression Wasp that VillainTheory put together, while I'm going to doom about Wasp to some extent. I love that Big Ant-Man has the size of a garbage, but Big Wasp is towering over a stadium. Wait, how big is Big Ant-Man? I forget how big he is. Oh yeah, he's about the size of a house +1. That's pretty good. Stat maxing, good old stat maxing. Hey, streams at the perfect time for keeping me sane while in my completely empty office. It's only a slight exaggeration. I've seen the front desk person, maybe 4 other people in the entire office building. Maybe there's a chance you're just now in charge, Joel. If you can't find anyone, you're now totally in charge. I'm curious to see how she fares with the upcoming martial artist cards that benefit from exactly defeating minions. Oh, I think that'd be really sick. That's a really good shout out. Is that once we start to see cards that care about doing exact thwart and exact damage, Wasp will be way more consistent at doing that, which is like pretty neat. I think that's cool. Now, the last thing we have to talk about is her alter ego. And her alter ego is genuinely good. It's actually like quite busted. The problem is it's like busted in the way that's unhealthy for a lot of card games. So her girl ability says that you can shuffle up to 2 cards with a printed mental resource from your discard pile into your deck once per round. And so like, even you know me, I like recurring cards. I do like recurring cards, making sure that when we jump down when her deck is like 10 cards to shuffle in your 2 best cards means you'll draw them over and over and over again. And her deck has some pretty good mental traded cards in like in general anyways. Thing with this is like a lot of the good Wasp decks, like the consistent Wasp decks, just have like very linear, uninteresting game plans where it's like, I'm just going to shuffle back Professor X every single turn. And then I'm going to grab Professor X every turn with like Cerebro that I've cheated out. And then we're just going to be able to do that turn after turn after turn after turn. And your game plan is to make the game as boring as possible, as consistent as possible, as samey as possible. Of course, the other, you know, offenders, Nick Fury, you can play Nick Fury over and over again, shuffle him back into your deck every deck cycle, and play basically like 3 Nick Furies per deck cycle. You can do that. Is that good television? Maybe. Am I going to fall asleep at the wheel? Probably. But these are things that you can do and the game kind of encourages you to do. But we have a lot of really good other targets we're going to talk about. Surprisingly, VillainTheory didn't put Nick Fury in this deck, but we do have Prof X. I think that's also a really weird thing is like we're one of the characters that has a very warping alter ego ability. But our kit has literally 0 way to get down to alter ego. We have no confuse, we have no mitigation, we have no like being able to look at the top of the deck. So we see this every once in a while. I think Nick Cage or Nick Fury, that's going to happen a fair bit. No, Luke Cage. It's always going to happen like that. I'm going to say 3 different Nick Cage Fury names. I think Luke Fury, I don't know. I think it's Luke Cage. Luke Cage has the same thing where like he's highly incentivized to go to alter ego for some reasons, but his kit just doesn't have ways to get down to alter ego safely. And so that's always a tension, and it's up to you in aspect deck building to make that make sense. So Professor X is pretty good. The best character with a big form is Apocalypse. I mean, okay. 100% agree. The girl ability leads to really boring playlines. I'm a Moon Girl, Prof X, Nick Fury. Yeah. It's like very boring. It's like, oh, do you want to just play the same card over and over and over and over and over again? And the answer is, yeah, Nadia lets you do that. You don't have to, but you can. I'd rather this be toolboxy, where it's like, oh, I'm going to decide the right card for the right situation. But ultimately, like Prof X is probably the right card for the right situation more often than not. I think I conceded putting Prof X in because I hate randomly losing to threat and solo. Yeah, and solo Prof X is like killer. But you don't have to play Nick. I guess we're not. I will say that this wave is probably my least favorite for heroes in the entire game. Some of the designs just, I don't know, man. Who else was in this wave? Like Quicksilver and Scarlet and Ant-Man and Wasp? I mean, 3 of those are really good. I think I might be missing 2 more, but maybe I'm not. I don't know. We like recursion a normal amount here? Yeah, I want normal recursion. I want reasonable recursion, not this sort of recursion. And that's always already going to sour me. And like, you can tell where I'm starting here is like, I don't think this is good. Her numbers are good. I think this is bad. And then I think this is boring. And so like, we're stuck between bad and boring, which like, that's not good. How do you guys sleep and protect the 3-form cards? I don't think it's been an issue for me. I take care of my cards, so like that's fine. What you can do is there's 2 things. You can buy this giant plastic thing that's used, you can find on Etsy, that's used for the Transformers TCG that also have flip cards, in which it has like a plastic metal, like a plastic shield that slides over, and it's possible. I think the easiest thing that you can do is that you can get side loading sleeves. So basically it's just like a clear penny sleeve, except instead of sleeving the card up, it sleeves the card into the side. And you basically put, you know, you open the thing up, you spatchcock it, you put one on one side, one on the other side, and then you can just put a piece of tape to tape the 2 sleeves together, and that probably works fine. I'm not sure if it's not going to open well or not, but basically you just put 2, you know, slide loading sleeves in for like 3 cents and you're done. You could do that. I haven't done it. Your mileage may vary. Is Boom Guys hating on Hawkeye? Oh man, Spider-Woman and Hawkeye. Hawkeye does have a boring game plan about surviving, but it's okay. All right, so let's look at some of the cards in the deck. And again, I think decks are fine when they have interesting cards. Some cards can be bad. Earlier designs, however, were a bit more inconsistent between cards. Don't take that from him. This is Giant Help, and it does have a mental, and we do have 2 copies of it. This says remove 3 threat from a scheme. Remove a total of 4 threat instead of scheme if you're in Giant Hero form. This card is not good. It's just not good. It's a 2 for 3 threat. That's bad. It has no text. If you're in giant form, it's a 2 for 4. Does that interact with your hero text? No, it doesn't, because your hero text is only when you use basic thwart powers. So we're playing a 3 for 4. That's not good. It's just not good. I don't know what to say. This has no text on it. Being able to be in giant form to get one more thwart is nonsense. That is not a kicker. This is what I think of Wasp. It's a 2 for 3 is not exciting. A 2 for 4 also not that. It's slightly better, obviously, but not enough to like want to flip form to do that. So we'll find out what side we're gonna play in. Doesn't feel great. Another thing about her cards that seems a bit inconsistent is like the trading on her cards is frustrating. She has some superpower cards, but she doesn't have a lot of superpower cards. So like playing Deft Focus is kind of an option, but it's not super necessary. So like that's a bit tricky. If all her cards were superpower traded, she'd be in a much better place because she is very expensive. Her cost curve is really, really high. She has very few cheap cards. Her average card cost is at least 2. And the problem with the 5 hand size is if you draw too many 2 cost cards, like you can only play 1. Right? Like if you have a 5 card hand size, no research generators, you play 1 2 cost card and you're cooked, right? Like you can't play another one. So like you need a lot of research generators, and this deck does have a lot of research generators, but this is just not a good card. Like it doesn't have enough kickers. The numbers on it are just like mathematically not good for 3 cards, right? Now, Pinpoint Strike is good. This is totally fine. Pinpoint Strike, we do have 3 of them, which is a lot. You can shuffle this in with a mental. And if you ask me, this is a card that I probably don't want 3 in my deck. This kind of mimics Spider-Man, which like that's fine. But it's the sort of thing where you draw 2 in a hand. It's just like really ugly. At least you can shuffle them back. This is basically just swinging web kick. However, if you're in tiny form, it does do swinging web kicks 8 damage. Otherwise, it does 7, and it gets overkill. This is even better when you're in Tiny Wasp, because if you defeat something with an event, you get a ping for 1 damage. So this is usually a 3 for 9 with overkill, which is genuinely quite good. That is good. And the last damage, you can ping off something else. Pinpoint Strike is a card. Yeah, Pinpoint Strike is fine. It's like a better swinging web kick. It does force you to be in a certain form, but like that's okay. I would say that this is her most playable card in the deck, but her most playable card being swinging web kick. I guess that's technically like Peter Parker coded, but it's whatever. It's fine. Probably Pinpointer's the best card, one of the best cards. Yeah, it definitely is. And we have 3 of them. It's just like in solo, throwing 3 for 8 damage is not like what makes me like gets me up out of bed in the morning. The worst thing is that Giant Help isn't Giant Trader like Ant-Man's Giant Stomp. Oh man, you're right. Like the trade thing actually does matter because you can play that, like, what's it called? The team thing, the team building exercise. But yeah, it is. These aren't tiny or giant traded. Giant Help is not giant traded. If it was giant traded, you could use team building exercise because you're giant in giant form. Like the traits on her cards are super inconsistent. Now, this is the card that she can use to change forms. And again, unfortunately, compared to Ant-Man, it is a bit of a flop. This card costs 1, so it's 2 resources to play this. It says when you use one of your basic powers, thwart, attack, or defend, you can change the giant form to get +2 for the power for this use. This is the only card in her kit that allows her to like aggressively change form. If you don't know, by the way, like changing alter ego to hero is a form flip, but also changing from one hero to another hero is your form flip for the turn. So they always are counted as a form flip, but you only can do 1 form flip a turn. And that was one of my favorite things about Ant-Man, who really was very good at changing forms quickly because he had 0 cost cards that just say change form, doesn't count as your once per turn flip. And when he enters a form, he does something. So rapid growth is at least good because it ends up in giant form and you get +2 to your use. And if as long as you're not doing defense with this, you'll be attacking for 4 and thwarting for 4. And that's cool because she can split the thwart and attack. But that being said, that this card is functionally 2 resources for 2. Which is, again, not good. This card probably could have been free, and then it would have been an on-curve card. It's a superpower, one of the rare ones in her deck. But again, you're spending 2 cards to get +2. The only benefit for this is you can say, I want to be in giant form now, and that is kind of useful. So you can actually like do something in giant form, then jump back and do something in tiny if you want to. So it gives you some flexibility, but then the flexibility is countered by the fact that this card is not free. So it is going to take up like 40% of your hand just to do this thing, which is not a good way to spend 2 resources if you ask me. Bet you didn't expect to see that from Wasp. Yeah, I don't get it. We'll see how many, like, what reason we have to be in each form. But in theory, getting +2 to our giant form is slightly better than +2 in our tiny form or any other form on the basis that you can split the damage or thwart and you don't lose it. Do you guys think we'll see another 3 form here in the future? I think almost for sure. Like FFG clearly has the technology with the printer to make these cards. And so I have no doubt the designers are always thinking of like, how do we use that? Yeah, I'm surprised to some extent that we didn't see, what's her name? Typhoid Mary is a 3 form card. I think that was a big opportunity, but they did it in a different way that maybe is more interesting. We'll find out. Rapid growth is flip to tiny, play pinpoint strike, play rapid growth, and use the basic ability to split. Flip to tiny, play pinpoint strike, rapid growth, and use the basic ability split. I mean, that's the ideal turn. That thing is like that turn costs 6 resources, but that's not a bad turn. Then you can do both sides of your text. Because that's the thing is when you're in your hero form, you want to play an event down here. So the best thing you can do is at pinpoint strike, jump up and do that. The thing is like, how consistently does it happen? I don't know. How good is that turn? It's honestly on curve. It's not even better than most other characters. It's like just a fine turn. So we'll find out. I think Monet Saint Croix would like make an epic 3-form hero in a later mutant wave. I don't know who Monet Saint Croix is. It's a good name though. Wasp Sting. This one cares about being tiny, right? And you want events in tiny. It says if you're in giant form, deal 4 damage divided among enemies. So this is a 3 for 4. Numbers are not good. If you're in tiny form, this is a 3 for 5. And if this defeats something, it's a 3 for 6, which is finally on curve. This is not tiny or big traded. It's not a superpower, even though she's blasting from her hands. I don't know if that's technology or not. It's okay. Ideally, you're doing a 3 for 6 with no text in tiny form. It's fine. Now, this is a good card. This isn't the one fun card that Ant-Man and Wasp both have. The thing is, like, Ant-Man has this, so it doesn't, like, it's not super special. I think it's way better in Ant-Man because Ant-Man has way more control of changing form, because Ant-Man entering a form gets tempo. Wasp wants to be in the right form based off of her hand. Like, at least from my minor experience, Wasp's form only matters based off of her hand. There's no good reasons to change form for fun. If you have an attack event, you should be in tiny. If you have something that boosts your base stat, you should be in big. On generically, I think you should be in big form because your numbers are just better and you don't get the hand size punishment. And this says after you spend the card, heal 2 damage if you're in giant form, and you draw 1 card if you're in tiny form. It has a wild on it, which is nice too. We have 2 copies of it. This one I liked so much more in Ant-Man because you have a lot more control, but it does feel like Wasp doesn't really need to be changing forms that much. We'll find out together. They're tech wrist pulse blasters. Okay, that tracks. She's got Ingenuity and Quinn Carrier, great traits. We have all those in the deck, but I don't know if that makes these cards better. They just make them cheaper, right? I saw Wasp screen. I wonder if Boom Guy would be here. There he is. Oh man. Yeah. We'll find it. All right. So then we have some upgrades. We have Red Room training, not programming. This is when you're in giant form, you get Retaliate 1, and that's fine. That's okay. For a 2-cost card, I mean, that's not amazing. I would pay 1 for that probably. But when you're in tiny form, your basic attacks gain piercing. And in tiny form, our basic attacks attack for 1. Why are we imbuing our basic attack when we attack for 1 in tiny? What's going on here? I don't get this. I don't understand this at all. This is an okay card. The thing is, like, on turn 1, I'm not rushing to get Retaliate. I'm not rushing to get Piercing. In certain scenarios, that's better than others. But you're basically saying, do you want your 1 basic attack to have Piercing? What? Why do we want this? I don't get any of this stuff. None of this stuff makes sense to me. Then we have Biosynthetic Wings, which also doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Biosynthetic Wings says Wasp gains the aerial trait. We have a lot of characters that have no synergy in their kit, and it's up to you to aspect deck build into that. I mean, that's okay. Cost 2 says when you would take any amount of damage if you're in tiny form, exhaust Biosynthetic Wings, prevent 1 of that damage. Again, I'm not rushing this down. I want to be in big form because I can have Retaliate. I want to get hidden there. I heal in that mode too. Why do I want to prevent damage in tiny form? I mean, it makes sense if she's small, it can like mitigate damage, but these upgrades are the kind of card only Boom Guy could love. Upgrade also sucks. These are bad cards. They're genuinely puzzling cards too. It's like, why is this text on here? This text has no interaction with how our kit should be working from my understanding. They need to say attacks, not basic attacks. Yeah, if this said non-basic attacks, if it said attacks, I'd be in, right? Like it was, you want to play a lot of events? Sorry, not that one. That's the bad one. If you want to play a lot of events, yeah, cool. It would be nice that our events have piercing. That would be very strong. But these cards are just like absolute kind of salad. And then finally, to cap it off, we have Wasp's Helmet, which is mid. Mind you, Ant-Man's helmet is like one of the coolest upgrades in the whole game. There's a whole video about that. But in Wasps, we get +1 thwart in giant and +1 attack in tiny. Now that is the reason why I guess our 2 attack will have piercing. But like we have to play this card to get +1 thwart or +1 attack sometimes. Why are we giving +1 attack in tiny when we want to be playing events in tiny? Sure, +1 thwart in giant makes sense because you can spread your thwart out. But like I honestly wish this card just said you have +1/+1 to both in giants, and in tiny you had nothing. I don't care. It's so funny. This isn't mid. These cards, I don't get it. Almost none of them are good. Like the only cards that are kind of on curve is playing Wasp Strike in small form, but only if you defeat a minion, which means you're throwing 5 damage into a minion, because then this becomes 6 damage. So like that's not incredible. And then the only other card is good is Swinging Web Kick Redux, which is also again only good in tiny, which is the bad mode to be in if you ask me. It's like all these cards are made in separate rooms based only on theme. I do not get why people like Wasp, and today we're trying to figure it out. And I'm so sorry to be like this, but I think it's funny. I'm having some feelings right now, and the chat is trying to trigger me further. I'm so happy you're here winning, Boop Guy, because otherwise, like, we need someone to defend this. It's really important. Splittable attack and thwart is cool, and her alter ego is sweet. I mean, splitting and attack and thwart is cool if she had 3 attack and 3 thwart, and her kit was about making her base stats better consistently. Sure, I get that. Probably better in multiplayer, because in solo, you're basically just saying your attack is overkill with way more text. Admittedly, thwart with overkill, rad. That's for sure. That's really, really cool. But it's only your basic, and it's not events. If it was on events, oh my god, would that be cool. But it's not. It's only on her basic. So, like, great. But like, that's not that interesting if you ask me. Her alter ego is busted powerful, but unfortunately, I do think it's boring if you're just playing Prof X over and over again. That's kind of my thesis. She has some good hooks. Her cards aren't great, but she's a good platform for aspect cards, which is what I love about heroes. Yeah, I'm into that. Actually, I don't know if I'm into that. I kind of think I'm antithetical to that. I think it's good that there's some heroes that where like they're a good platform for aspect cards, and like how you build them out will make your deck really different. Like Miss Marvel we played last week is a really good platform for aspect cards, because aggression versus justice, they're all different, and she interacts with them differently because she loves playing weird events. That's really cool. But I also do like characters in which their hero kit is the reason why you go there. Like if you go to a character and then you realize the best card you're playing over and over again are like Nick Fury and like your 3-cost stun attack card or whatever that you're playing from aggression. I don't know if that's a good touch point here. Then I realize like the hero cards are the ones I'm discarding. Then I get frustrated because like, why am I playing this hero? And I think that's going to be the problem we're going to run into. It's like there's going to be so many hands where we draw this and I'm just going to discard it because I don't want to pay 2 resources to do 3 threat. Like, of course I don't want to. And so that's the issue. It's like I like a hero where your hero kit is central, but the aspect cards are interesting in context. I don't like characters where your hero cards are garbage and then your aspect cards are the only things that work. I don't know. Admittedly, your hero text is better with aspect cards. That I'll give for sure. And that's going to be at least cool that we can access your hero text through aspect cards, which is not super common. That's a really neat thing. About to have a good platform for aspects and good hero cards. Huh? With their base sword splitting, add in something like Agile Flight and you can split everything. I'm not sure I know what Agile Flight is, but it's probably because it's an aerial card. Remove a total up to 5 threat from among schemes. As you choose. This costs 4 resources for removing 5 threat. How can anyone do this in this economy? 4 resources to remove 5 threat. I don't get it. There's a reason why I didn't know what this card is. She isn't the strongest for sure, but she's flexible and can do different things when you meet them. I want to be very clear. If I'm saying something is bad, doesn't mean that you shouldn't enjoy it. Again, the hero I've played the most in Marvel Champions is Hawkeye. You can like something if it's not mathematically good. I'm ragging on this because I don't get it, but like, please feel free, anybody in chat. You don't have to defend you liking this. I want to be very clear. That's not like a nice space to be in. But yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Agile Flight is not bad. Splitting is good. Splitting is good for sure. Splitting is really, really good, right? Like one of the best things in the game. But I'm not spending 4 resources on 5 thwart split, I don't think. At least not in solo expert. Maybe in multiplayer it's a bit better. I think in multiplayer splitting is just better than solo for sure. I can see a multiplayer where the splitting thing could really help to make everyone else's cards more effective. Yes, yeah. That you could split down so people can clear. You can do things like silk and like clear the area. I don't know. All right, let's talk about the other cards. This is the most passionate I've ever heard Andre talk about anything. I'm like usually, okay, like, hold on. Passionate is good, right? I'm usually passionate about things that I think are fantastic. And then the other end of it is like things that I don't understand. The worst thing is to play a hero that you're not passionate about or like doesn't evoke emotions. And that's a good thing about Wasp. She evokes emotions, but I would be the opposite of this, but effusive about Ant-Man because Ant-Man is so fun. Ant-Man encourages you to change forms. He has cards that are different on each side. He has like permanent upgrades that give you consistent value. His events aren't garbage. Like there's a lot of things to be excited about. I'm also on the Wasp as a weak design bandwagon, but usually as a hero can be fun to play, of course. I'm really excited to like play Wasp and see how she is. Because again, I've only played a handful of games with her. I have an abysmal win rate with her. Again, mostly solo plays. So we'll find out together. I don't remember what aspect her precon was, and I don't remember how good it was, but it doesn't look like the numbers from me playing her precon were pretty good. Historically, when I played that back in like 5 years ago or whatever. No, 3 years ago, maybe. Surprise attack. The form flipping little tempo kicker cards, which I believe she came with all of them, or they came in this wave, like surprise attack, moxie, perseverance, I think it's called, or maybe preservation. They're good. This is 2 for 3 damage, which is not amazing, but if you form flip, and mind you, changing alter ego to excuse me, from hero to hero, it counts as a form flip. If you play a physical, this is 2 for 4. This is on rate. And a nice cheap little event that you can always start in hero in big mode and jump down to little form, and then this becomes a 2 for 6 if you knock something out, is really good. Like, this is ultimately better than a lot of her cards. It does require you to form flip, and this is the sort of card that I wish was in her kit. It is a card that like makes you play with all of her pieces. It works on one of her sides better than the other. It rewards planning to start in the big side. You know, it's kind of cool. She came with boot camp aggression. Oh, weird. So she probably did have surprise attack in her precon, huh? I need popcorn. I can feel the crash space becoming the crash out space in the near future. I don't want that to be this place, but we'll figure it out. Next we have Clobber. Clobber's not a bad card. It's also really cool because it's a cheaper card than it looks. We're playing the old art. It says just 2 for 3. So 3 for 3 is not good, but when you play this, you get the card back. So it's a 2 for 3, which is slightly under rate, but at least it's flexible. If this is the first card you play, you can return it to your hand. If you have resource generators, it's like technically free if you want to squint, but not really. And this just means that in most hands, we'll have an event that we can play. And in Tiny Wasp, having an event that you can play is a good spot to be in because her text only fires if you play an event. So if we start in an alter ego, we probably do a little Clobber, hopefully get a bit of value if we can defeat something. I don't know how consistently that's going to happen. Then we can jump back into hero mode to use our basic activation. And that's like kind of the play pattern. We want to play an event down here. We want to do a basic in here. If we start in here, we want to do a basic in here, jump down, do an event in here. And we're trying to do that every single turn from my understanding. Clobber is not bad. Test the Fence. This is a card that came up on the channel recently. I don't play a lot of it. Mind you, VillainTheory said that this could be in the deck just to have like a little burst to close the game out. This just gets counters whenever you play an attack event. You can choose to, mind you, you don't have to fire it because as soon as it gets the 5th test counter, you just deal 5 damage to a single enemy, not an attack. This is like a cheap enough card to get down. It has a mental resource, so if you want to shuffle it back later where it's relevant, it's functionally a 2 for 5, which is above curve, but it's a card that you put down now when it makes sense and then you use it later. I mean, it's okay. We do have a lot of attack events. The thing is we don't have a lot of cheap attack events. So I think this is going to take probably 5 turns to fire. And then we'll probably just ping it when it makes sense. But we only have one of these, so not to worry about it too much. Her icon on the bottom, the surprise attack. You think I can look at that? It's 2 swords. It's Drax. You think that's not Drax? Honestly, the icons, I don't get all of them. But like I would look at this icon and I'd never think Wasp. My first thing would be like, that's somebody with 2 swords. I think that's Drax. I know this is not Drax because it's an older card, but I'm very bad at distinguishing the icons. That's Wings, my man. I mean, sure it is. I got 2 swords. Yeah, okay, I guess it's Wings. Okay, allies. We have a lot of allies. In playing aggression, we're gonna need some allies. We do have a bit of healing baked in, and we do have 3 defense if we're in our big mode. But the problem with Wasp is like you don't want to use your 3 defense because in big mode, if you use your 3 defense, you're exhausted, and then your text is inactive. That kind of just happens with characters that need their basic activation to fire their text, but generally their basic activation can fire, you know, when they activate, even the defending, but not Wasp. So she has to be ready. So you're kind of stuck in a weird spot. Our ally is Ant-Man, who is absurdly expensive, costs our whole hand to play Ant-Man. If you're in giant form, he attacks for 3. If you're in tiny form, he thwarts for 3. No notes. This does nothing with our kit. We see this every once in a while where like the kit is so synergistic, and then there's this and that like an ally in there that kind of makes sense, but not really. I'm probably not gonna play a lot of Ant-Man. It has a wild icon on it, but it's fine. It's okay. It's becoming a roasting space for Boom Guy. No, it's not. We like Boom Guy. I just think it's funny. It's good to have somebody who's like rooting against the against me. I think that's probably good. Psylocke is really good. Again, we want to jump down to alter ego because we want to be doing our ability, and on top of that, the confuse allows us to do it, and she has a mental so we can recur it. She's the only like consistent confuse you have for the villain in what's it called, in aggression. So we play Psylocke. Psylocke is great. Ant-Man is Vision's Vivian ally, but +2 cost for +1 hit point. Yeah, it's not even great. Like Ant-Man could have cost 2. No, that would probably be much. Ant-Man easily could have cost 1 less. Like almost all her cards could have cost 1 less, and then she would still be fine. But Ant-Man is just way too expensive for what he does. Thought we have fun playing Wasp or dragging her instead. I'm going to look like this is what I'm hoping is that I'm going to explain why I think the way I think. I'm going to explain why I am the way I am. And then we're going to play her and then we're going to be like, whoa, I didn't realize that's a really cool interaction. We really had to plan this turn out. And I think if we stayed down in tiny mode, this turn would have been so much better. And we could have seen it coming because we used Nadia's girl ability to set this up consistently. And then I'm going to be like, wait, Wasp is the best. Like I'm doing this so that we can have a narrative arc, right? Like I don't want this just to be dunking on it for the next like 3.5 hours. I want this to be like, we're starting so low. Expectations are so low. And maybe that's even good because even if we don't get to like the precipice of Joy Mountain, and we even get like halfway up to the plateau where like you can set up a base camp, we'll be like, oh, okay, well, like, look down where we were in Blighttown. Like this is This is not awful, right? Like, we need to set this. This is important. It's called it's world building, right? Yeah, exactly. The narrative arc will not happen. Thank you. I'm hoping it's like watching Discover Nebula real time. It's a great time. Yeah, Nebula was sick, but I knew Nebula would be sick because she's cool. She just yeah, editor cut to future crash it. I mean, welcome to Blighttown. Moon Girl expecting low explains a lot about enjoying Hawk. Hawkeye does what Hawkeye wants you to do. It's like play cool gadgets at the right time. Not you, it's Moon Girl. We're a genius, by the way. Moon Girl's good. Our deck has a lot of mentals and we can shuffle them back. We can only play Moon Girl and Alter Ego, which is obviously a downside, but we want to get down to Alter Ego somewhat consistently. So Moon Girl is obviously great. It won't be awful though. She's not Hulk, but Hulk has fun cards. Like Hulk has some cards that are over curve. And like Hulk was fun. Hitting for 3 every turn is just fun. Interesting use of cool. Oh man. This is gonna be Planet of the Apes narrative arc. I don't think I've ever seen a Planet of the Apes film. I'm not sure if they're books. Maybe they are. A Prof X for obvious reasons, because we want to jump down. We have a Gumby. Gumby is not too bad. Very good basic ally. Also is like a soft confuse, because if you see the top 2 cards of the deck, you'll know the boost card and you'll know the counter card, so you can know if you're allowed to jump down to Alter Ego. That's great. I'm so surprised that Grant Ward is in this deck, because I thought that was my sickness and not Villain Theories, but he put that in here too. I like this guy. We have a lot of mental resources for him to betray us for value. I think Grant Ward's a really, really good card. Now, this is the one that caught me off guard, and I was like, really? Beak? In a deck with like, we do have a couple X-Men, but like, there's not gonna be uncommon for us just to raw play Beak, just lonely Beak on his own. And the thing is like, Beak is fine. The numbers turn out. Like if you're just looking at raw numbers and you play Beak on his own, Beak is 3 resources. So Beak removes 1 threat if he's the only X-Men, sad Beak. Then he thwarts for 1 and then he blocks. So that's about 3 resources. What does he cost? 3 resources, right? A block is usually like 2 resources worth. Thwarting for 1 and thwarting for 1 is worth 1 resource. So it's 3 resources for 3 resources. I mean, he doesn't have a mental icon, but like could be worse. But yeah, Beak on like Beak's flat. This is the issue with basic cards. Like this is the problem with basic cards a lot of the time is like flat basic cards are usually better than a lot of aspect cards and sometimes hero cards, but usually not. But the fact that Beak without synergy is just a tempo play kind of sucks. Like I wish Beak was bad as a tempo play, but good with a synergy play, but he's just good. That's so strange to me. This is like the thing with early, basically early aspect cards that were bad is like, oh, if you get the payoff on this like narrow kicker card, then the card is on right, as opposed to Beak where like Beak is just on right and if the kicker he's better than right. So yeah, Beak is fine. 2 for 2 thwart and a tough is fine. Yeah, 2 for 2 thwart and a tough is totally fine. I always throw for a loop when you pronounce Gombi. I'm sure it's correct, but it's not what I'm used to. It's definitely not correct. It's like correct in French, but it's not a French word. It's just kind of funny. Andre likes suboptimal leap, but hates giant help. To be clear, we played suboptimal leap once in the whole campaign, right? Right? All right, we have some side supports, some side schemes. We have specialized training, we have build support, and we have evaluate threat. I'm pretty sure evaluate threat's in list. I think it was evaluate threat. It wasn't the upgrade one. I'd be surprised if it was the upgrade one. We are Avenger, so we can go grab not Nick Fury, but we can grab one of our cheap supports. That's pretty good. We have a couple allies. Of course we do. Build support grabs a support, so we can grab one of our supports. We have no resource generators in our kit, so we need our resource generators. And specialized training is a bit expensive, but side schemes are like not bad abstractly with our hero text, because if there's something we can always put extra thwarting on, we'll just put it on a side scheme. So specialized training, when we clear it, we can get a specialization. I think which specialization we get is going to be kind of dependent on the scenario and how we're feeling today. One of them gives you +1 attack, +1 thwart, +1 defend. One gives you +4 hit points. And they each say exhaust this when you do the thing. And when you do the thing, you can draw a card. So it's very good for us to get our stats up, because if we get our stats up, then it's better for us to be in hero form. So a flat stat boost is very, very good in Big Wasp. So we'll get there for sure. Even in French, we pronounce the T in Gambit. Non, c'est Gambit. C'est Gambit. Ouais, c'est le poulet frit. Huh? I don't speak French well, so this is a fun fight to pick. I wish Beak was bad, says famous humanist supremacist Andre, and one more show of human hate crimery. I mean, the card shouldn't be good unless you have the synergy point. That's why we designed the card, right? Anyways, yeah, these are fine. These are good. They're good cards. Face the Past. So if I did this right, our nemesis, mind you, if you don't know Face the Past, it just grabs your nemesis and draws 3 cards, which is fine. We have like very, very notably one of the weakest nemesises. I don't even know her text. Her name is Beetle. She has 4 health and guard, and when Beetle's defeated, choose to either spend a physical resource or put her into the counter deck. And she attacks for 1, thwarts for 1, I think. So like she's good in the encounter deck. She is not as bad as most encounter cards. And ultimately we want minions in play because otherwise our text doesn't do anything on either side. So like Face the Past seems like an auto include. There's just a single like Pittsburgh toilet of an assess the situation in here. I mean, it's not a bad card. It has a mental resource on it. And like, again, sometimes we have too many 2-cost cards. So you just play this to get one hand size. It's not bad. Her text makes the game even easier. Yeah, her text makes the game easier. She's like kind of a friend. And then everything else is just a resource generated. Quinn Carrier, Helicarrier, Ingenuity. Mind you, Ingenuity, we are a genius, so that's nice. It generates a mental for the tax of Grant Ward. We have a Martial Prowess, and I used to play these all the time with a smaller card pool, and I haven't played the aspect resource generators. This generating a physical for an attack event is good because our kit cares about attack events, and we have the surprise attack, which wants an attack event, and then we just have our suite. I mean, it's straightforward. I do think, again, in the write-up, which is linked below, VillainTheory said, like, it's not a flashy deck. And, like, I'm okay with that because that means we can focus on fundamentals and focus on, like, being in the right form and being upset at what Wasp is and stuff like that. So that's pretty good. For the same reason, we're just playing stock standard Age of Apocalypse setup here. So we're not going to be, like, learning the new encounter sets and stuff like that, as much as we've had a great time playing new encounter sets. So we're going to try and keep things as clean as possible. Face the Past also readies you? Oh, no, yeah, not easy to miss. I think I play Face the Past in most decks because we want to be ready. But it does draw 3 cards and readies you, which is really quite good. Now, when I'm in Montreal for Neverwinter Worlds, I want to ask locals how they pronounce Gambit. The Seagalvi? It's really fun. I now say Gambit like you do. Thank you for the comedy. I mean, thank you for the culturally accurate representation of Creole charm. Asking Canadians how to speak French is like asking English people about cooking. I mean, it's cool that that sentence offended 4 different people. Like, that's impressive. Oh, man. All right, let's give this a shuffle, and we should be off. I mean, expectations are pretty low. The one awkward thing about Nadia changing form is that usually we put dice here to like represent our stats, and with this, it's just a bit hard because our stats are like relatively different between the two. So I'm just not going to put dice there. Apologies for that. But it is harder to make that. Like, I'd rather not represent them than represent them incorrectly because I didn't update them. Andre's on fire today. It's a Friday and I'm feeling okay. I haven't even had my coffee. This is like what Wasp is doing. Like, honestly, in some ways, I've been dreading the stream to be like, you're going to have to be negative on stream for like 4 hours. And that's going to be fun for someone. I'm like, I hope it doesn't. I don't want to be this guy. But like, I also have to speak my learned truth about what Wasp is. She is probably my least favorite character. Like, so... You know, expectations should be, we're starting in Blighttown again. When are you playing Vision on stream? Ooh, I have played Vision on stream when, the last time we played Vision on stream is when Synthezoid Smackdown came out. I think Vision is cool. I think Vision has like a lot of toolbox ability. Like, I think his kit has like every single keyword in the game, which is kind of fun. He has the ability to do the Tigra-esque thing where like you stay in alter ego a lot, and or sorry, you stay with minions engaged with you and don't care. Like, I think Vision is neat because Vision actually promises something that no other character can do, which is like, what about if you were just kind of not being able to be hit very good? I guess like Shadowcat got there eventually, but it's cool. I missed that one. It was okay. We didn't get to play a lot of Vision because we had to play She-Hulk versus Vision and then Vision versus She-Hulk. So it was a crowded Sunday. So it wasn't like a lot of Vision gameplay. I think we only played 1 game. I'm about to have my 3rd coffee. How do you get started with 1? Boggles my mind parts. If I have too much coffee, I get a headache and then I go to the bathroom too much. So like some of it is just out of necessity. But it's also like you did, unfortunately, get yourself to that. Wait. I feel like I'm blaming you. The more coffee you have, the more coffee you need. So it's a slippery slope, right? That being said, like generally, I always have my first coffee after lunch. I don't know. I never wake up and go for coffee. But I think my stomach wouldn't be happy with it. I have a sensitive stomach. I'm a sensitive boy. Okay, with that, villain. It's Unus. We know Unus. Unus is one of my great testing scenarios. Fun thing about Unus is you get a whole bunch of keywords. You have to deal with minions. You're punished for chump blocking with allies, which this deck will, to some extent, chump block with allies. So we'll see if that's an issue. Mind you, her kit has no defense at all. Literally 0 defense, as much as they give her retaliate. I guess she can mitigate some damage in tiny form, but I mean, like, I don't know why we want to be in tiny form that much. So we're going to get beat up. We have a bit of healing with our resource cards. That's the most we have. So Unus might be attacking us and hitting our stuff. Gene Pool is the scheme on the table that's going to be here for the whole game. It is permanent. It comes in with 4 threat and says after an ally is defeated by anything other than consequential, so by retaliate, by getting attacked, you have to place 3 threat here, and that matters because Unus will get different traits based off of all the threat counters. And then there's a whole bunch of encounter cards, like 5 or 6 encounter cards that care about how much threat is on Unus. The big one is the Infinite Soldiers, which either have Quick Strike and then Quick Strike Surge, and then Quick Strike Surge 6 health guard. Those are really, really bad. So ideally, you're always keeping the sub 3. Keeping it sub 6 is the next huge jump point, because I think that's when Surge shows up. And then on 9, you're going to have an issue, but like you're going to have an issue for sure. Let's look at Unus's set. So this is Unus. Infinite Hunter sucks. It just blows up one of your guys and puts 4 threat. Doesn't love that. That's okay. Infinites is those Gene Soldiers. They probably should be on the front there, but I guess Gene Pool is pretty important. And then we have Dystopian Nightmare, which encourages you to jump down to Alter Ego to deal with some of these obligations, stuns and confuses you. That's not too bad. We honestly don't mind that. Main scheme, we're doing straight setup, so put the Gene Pool into play. I've already shuffled this, but we'll do it for the camera, and then we give ourselves a face down encounter card. First coffee after lunch, yeah, I have my lunch, and then the problem is that after I have lunch, I usually get sleepy, so I have to have a coffee there. It's always a ritual. It's like 1 o'clock lunch, coffee. Vision is GOAT. Yeah, Vision's cool. I don't mind Vision. Vision's all right, but Vision has good cards. Like, that's the big difference between Wasp and Vision. It's weird how that's important sometimes. All right, that's waiting for us. And then we flip this over. There's only one main scheme. Does this work? Nice. So 11 is a pretty high limit, so we can just jump down to Alter Ego. Unus scheme is not that hard. There's technically 4 cards, I'll say, Unus schemes. At least 2 of them will fire in all 4 of them will fire in Alter Ego. We are playing standard 3, which, like with Beetle, that probably makes the game easier for us, and that's it. And then after step 1, you always put 1 threat in the Gene Pool, so it always goes up. Hey, greetings from Spain. Hola, enjoy your gameplays. Thank you, Javier. How's it going? Thanks for dropping in. Hopefully your Friday evening's been good. Now I need to have you on the show to talk your favorites and see if any of your faves overlap. I think they probably would. I have some words to say about Cameo, and I'm like 90% through the Cameo episode that came out this week. I would not have been a good guest on the Cameo podcast, let me tell you. But yeah, there's some cards that fire me up. Cameo turns out it's one of them. Good luck for the big game. Who's Spain playing today? France? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of soccer, but who's left? It's like Norway, Morocco got knocked out, France, Spain, Argentina, maybe. Let me blow my nose. We should be off. How's everyone doing, by the way? Oh, Belgium, excuse me. Spain versus Belgium. Shouldn't the bigger country just eat the smaller country? Random setup question. Are you using 2 mirrorless DSLR cameras in your setup? Is the table camera a mirrorless DSLR? What are you using to capture both cameras on your PC? This thing here is just a webcam. This is, I think it's, who makes this one? I forget. It's a gimbal camera. I got this one as a gift. I had on a wish list, just like the nice, who makes this thing? I don't think it's Obsbot. It's the other one. Apologies. I can look up after, Joel, if you want to hit me up. But no, this is just a nice webcam, and it is filming at like 1440, if not 4K, but because it's such a small thing, like you can actually zoom in and crush in, it doesn't matter. This is a DSLR camera, and it's routed into the back of the computer. I have a capture card. I have 2 capture cards on my computer right now. I think the one I'm using right now is an Avermedia one. It's not like an Elgato one, but you can just get like a cheap USB one, and they're actually pretty good nowadays. Like, I really didn't mention England. Oh yeah, England's still in. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Football. Sorry, I know the songs. I know actually a lot of like classically English soccer chants because my college roommate, his family was from Newcastle. So like, we're coming home, all that sort of singing was pretty not uncommon around when I was in university. Norway all the way. The Vikings are back to ruin the English. It would be cool if you showed your setup. Your production is really top notch. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I definitely could at some point. And I know like for other people who showed their production, I really valued it. Like Nelson did a good video to show behind the scenes. So did D20. And I was looking at all that sort of stuff. I'm still not super happy. I think I need to light this area of the table a bit better. It matters more when it comes to Arkham. That part gets a bit dark. But like getting lighting to not hit glare off cards takes a lifetime to perfect. And that's why lighting a set like this is so difficult. This is a monitor right in front of me. And so the monitor physically blocks light, which is why this part gets dark, because there's a monitor on an arm. So like I have 2 big lights there, 1 big light there, 1 light behind me. So that is a dark spot, but I think I am my own worst critic. I can definitely show that off a bit better in the future. All right, build support. This can go grab a card. If we clear it, it has 3 threat and it grabs a support for free. I think this is a maybe keep because it doesn't do anything. Notably, what's cool about this table turn one is there's not much for us to do besides the Gene Pool. We can get piercing for a 1 attack. Huzzah, but otherwise that's fine. If anything, I would recommend using a matte, light beige. A matte for the lights? The only soccer that makes sense is blue is the color. I don't know what that is. You're using webcam. I'm using Elgato for my top-down DSLR camera. I've been trying to fix my lighting and my webcam is being dumb. A lot of streams that I see, one of the issues is that like the top-down webcam, it's a bit like washed out, and I think a lot of times you just need to increase the contrast or increase the gamma. I think a lot of times that helps a lot, where it needs to be a stronger difference between the whites and the blacks, which for small text like is important, but a lot of times you're not reading the text on cards from the distance. Pinpoint. No, not that. Pinpoint strike. It's a 4 for 8. We don't really want to do that on turn 1. Like, I want to draw a card and be excited. So far, we're not drawing cards and being excited. Assess the situation. I don't think you always keep this in your hand, but it's fun that you can play it and shuffle it back. They're still all in the maybe category. Helicarrier, funny enough, is probably the best card in our hand right now because it's a guaranteed resource generator on turn 1, and our deck does have some resources. 2 pinpoint strikes. I mean, that's terrible. Okay, so we can always shuffle mentals in. We have 1 more pinpoint strike in our deck, so we're kind of incentivized to shuffle this pinpoint strike back in. I don't know the tempo of this game to know whether we have to be shuffling the pinpoints in aggressively or whether 1 for the rest of the deck cycle is enough. But again, with our alter ego, we can shuffle in 2 mental cards. So assess the situation is probably not worth keeping, I'll be honest. It's basically just hedging if we can't play our whole hand. The thing is, we're going to have a 6-card hand size, so 4 is going to go into the Helicarrier, and then we can only play a 1-cost card. But our deck has like only 1 1-cost card, so holding assess is probably not awful because it kind of makes our next hand somewhat playable. Yeah, somewhat playable. But the issue is if we play Helicarrier, oh no, if we play Helicarrier, excuse me, we'll be able to play a 2-cost card, which is pretty good because Helicarrier will be ready. Of course it is. I think we could probably just keep this because Helicarrier playing build support is actually pretty good. We can get towards that. All right, we'll keep these 2. Might be wrong. Genius is nice. That helps with the Helicarrier play. It's also very good that we play Genius and Alter Ego to shuffle it back with our Alter Ego. It's one of the best shuffle backs, if you ask me. Clobber. Okay, so Clobber's not amazing because we're going to be playing things in Alter Ego. So this turn, like, maybe we play it if we have extra resources. But this is not the first card you play per form. It's the first card you play, and we're probably not going to open with that. Face the Past. Ooh, interesting. We probably just do that for tempo. And then finally, surprise attack. Okay, so the problem is with Face the Past is you can't play it in Alter Ego. So it's not like we can Face the Past, draw our Nemesis, and then ping her with the Billy Club. So, I mean, this is still a good hand, and we'll probably play all of it, but surprise attack probably is going to get wasted, because the only thing we can surprise attack is the toughness taking retaliate, which is like pretty bad, unless we find an ally. Okay, so if that's the case, we're going to start with doing 1, 2, 3 for the Helicarrier. So the Helicarrier, we can just exhaust it, and our next card is cheaper. So we paid these 3. And then these are in the bin. So the thing is, if we want to play Face the Past to draw cards, we have to jump up. We can use Clobber in our basic to deal with our Nemesis. Let alone, I think Clobber just deals with the Nemesis using our tiny text. I'm not sure what side we want to be in here. We'll have to like read the text, but here we're just going to use our girl ability to shuffle in up to 2 cards with mental. So we'll put Genius back in. I mean, honestly, we might not shuffle another card back in here. Like, Assess the Situation is not bad, but it's not a card I'm super excited to see in the first cycle. It's not an awful card, and we'll see how it feels because it's in the deck, but like I'm not super stoked to shuffle in a Pinpoint Strike when we're kind of still in the setup mode. That's kind of like a close the game mode, so we'll do that. Shuffling in the Genius is sick, though. That actually adds a lot more resources to the deck. A lot is probably not the right word, but you know what I mean. It adds stuff to our stuff. Betty, you wish you had some piercing? I mean, I'm hoping to draw into the piercing. We could do it. I'm actually not going to use a Helicarrier because we're going to play Face the Past first, I think. So there's no reason to fire the Helicarrier here. Thanks for the information, but of course, you can always ask. YOLO, yo, Mataffer, how's it going? YOLO, how you doing? Okay, so that's that. We're going to flip up to a hero mode. The question is which hero mode? I think Tiny makes the most sense because we know we're going to draw our Nemesis. It says after an event defeats a minion. It doesn't make the damage do 1 more. So we always attack for 1, play Clobber. That can defeat Beetle, and then we can ping the toughness to dodge retaliate. I mean, that's probably still okay. So we'll choose to flip to Tiny form. So now after Wasp or an event you play defeats a minion. Oh, so she does care about basics, actually. Yeah, of course. Okay, we'll play Face the Past. So Face the Past, I'll just put on top of Unus to remember we can't attack Unus anymore. But we ready our... Oh no, we'll thwart for 1. Maybe it'd be better to be in Giant because it's readies. But we get thwart for 2. Maybe it's better to be in Giant, actually. I think it's better to be in Giant. Use your basic first, yeah, for sure. But I think we go to Giant form. Because if we're in Giant form, we can thwart for 2. And then we can attack for 2 and still play Clobber. and we can do it in the other order, and that still has functionally toughness. Like, both of our sides do the same thing. Right? Like, one side is not obviously better than the other. Like, if we do Wasp, we can knock out Beetle. But if we're in big form, we can clobber Beetle and then just attack Beetle to do 1 and 1. The thing is, if we actually attack with Wasp and spread our damage, we will be hit by the Retaliate. But this won't have Retaliate because we can thwart for 2. Yeah, we're going to go in big mode instead. And then in big mode, we're going to thwart this for 2. So Unus loses Retaliate. All right, then we're going to play Face the Past. So Face the Past says we're going to ready ourselves. We're going to search for Beetle. She's here. Again, I think she's pretty soft. So she has 4 health guard. Oh, wait, does guard beat her big text? Guard beats her big text, actually, right? Biggie size it, let's go. I think with guard, our big text doesn't work. Because it says, damage you deal using a basic attack can be divided. Does that beat guard or not? Like, is it considered like doing an extra attack? It does, as in guard hoses us, or we can attack Unus with guard. Because this has guard, it's annoying. Damage is happening simultaneously. And it is considered us attacking Unus. You can't get around guard. Okay, so we're going to waste some value here. So maybe Tiny was a bit better, but I mean, that's okay. That's annoying. Okay, that's not good. That's a good interaction to know. And then Face the Past draws 3 cards. We have a Moon Girl, which we can't play. We have a Pinpoint Strike, which is mid. And we have a Red Room Training, which is not good. Okay, guard stops you. That's unfortunate. Okay, so we still have Helicarrier. So we have a kind of a 6-card hand size. Moon Girl is not playable, so we could do this. If we want to play a Red Room Training, like in theory on a first deck cycle, we should be setting up with our upgrades, but this upgrade is like not amazing. It's nice to have Retaliate on your basic attacks, because I think there's some boost cards that maybe Unus can get toughness. Maybe they're just encounter cards, like Treacheries. We could clobber Beetle for 3. We could attack her for 2. She also only tickles us for 1. Like, what's her text? I don't think you can attack the villain after Face the Past anyways. Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, so maybe actually being in Tiny would be better, because it's technically not an attack ping. Yeah. 1 copy of a hand cannon helps hands with a guard minion. I like hand cannon a fair bit. Again, anytime that you can give part of your attack some benefit, that does spread to all of your attacks. So giving 1 attack overkill means you actually can attack multiple minions with overkill. Not that overkill is amazing with Wasp, but it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Off to a banging start for the Wasp is good actually narrative arc. Shut up. So far it's clumsy. So far this turn, we're caught in a bad position. So we could just do clobber and deal with Beetle. Beetle says when Beetle is defeated, choose to either spend a physical or shuffle her back. She tickles us for 1, so she doesn't actually matter. Where there's no gang up in the deck because we're playing standard 3. We have 1 more resource here, but there's not much we want to do with this. We could hold onto a card for next turn. Pinpoint Strike is just a lot of damage, but we want to set up multiple resource generators. So I think we're always just going to play build support. So build support is here. It comes in with 3 threat. When we clear it, we can go grab a support, which is good. That's fine. And then we have this many resources left over. So I guess we just Pinpoint Strike instead, right? So Pinpoint Strike just says, again, I think we should have been in Tiny form. It would have been way better. Oh my God, Tiny form would have been way better here. We went to Giant form and it's way worse. Because we can deal 7 damage to enemy if you're in Tiny form that deals 1 additional damage and gains overkill, which would have been sick. But I think we're just going to throw our hand into Beetle and then thwart Gene Pool. If we're in Tiny form, this would have been a lot better. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 for the last Pinpoint Strike, which does 7 damage to Beetle, no text. We are not going to defend a physical, so she'll shuffle in. We want her back in. Overkill can be amazing for Wasp. The follow-through triggering on multiple minions is wild. But to me, that's a multiplayer thing. I don't invest in the basic attack at all here, not to discouraging thwart. Yeah, follow-through is the one that says your overkill does 1 more, right? Because that seems cool. I want that card to be better. I think it's like 1 cost too expensive. Yeah, this card says when your hero attack defeats an enemy, any amount of excess damage, increase that amount by 1. So this is good with like Rocket and that sort of idea. The thing is like this card is way too expensive at 2 if you ask me. And you can play multiple. But in theory, like each one of these is basically just adding 1 damage on a turn sometimes, which for 2 is a bit too much. Yeah, and Wasp, I could see that being cooler. All right. So we have a bad 3 thwart card, so we're just going to thwart this for 2 to get Unus down. And that's it. This removes from game. That's our first turn. It wasn't awful, but also like, what did we functionally do? On that turn, we thwarted 4, we drew through a deck, we played a Helicarrier. We'll drop 5 card hand size and big. We have the Test of Defense, which we could set up if we have an extra resource. We have Grant Ward, who's very easy to play. We don't want to block with Grant Ward into Unus, but you can't. Evaluate threat. We need to clear our first side scheme. We have a Pin Particles, so we might just take the first attack to the face. You usually do that. Like, I don't want to block because then we can heal, which is good. 5th card is Surprise Attack. So we're kind of incentivized to jump down. Ideally, we want to take the toughness off first because putting 4 into a toughness is a bit silly. We're drawing 2 encounter cards, so this is our down tempo turn, so we'll see. Each instance of overkill gets increased. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, so this goes to 1. This goes to 1. This getting 1 a turn might be fine with Wasp's text, but we don't have a good way to increase our thwart stat. And Unus is just attacking us for 2 and a card. We'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we take 4. We're down to 7. We draw 2 encounter cards. Exhaustion. Okay, so not a good start. This card's always bad, but now we're exhausted, so Wasp doesn't have text anymore. Infinite Prelates. We're getting attacked again. So we can't exhaust. We can't. Imagine we die on turn 1. We could actually die on turn 1. This is an attack we're probably dead. So Unus activates against you if and the amount of threat, he would get a toughness and all this sort of stuff. So he's just gonna hit us for 1, 2. We have no allies. 1, 2, 3, 4. If this is an attack, we're dead on turn 1. It's not. But imagine. Endless Ranks is on the table. It comes in with 4 threat. When you defeat it, it places 3 threat on Gene Pool. This is how my Wasp games normally feel. Does this look different than everyone else's normal Wasp games? We have a hand that doesn't do anything. We have a lot of problems on the table. We're at 3 health. Grant Ward can't really save us in any notable way. If we clear build support, we can just get a support, which doesn't help us. You wanted to die to prove your narrative? I shuffled the deck. It just happens. I did kind of want to die on turn 1 to prove the narrative because it'd been really funny. But if that was an attack, which is not super likely, there's, I think, 2 more Infinite Prelates, 2 more Assaults. We would have died. It's very likely Unus does 3 damage. That being said, we did get attacked 3 times on turn 1, which is like, we'll kill any hero. So like, let's be honest. But we did not choose to play an ally. The only ally we had is Ant-Man. Grant Ward saves everyone? Not really. Now, the surprise attack is pretty bad. Because if we want to jump down a surprise attack, we have to put 4 damage into the toughness, which is not particularly good. We also could use Pim Particles when we draw down, not to heal, but to draw a card. I think the best thing we could do here is probably just jump down to Alter Ego because it's pretty good. Grant Ward is trash for real. Grant Ward's the best. Take that back. We can jump down and shuffle back in Moon Girl, and that's probably it. Honestly, I don't want any of these other cards. It's about the attitude, my guy. We could get rid of build support to play Evaluate Threat. Evaluate Threat doesn't get us like Nick or any like great allies that get us out of dodge the way that you could, because this will just grab us like, I think, supports. Do we actually have any allies that hit these clauses? Well, we probably do. We definitely do, because Evaluate Threat allows us to grab like this Ant-Man for 2 resources, which is not bad. So it's Avenger or Shield card. So Grant Ward, you could always grant, but then you miss the text. Trying to shift the narrative away from everyone trashing Wasp. I have to be controversial. Yeah, you gotta nuke something. Nuke the whales. So we're definitely gonna play Grant Ward. We'll start there. The question is what we do. We get thwart for 2. Sorry, we can't thwart for 2. We get thwart for 2 on this and then just call it a day. Thwarting 2 for this seems a bit extra. This needs to go down sooner than later. Build support thwarting is like fine, but it's just a bit of a tempo thing. It's like not super important. I think this is going to be a pretty soft turn. I think we're just going to play Pim Particles to play Test the Defense and jump down and waste cards. The fact that we drew another side scheme while we can't clear this one sucks because it's a dead card and we just like literally these cards cannot be spent. Because surprise attack, we have to jump down to Alter Ego, it feels like, and that means we can't play it. Like we're going to be throwing out this hand. Not a good start. Grant Ward, I think we're going to thwart this for 2. We have a 2 thwart card that can clear this. So a 4 thwart card if we clear this in hero, so we'll count on that. Then we just play Pim Particles for Test of Defense just so that we can like heal. So we're going to play this. We're in giant form, so we recover 2. We'll play Test of Defense, which that's good. This will eventually generate some sort of value. We can't play Surprise Attack for fun. We want to play Surprise Attack for fun, but we can't. So we're just going to jump down to Alter Ego. And then we'll use Nadia's text to just shuffle cards back in. So they have to have a printed mental resource. They can't do a wild. So we're just going to shuffle in Moon Girl. I don't want any of these other cards. And we're actually literally throwing out 2 cards. A more skilled player would get attacked less. Mind you, Grant is on 2 health. That was a rubbish second turn. Love Grant Ward, such a thematic card for traders. Such a cool card, man. I even think if you pay 2 resources for Grant Ward, that's a deal. Like 2 resources over 2 turns for thwart 6 is incredible. The problem is like you can draw a hand where it doesn't line up, right? You don't draw the resource. It's up to you. My buddy was playing Grant and Maria Hill and a machine gunned him with double command team. Can't betray us from the discard pile. I did enjoy that. In any deck that allowed Grant Ward to activate quickly, he gets out of the play very quickly and he's really, really good. Chill in Theory's here to roast. If you're not clear, this is Chill in Theory's deck. And that's the thing that I want to be very careful about is that Like, I don't want to dunk on this deck because Villain Theory was very kind to make this deck, and probably my issues are with Wasp. They're definitely not with Villain Theory. All right, we'll go. Villain Theory. 6 cards, Wasp Sting. Okay, this is the one that can do a bit of damage. Either does 4 divided or 5. Quinn Carrier, which probably is what build support got. Wasp's Helmet, which can get us to 3 thwart, which we could split, but I think we have to recover here. We have a Moon Girl with the mentals, so shuffling back was relevant. The strength is good too. Want to draw a Genius? We have a Prof X. Okay, Prof X is sick too. We have not enough mentals to have the full Moon Girl draw, but we can do Moon Girl and Prof X, which will feel pretty good. The only issue is like this hand, if Grant Ward betrays us, we're going to be pretty upset at Grant Ward. Yeah. You can hate on the deck. I blame the audience, mostly Boom Guy. This goes to 3 with acceleration. This goes to 2. Unus is going to scheme. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this goes to 7 of 11. So if we draw a scheme, we also probably lose. 1 encounter card. Culling the Weak. So this is just going to have some issues. So it is something for Grant, but we have to put this up to 6th threat. Okay, at 6th threat, we have Retaliate and we have Stalwart. Stalwart is unfortunate because we wanted to get it confused. So that's pretty poorly timed for us. Now, Grant Ward is doing his thing, so we either have to take 2 and remove him from the game, which he has 4th ward on him, or spend a mental. If we spend a mental, Moon Girl gets a fair bit worse. But I don't think there's a way around that. This has to be a Moon Girl turn, because all we have is damage, a weight increase, or thwart stat. We probably have to recover. Blocking with allies is like pretty bad in this scenario as a whole, but like every time we draw a Wasp card, they're not useful. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. Every Wasp card we've drawn has been trash. So it's like our aspect cards have to do everything. Stalwart can't be confused or stunned or needs to. Steady is they need to. Stalwart just means no. It means you can't at all. Steady means they can hold one, but the second one confuses their stuns. And then you discard both. Yeah, so I think we give up on Moon Girl. We probably don't. Like, we play Moon Girl for 2, she draws 1. Oh, this sucks. Oh, no, we already played for Grant. Okay, we're fine. We already paid for Grant. We can still do it. It just won't be a brilliant Moon Girl. She'll still be good because we do Moon Girl with like Wasp's Helmet, Wasp's Sting, and Helicarrier. It draws 1, and that means we can play Professor. She can then thwart for 2, and then we can get the Confuse off. So that should be fine. I'm just going to play Moon Girl and then draw 3 and then shuffle her back. No, I'm going to draw 1. I wish they didn't use a word that starts with S for both of those keywords. Steady versus Stalwart, like the definition of the word Stalwart is way stronger than Steady, so I get it, but I could see why there would be a confusion there. Wasp is a reverse strength. She can win with 15 blank hero cards. That's what I mean. Like, we could take her hero cards and throw it out and she'd still be like, well, she'd be no different. Okay, so we're gonna spend mental, Helicarrier, this helmet to play Moon Girl. So Moon Girl draws 1 card. So she's still okay-ish. The problem is you don't want to block with her, so we're probably going to have to defend and just defend for 3 every turn. Because against Unus, you want to do that. So we spend 1 mental, we draw. Ingenuity. Oh, that's frustrating. Because if we play Ingenuity, we have another resource generator, but we can't do anything with it. Mind you, build support. Oh, we could have got build support first. Hold on. Yeah, we messed this up. We could have used Grant Ward to thwart this to get Quinn Carrier, and then Quinn Carrier could have got another resource. Quinn Carrier says that you only play it if your identity is the Avenger trait. In Alter Ego we're not, but it doesn't matter because build support puts it into play. The thing is, like, I think we have so many other thwarting issues that we can't use Grant Ward for that, so we'll probably be okay with it. But we could have drawn 1 more card here, which 1 more card didn't open up the hand, so I think we're okay with that, but fine. We're going to use Moon Girl to thwart for 2 off of this, which means he loses Stalwart. Okay, I think in Alter Ego we're going to have to recover for 3. So we're at 8. We're exhausted. That's fine. We'll spend 3 on the Professor. When Professor X enters play, we're going to go Confuse Unus. More like Confoundness. Confound. That's it. We're going to use our Alter Ego text with Nadia to shuffle cards back in. I actually don't know if we will, because I don't want to put Ingenuity back in. Oh, we have a Confuse, so maybe. The Quinn Carrier going back in doesn't matter. I don't want to put a side scheme back in. I don't want to use her text. Like, it would be so easy if it's a Nick. I think we'll just put the Ingenuity back in, but that's it. No Ingenuity, but then we can't play Prof X if we play Ingenuity. Like, we need the Prof X here because we're way behind on threat. You had 2 more cards with the build support for what it's worth. You pay 1 for Moon Girl as well, 1 less. Yeah, we'd have 2 more because we pay 1 fewer and we save a resource. I mean, maybe that was worth it. Maybe we're playing from far enough behind that we had to clear this with Grant. And then we could have drawn, yeah, you're right. Spend 1 less, draw 1 more. And then we could have maybe done Professor X into it. Maybe. If we drew a double, I think we're fine. But you're right. It was 2 more. The Wasp ate the room for Nadia. Okay, that's that. We could actually stay down in hero mode because we have no reason to jump up in alter ego. There's no reason for us to jump up in hero mode because we're exhausted and Unus is going to be confused anyways. We don't want to block with Prof X. Normally the value for Prof X is you can block, but I think we actually just stay down here in alter ego one more turn, which means we'll just use Prof X to do the most. This will clear whenever we draw our thwarting card. We'll thwart for 2 more here. This is going to go to 5, which isn't a breakpoint. The breakpoint is 6. So I think we'll just do that too. Yeah, I think we probably should have cleared this if we're not going to jump up. And then we'll just pass. At least we can use Moon Girl and shuffle her back in, right? Like that's the good thing, but we'll just take 6. Clobber, probably not going to be the play. Beak is good. Prof X will leave in a second. Pin Particles, we want to be in hero mode. Biosynthetic Wings. Psylocke, quite good. Partial Prowess. Okay, so a bit awkward, but we're probably going to get the Quinn Carrier this turn. All right, this goes to 4. This goes to 5. Confuse. 1 encounter card. All right, so good and bad. Good because it's not a thing to be revealed for Grant. Bad because it's going to shoot Prof X. Good because it's going to shoot Prof X because he's going to leave anyways. But now Prof X leaves in a disastrous way. And when he's defeated, because he was not defeated to consequential, we have to put 3 threat on Gene Pool. So this goes to 8, which means once again we have Stalwart. So at least we used the Confuse while we had it. But now we have a lot more thwarting to do. I don't know why I'm putting that there. Wasp is also one of my least played heroes, but I'm oddly rooting for the Wasp Redemption Tour. Me too. Like the best outcome here is we like Wasp at the end of this. Like I don't want to be miserable. I'm not miserable, I'll be honest. But like I don't want to not like this. But yeah. Okay, Infinite Hunter. Our hand has a Clobber that does 3 damage. We won't defeat it, so we won't do the 4th damage, but such as that. We need to get this down to sub 6 for Psylocke to be a great play. This hand is kind of expensive. We could knock these out with Moon Girl and Grant Ward, but our deck is more attacking than anything else. At this point, because we drew the Infinite Hunter, like we want the Wasp Sting back in our deck. I think we have 2 of them. But yeah, we can always shuffle cards back in. We'll probably shuffle a Moon Girl in a second. We can go grab the Quinn Carrier, but I think we just have to plan this turn out. Beak is not bad. We can definitely play Beak. Beak will remove some threat. The thing is like the value proposition of Beak is better when you can block, and into Unus you can't block Beak. We've done no damage. Sadly, I have to drop. I can't wait to see how this ends. See you in the People Serve Andre. Hint, hint. Yeah, I have been bad. Thanks for dropping in, Boom Guy. We'll do you proud for sure. I mean, probably. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, Beak is like fine. It removes 1 threat, which is good because it clears build support, so we get a Quinn Carrier cheaply without wasting a 2 thwart, so that's probably good. Notice how I say wasting a thwart, and that's the idea, is that if we're in big mode, right, like we can not waste a thwart, but like thwarting for 2 off our activation is fine. It's okay. But it could thwart 1 off of this and then 1 off of something else. I don't know if there's much we have to do in alter ego besides use Moon Girl, because we want to shuffle Moon Girl back in. I don't know if we want to shuffle Grant Ward back in. I think we do, and we just basically have Quinn Carrier, so Grant Ward we can pay for every turn. So I will oh no, Grant Ward is not a mental, excuse me, has a mental on it, but Nadia very much said mental resource from your discard pile. Wait, can you shuffle Grant in? Because I know there's a lot of cards that say like for every card you've installed that has a mental resource on it, you have to do some bad thing. And this has a printed mental resource on it, right? Like some cards care about what's in the resource box, some don't. This is a printed mental resource. Did they not print a mental resource on this? Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but I know there's certain cards that care about like whether they have the wild on the card or in the card resource box. Like we can't shuffle Grant in, can we? That'd be cool. So that might mean our hand has only Clobber damage. It has to be the mental at the bottom left. They ruled it. Okay, cool. Good to know. Okay, so we're going to be in big mode, I think, to get some healing, because we could use some healing, and then we could thwart too. So the big question is where we put Moon Girl, and it's a bit overwhelming. I think for safety, we're just going to drop this down to 6, because I think we're going to want to confuse, and she gets knocked out. Then before we jump up with our alter ego, we'll shuffle in 2 mental cards. We'll shuffle in Prof and Moon Girl. I know Prof is not amazing because like we don't want to block with Prof, but confuse 3 thwart is good enough for 3 resources once we're set up. The deck is thin, and again, that's a good thing about Nadia's girl ability. We can just play the same Moon Girl and the same Prof X over and over and over again. We almost had to call FFG police on you. No, that's fine. The police are nice. Well, that police are nice, I guess. Okay, that's it. I think we're just going to flip to big mode. In hero mode, we don't get anything from showing up. We actually have to do something. Okay, so I want to do Pin Particles. And then I think we can just use the Helicarrier to play Beak. So when we play Pimp Out Particles, because we're in big mode, we can heal 2. I mean, there's a chance we're going to be in small mode here because it depends on like how many resources we're going to have. This is not going to draw a card, but this will draw the Quinn Carrier. That'll put us on 5 cards in hand. So we can just use those 5 cards to play What's-Her-Face, to play Psylocke. The thing is, like, Psylocke isn't amazing into this toughness. So Psylocke probably attacks. She probably thwarts. And then Grant Ward, I mean, I think we deal with this. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think we want to be in tiny mode. So we'll heal 2. And then we'll use Helicarrier to play Beak. When Beak comes into play, we have no more X-Men, but he'll remove 1 threat from a scheme, so a clear build support. When we clear build support, we can search our deck and discard pile for a support and put it into play. So we're going to go for the Quinn Carrier. Which the Quinn Carrier just generates a wild, which is quite good. We have cards with requirements. We have cards with Grant Ward's face on them. We have a lot of things that this can line up well with. We're still adding 3 threat a turn functionally, which is like kind of scary. Then we'll do Quinn Carrier, and then the rest of the hand for, I think, Psylocke. So she does do 2 damage every time she attacks functionally, 1 into 1. So it does kind of have like pseudo piercing. And then she can confuse if you do the damage trick. So we think we'll just thwart with her. We don't want to block with her because blocking to Unus is bad. So we can actually like thwart once, attack twice, and be okay. Psylocke is better into toughness. Yeah, her interrupt clears on the rest of your awesome attacks. Events you'll not be doubt of firing off. Is better into toughness. She's better into toughness, but we need to get this down so she doesn't die to retaliate. Like, we don't want her to take the retaliate and let alone the stalwart. So like we could, but then she has 1 less activation. So I think it's better that Psylocke gets this down, and then when he doesn't have retaliate or stalwart, then we tack into him. I think we have to do 1, 2 into Infinite Hunter. This thing hits for 3. It hits pretty bad. And then I think we do Psylocke for 2. Lose a stalwart. Beak's 1 thwart doesn't really matter. If we thwart into this, we don't hit a breakpoint. But we will over 2 turns, so we'll thwart for 1, and that's it. I just ignore the retaliate. Game's easy when you cheat. Have you tried? Consider ignoring some of the keywords you don't like, and then we'll draw up. All right, specialized training. I'd want to clear that. That's the last side scheme we have in this deck cycle, so if we have a resource. Assess the situation is back. We'll see if we're going to regret shoving that back in. Giant Help, finally, we have our 4 threat removal single card, which lines up with the Endless Ranks. We've been leaving that there for that. Rapid Growth. Yay, it's 2 for 2. I don't get this card at all. Like, this card is only good if you're in, like, as a way to change form. But the thing is, like, we're not incentivized to change form. There's no kicker for changing forms. I don't understand it. And our 5th card is Prof that we shuffled back. So this hand is probably more likely to be Prof than Giant Help. And then we played a spec training. Maybe we can do all of them or play and assess the situation. We'll see. But it could be good. This goes to 6. This goes to 4. The thing is, the Unus is attacking us for 2 in a card. We've seen 1 card that says he attacks again. We have no more healing in our deck cycle. We kind of want to be ready, because if we're ready, we can split our thwarting, I guess. Like, our text is only good if we're ready, so I don't want to defend, and we don't want to defend with allies. Ideally, this is where you defend with Beak. So I think we can take this hit to the face. Defending for 3 is not terrible, but it's not that much better than recovering for 3, and we're going to jump down every once in a while, so we'll just take it. 1, 2, 3, 4 again. We're at 6 health. 1 encounter card. All right, so this one has Quick Strike. We're good that we managed the threat, and this is a big reason too. There's, I think, 5 of these in the deck. So it's going to go Quick Strike. It has Guard. So our text is not relevant because it has Guard. So it's going to just smack us for 2. We're not going to guard against that. So we're down to 4 health suddenly again. Okay. So our big text doesn't matter, because even if we can get our basic attack to 4, we can't deal with Infinite Soldier. Because this has Guard, and Guard does beat Wasp's big text. So that's not great. We want to get this down to 2, and then we want to attack with Psylocke, but we actually can like let Psylocke chill and play Prof X instead. So like the most efficient hand is like we play a spec training with Quinn Carrier, we play Prof X with a Helicarrier, and we play an assess. That's, I think, better. Prof X is a confuse in 3, while Giant Help is 4 and no confuse. And the confuse will probably be removing more threat in the long run than like playing the Giant Help. Again, I don't like these cards. So I think we're going to do Quinn Carrier for spec training. So this is it's ambitious. We'll clean this when we clean it. It's not a priority. It'll slightly play around Master Plan, but Gene Pool's already here for Master Plan to be annoying. But when we clear this, we'll probably go get a nice thing. I wonder if we're going to get the one that gives us better recovery. But like, yeah, it'll be nice to get. Maybe the attack one brings us to 3 attack. We can knock out soldiers straight. That would be fine. Then we're going to do Helicarrier to reduce the cost. We'll spend 2 more on the Professor. Again, it's nice that we can jump down at the end of this turn and then shuffle Prof X back in, and it'll be into like a 10 card deck. So you know the Prof X play. Go ahead and confuse. Unus, 3 health. We can just play assess. So we're just gonna put this on top of the deck so we remember. We get +1 hand size, so we're gonna draw up to 7 hands when we jump down to alter ego, which is quite nice. I'm assuming we're jumping down to alter ego. Beak we can't shuffle back in, but we don't need to keep a panic blocker, so we just need to get to work. So I think we're gonna use Prof X to thwart off of this. We're gonna probably do attack 1, 2, 3 into the soldier, so it's knocked out. We want to keep Psylocke because she has 2 more confuses in her, and that means we can even just like chill in alter ego the whole game, which like I do think that's a good thing about Nadia is her Nadia ability is really good at just chilling in alter ego, and then you don't have to play any of your Wasp cards, which they're mostly hero coded. So like that's pretty good. And that's all we're gonna do. I don't think we're gonna use Psylocke here. We've got rid of the retaliate, which is nice. We're down to 2 threat next turn. This is gonna go up to 8, but it's confused. If we draw a card that says Unus schemes, we might lose, but I mean whatever. We'll jump down to alter ego. And in alter ego, we can still do the thing where we can shuffle back some cards. So we can shuffle back the assess, which we might. Otherwise, we can shuffle back other mental cards. Wasp Sting is probably worth keeping because like we just need some damage here. The pinpoint strike doesn't have piercing. It just has overkill. I mean, we have one more Wasp Sting at the bottom of the deck, which is good. We definitely want to do some damage because we're almost at our first deck cycle and we've done literally no damage to Unus. But I think we're just going to put assess back in. That might even be wrong because I don't know if it's a card we're excited to draw here, but we're not exactly still setting up. And we'll pass. Okay. That's it. We'll draw 7 cards. So first, Moon Girl's back in alter ego. That's incredible. Now the Quinn Carrier. Assess that we just shuffled back in. Also great. Energy. We should have a Genius in here. There you go. So really good bottom of the deck we're setting up with Nadia. That's cool. 5 is a surprise attack, which again, with the toughness, we can always ping that off with Psylocke first, which we will. So that's 5. 6 is the ingenuity. Really good bottom of the deck. Did we shuffle this back in? I think we did. 7 is gonna be. Wait, how did the ingenuity get back in? We must have shuffled it back in, right? 11 attack events in the deck. Please damage something. I can't. Which look at the side schemes. We're staying afloat. This hand is amazing, though. This hand is like genuinely really, really good. We have energy for ingenuity, genius for Moon Girl. Shuffle that stuff back in. Like very, very good. So while there are no hero specific cards on the table other than the hero itself, yeah, that's weird, isn't it? That's super weird. How's it going, by the way, Lion? This goes to 8 of 11, so we could just lose out of nowhere to an advance. This goes to 2. Confused. We're hoping that we don't lose to this one card, but if this is an advance, we lose. Oh, it's a Prelate Sidearm. Okay, perfect. So this one just says, after Unus attacks and defeats an ally, place an additional threat. Generally, he's not doing that anyways, but it does give him +1 attack. After you make a basic, spend those kind of resources. Okay, that's good. Yeah, really good hand. 0 hero cards is like notable. Okay, so we'll just set up, again, we're going to get all the resource generators in our first deck out, which is great. So we'll spend, the energy on the ingenuity. So this just generates a resource. It has to be mental, but we only play it when we're a genius, and Nadia is a genius. We could choose to shuffle in the Professor X first. Notably, we're going to be drawing 3 cards with this. So like, I don't know if we want the Professor X right now because we have Psylocke already. So whatever cards we shuffle back into the deck, we're going to be drawing, which makes it kind of funny to put assess the situation and play the same. We can play the same assess situation twice in the same turn. I am really happy, VillainTheory, that this is in the deck because I think we can do it. Is Nick in the deck? No, Nick is not in the deck. But we can play the same assess twice in the same deck cycle, which is so funny. The problem is if we want to use the genius for ingenuity, we could draw it back up, but we're going to be drawing with Moon Girl. We can't shuffle it back in. So I'm going to play the assess the situation. So we should remember that we have +1 hand size. Then I'm going to immediately use our text to shuffle in some mental cards to the deck. I think we just want to go for like whatever we have. We'll have resources. So we'll put Giant Help and Assess into the deck. And we're going to be drawing 3 of these cards. We have a chance to play the same Assess twice, which would be really goofy. We are going to need to recover because we're kind of a bit banged up, but we can just do Ingenuity, Genius for Moon Girl while we still can. And then we play 3 mentals for it, so she will draw 3 cards. 1, that's from the discard pile. 1, Giant Help, okay, remove 3 threat. 2, Wasp Sting, some damage. 3, Giant Help. So the bottom of the deck is, that's it. Stream the other day had me looking up what moving day is. This is utter madness. Sorry for the off topic. We don't celebrate Canada Day in Quebec because Canada is not very a federalist place. And so on July 1st, it's when a lot of leases and classically rents and leases around the city. So like everyone usually moves on July 1st. It's not actually like celebrated as moving day, but if you ask everyone, July 1st is moving day, not Canada Day here. Okay, so we have one more hand size. We'll put that there to remember, but we didn't draw the second copy. Good. We can just start doing stuff now. We're gonna try and use Psylocke here first. She will miss the deck cycle, but that's not a huge consideration with Nadia shuffling it back in. So she will attack for 1 for the toughness. Then Unus finally takes his first damage, but he does get confused too, which is good. So that's great. We're gonna have a lot more threat work to do. That means we can fly up and play the surprise attack with a Quinn carrier to do 3 or 4 damage. I think we still want to be in big mode here, unfortunately. This is going to add threat to something else. So if we play the surprise attack, it leaves us with this hand. This hand could play Gambit. If we don't do the surprise attack, we can play... We have 2 more research generators, so we could just play 2 giant helps. That's probably a bit better. So I think we're not going to play the surprise attack. I know we need to do damage, but we also need to stabilize. So we are going to recover for 3 in Alter Ego. We're going to jump to big mode. Our text is, again, hasn't been relevant. Our hero text hasn't been relevant on any turn. We'll do Quinn carrier. Oh no, we can play the surprise attack. We'll play the surprise attack. No, we can't. We need all these cards, excuse me. We'll do Quinn carrier and surprise attack for giant help. Love to pay 3 resources for 4 threat, but we're in big, so we can do 4 threat and we can divide it. So we'll do 1, 2, and this giant help for 4. So we can divide it. We'll divide it by taking 4 off of this 8. We divided that in half. Then we'll spend... Oh no, we have 1 more resource. Why can't I do this? Why is this hard? This was our hand. If we just play this... No, we can't play both of them, so we just waste a card. I guess we'll hold on to Gambit. So we do this, that for this, and then we'll do this, that for the second giant help. So in theory, if there was a clever way to divide this, we'd be happy about it. I don't think there is exactly. We haven't seen the master plan, so getting rid of Endless Larynx is kind of worth something, but then this goes to 6. Ideally, we want this to be on 1, because then it doesn't hit 3, and then Unus on 3, things get a bit worse. So I think we're just going to clear this down and let this chill for a bit. So that's 4 off of that. Moon Girl will thwart this for 2, just to be clear. So we've kind of stabilized the table as much as we still have to deal with this, and this is technically like an extra 7 threat, because this does 4 into 3. That's not good for us. This has been on the table for a couple turns too, so functionally this has been like 10 to 11 threat for us. Play attack events challenge, difficulty impossible. I mean, like, look at the hand. How legitimately though, like, that's the thing I'm excited about, Villain, is like, if you can say maybe after the stream in the comments, be like, on this turn I would have done something different. Like, actually, as if you're watching this live and paying enough attention, as soon as you would have done a turn different, you can always tell me, because I want to see what like Wasp enjoyers would have done different. I am playing this the way that I play anybody, and it might not be Wasp pilled yet because I'm not reached that point yet. But like, yeah, it's funny how this test of defense is still here. All right, we'll pass. We'll drop. I'm mostly just messing with you. I'm pretty sure you are, but still, it's worth saying. Anytime that you see a line that I don't know, anybody in chat, of course, you can hit me up. So we're gonna draw 6 cards. There's a Clobber. That's nice. Now with the research generators, Clobber is just free value. Rapid growth. 4 assess. We're deck out, so we'll get an encounter card, and we're owed 2 more cards because we did play the assess. It would have been sick if we drew this assess in that next hand because we had an extra card, so we could have started here on a, what is it, a 7 card hand size, which would have been pretty fun. 14 more deck cycles as Unus is out of here. That's only stage 1, so yeah, we're gonna need about like 28, maybe a bit more, because we did 1 damage per deck cycle. I mean, that's pretty good. It's efficient, and our deck cycle was longer, so like we shuffled like 5 or 6 cards back in. Our deck cycle was 1 turn longer. That's good, right? 4, 5. Beak is here. We have Psylocke. She's an X-Men. I think she's not an X-Force. Yeah, she's X-Men. So Beak is a bit better. We drew a prof. That's good. I think the level threat and ability to defend well with the allies here has been definitely put ally heavy aggression on the back foot. Yeah, and that's like an Unus problem to some extent. Like Unus punishes you for blocking with allies, and it punishes you because you have to thwart every turn. So like things will get easier in the future. Yeah, it's all smooth sailing now with 3 research generators, right? Right? This goes to 2, this goes to 1. Unus is going to activate now for 3 in a card. I think we have to defend here. We can't keep taking hits to the face. There's still 4 cards that say Unus activates. So we get double activated. We can always panic Moon Girl block. Ideally, we do want to go to Alter Ego sooner than later so we can use Betsy's last counter. Betsy's last counter is a good bar. So we'll block for 3 against 3. Yeah, our basic activation is not worth much here. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, we take 2. That was meant to be the boost card. It's random, but I picked up a boost card. We'll give a different random boost card. Sorry, encounter card, and then we'll draw that instead. That would have been a better card for us. Yeah, much better card for us. So we got punished. This would have been our boost card. Infinite Hunter. So deal 3 damage to an ally you control. That sucks. Not only do we lose 2 threat, we have to add 3 threat. This is our hand. That feels bad. So we have another Infinite Hunter. I mean, we keep getting kicked. Right when we think we're setting up, we're falling way behind. Okay, and now the issue is we drew these in the worst order, so this thing has quick strike. So again, it was another turn that if Unus attacked, we'd have to consider blocking with Psylocke and adding 3 more threat. But this thing now has quick strike because we added 3 threat because something got killed. So we're going to take 2 out of that. Can't keep up with this aggressive pace. I mean, I feel like we're on the precipice of losing one more time. Like, should we have played rapid growth? Should we have spent 2 resources to not take 2 damage? I mean, like, that can't be it. But like now at least we have resource advantage. Professor X can stun somebody, but like we have to jump back down to alter ego. This is awful. Is Marvel Legendary as good as Champions? Nazim, how's it going? Marvel Legendary just recently got rebooted, so there's a lot of folks like D20s playing it online, so you can check out some gameplay to make a better decision for yourself. It's a game that originally came out in 2012, and the reboot is basically the same game engine, just with like more expansions, and they changed some cards with like, 15 years of balanced, learnings. It is just a deck builder. I played it online. Somebody has a nice client you can play on web browser. It doesn't have all the content, but I played a whole bunch of games online. I was astounded with how 2012 it felt. Like if you play Dominion, it's basically just Dominion. There's nothing to it. It's just Dominion, except your win condition, it's cooperative, not competitive. And your win condition is like doing enough damage to a thing 4 times. I was surprised how little there was to it. Maybe there's more expansions, but it was like cards either give you damage or they give you money. You buy cards that go in your deck, just like a deck builder. And that's kind of it. Like, yeah, this game is way more interesting if you ask me. There might be something fun with the simplicity of Marvel Legendary and also as a co-op game. But yeah, I was like, I don't know. I've played like already maybe 12.5 Marvel Legendary games. So I want to see more of it for sure. But it very much felt like it's a game that came out in 2012. Like it feels dated, which is not a huge insult because I do like playing old games too. It doesn't have to be complicated. It's just like there wasn't much to it. It's like on this turn, you play your cards. It gives you 4 things to buy. So you buy generally the card that makes sense. You want to remove cards from your deck as much as possible. If you ever played Dominion, that makes sense. And then you just want to do damage. I avoided Champions for so long because I confused it with a deck builder until I learned it was actually an LCG. I'm glad I was correct and found a great addiction. I have no interest in Legendary. Yeah, I mean, try Legendary for free. There's a lot of ways to do it. If you like it, you like it. There's a lot of expansions for it too. So there's a lot of replayability. But like, in this, how we have so many options we could do on our turn. In Marvel Legendary, you just, put your cards on the table. The play order sometimes matters if you have tricky cards, but it's pretty straightforward, which sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's honestly good, but it just feels like playing Dominion, like the base Dominion game with a Marvel coat of paint, which maybe that's the best thing for some people. Okay, this is awful. We can't do 7 damage. We probably do a clobber because it knocks out Infinite Soldier. If we jump down to our tiny form, which we've not been in at all, like Clobber technically does 1 more damage to the Infinite Hunter. I do not know if we can stay up 1 more turn. Like we have to consider jumping down to Alter Ego. We could stay up this turn by like Professor X stunning the Infinite Hunter. But in theory, like Clobber into the Soldier is fine. Marvel Legendary to me was a perfect game to play with my families, which like isn't a bad thing, but isn't a glowing review. Yeah, it's relatively simple compared to like this board state. The complexity of this board state is way different than Marvel Legendary. Again, I don't want to come up and say like someone's favorite game is not great, but it is what it is. It's a simple game. Champions feels like a lifestyle game. More time you commit, the better it gets. Yes, not that you can't be good at deck builders, but generally if you're good at deck builder, you're good at every deck builder outside of knowing the card pool. It's not too different though from card games sometimes. Okay, the issue is how do we manage this turn? We want to jump down so Psylocke has more text. That means our hero text is not active. We need to deal with these enemies. If the Infinite Hunter schemes for 2, it's not that bad. So we probably don't deal with the Infinite Hunter. It's a shame that the Prof doesn't do anything. We can use the Professor X just to confuse the Infinite Hunter. We can also use the Professor X to ready Beak, which is kind of neat. Not amazing, but if we play Beak first, you kind of lose some value off of playing Professor X after. But we got to use Professor X to stun, which probably is what we're going to do. Legendary is a game, Champions is a hobby. Yeah, but I don't know. There's a lot of people that play a lot of Legendary because there's a lot of expansions. So I don't know. I don't want to be super dismissive. We also could do Gambi and hope that we're lucky. We haven't seen any of the expert cards besides Exhaustion that have high boost icons. I don't think Unus as a whole has a lot of high boost icons. I might be wrong about that. The average boost on this is 1.4, so it's relatively low. So Gambit is not necessarily going to be a good play here. Okay, we always start with the Clobber. So we're just going to do Quinn Carrier, Helicarrier. I don't think we have anything in our hand that requires a certain resource. So we get a cheap Clobber, which is nice. This has no interaction with our hero text, unfortunately, but we'll just knock out the Infinite Soldier, and it's the first card played, so it goes back to our hand. So we functionally spent 2 resources for 3 damage, which is not amazing, but it's not awful. It's not amazing, but it's not awful. Okay. So then we could play Professor Ingenuity, Clobber. We could play the Clobber again, which I don't think I considered. We can do Ingenuity, Clobber, Gumby into Professor X. Actually, there's a chance that if we're playing Professor X, we should just play Gambit, because Gambit, we don't need to confuse that much. So we could do Clobber, Ingenuity into Gambit, and then we could dump the rest of the hand on Beak. That's probably the best thing. So we'll start there. We'll do 1, 2, 3 for Gumby. Gumby takes a little peek, gives us a little control. I think the first time I played Gambit, I messed up. I thought you shuffle the cards after, you don't. So we're going to look at the top 3, and we have to put them back in the same order. 1 card will be tucked. We're looking for big boosts. So first card is a 0 boost. It's a star. Not a good star. Actually, it's a fine boost icon, and this will be our boost icon. So that's card 1. Card 2 is another boost. So not a card we want Unus to draw all the time. So that's good. But this might be... Okay, Gambit has to take Drawing Near, unfortunately, to give Gambit any stats. Otherwise, we have a 0/0 that takes 1 Retaliate, 1 Consequential. That means Evil Alliance is going to be the boost, and Unus is going to scheme on us. So if we want to break that up, we can by taking the worst boost on Gambit. But this is maybe a downside. It's not like Standard has about the same icons as Standard 3. It's just like, while that one has no icons, this one has stars. But this means this will be the boost card, which just adds a counter. And then Dark Designs will just say Unus schemes on us, which is not something we're happy about, but we can't really control that because I can't play a dead Gambit. So this is on top, this is after. We'll put them face up. We're not decking out, so we have no shuffle effect. I'll just put 2 dice on Gambit so you can tell his stats. Okay. Then we're going to spend the rest of the hand on Beaky Boy. Beak comes in, we have 3 X-Men. So Beak can remove 3 threat instantly, which again, I can't believe this card is on curve when it just shows up. But now it's even better. So 3 threat removal. I think we're just going to go for this to drop it to 1. We lose Retaliate, which is nice. Confuse and Stay in Hero, catch a breather. I don't think we can on 3 health. Like, I don't think we can catch a breather. You're right. We could, in theory, stay up and catch a breather. Like, I see where you're coming at. But, like, we have to defend for 3. We know we're not getting attacked. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. It's like, when we see with Gambit, we know that we don't have to jump down. I think you're right about that. The problem is the Infinite Hunter is going to hit us, and we're not set up to deal with the Infinite Hunter. So we could have played Gambit first and then kept the Clobber. Yeah, the thing is, like, ally blocking is bad, but we know Unus is only attacking for 3. I think I might have missed this +1 on the last attack. I might have. But yeah, Unus is attacking for 3 and Hunter is attacking for 3. We can't take that. So I think we have to just run away again. So we're going to thwart for 2. Beak should just do something. Beak could hit this for 3, which plays around Clobber. Beak could also thwart this for 1, which is like also kind of fine. We're going to do nothing with Psylocke because she's our next Confuse. We're going to jump down. Oh my god. I feel like we're spending so many actions just to like stay afloat. Like we're not progressing the game state. We can shuffle Mentals back in. So I'm going to do Moon Girl Prof X Classic. Happy Friday. Yo, Jason, what's up? How's the Friday been? And that's it. I mean, I'm hoping with the resource generators we'll catch up, but we know that we're going to be adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like we can be adding, worst case, I think 10 threat. No, 9 threat, worst case. All right. Draw 6. We have to recover next turn. 1, 2. Pin Particles is nice. Genius is nice. Professor X is back. That's good. Grant Ward is okay. So 5. 6 is Moon Girl. I mean, Moon Girl, Genius. We keep drawing the same good cards, and like it's because we're shuffling them back. So this goes to 2. Unus is not going to activate. The Hunter is. So we're going to put 2 more. Oh, wait, no, this is our encounter card. He's confused. I'm not very smart. I mean, that's good for us. Evil Alliance, we're just closer to finding Beetle. Wait, that's great. Why did I not figure that out? Yeah, no, that's good. So if you don't know, Pursued by the Past, once it gets 4 counters on single player, we have to draw a Nemesis set. That's it. So that means their next boost is going to be Dark Designs, which means unless we can do something about that, we're going to be drawing our Nemesis at the worst time, but she doesn't have bad tech, so this is good. You're on my second monitor, and every time I look back, the board stays roughly the same. Okay, wait. We got 3 resource generators. What are you talking about? I'd be curious to see VillainTheory pilot this deck because this deck isn't making a ton of sense for me for Wasp. I don't want to put VillainTheory in that position where he has to defend himself. I don't know if this is a bad matchup. Like, it kind of is. We can't block, and thwarting is pretty heavy on a aggression deck. Whoa, wait. Okay. This is going to be a good turn for us. We know we're going to have to draw our Nemesis set. I don't know what our Nemesis side scheme does. It's probably not that bad. It just says, as additional cost for each hero to make a basic attack, they must spend a resource. 2 threat. Who cares? Not a problem. I didn't see those there. Haven't we had those 3 resource generators for 6 turns? No, we got these ones on the same turn at the last deck out. We've had them for 1 turn, maybe 2. Shut up. I'll answer no questions. Okay, we need to empty this. So Psylocke and Thwart for 2. Oh, we forgot to put 1 here. Psylocke is going to get her confused because that's what she does, and we're going to shuffle her back, I think. So Psylocke is going to attack Unus for 1 and 1 and get the confused. So the villain takes 2 and is confused. I think we can get away with that. I'd be curious to hear what hasn't made sense. It's the problem is the Wasp cards. It's like the Wasp cards are not good. I have played 1 Wasp card, I think. The Moon Girl is pretty good with the Genius. I think here we'll now do Moon Girl. So we'll do Moon Girl, Ingenuity with Genius, so we can shuffle the Genius back in if we want to. Of course, we're going to draw 3 with Moon Girl. Pinpoint Strike. I mean, it has Overkill. We actually might go to Tiny Form. Rapid Growth can mean we can go to Big Form at the same time. Wasp Strike is just 5 damage in a bit. So this is a good Pinpoint Strike turn, so that's good. We probably don't play Prof X unless Beat gets knocked out, but because we already got the Confused, we probably don't need to. Yeah, draw 3 is a good start. Like, this is not... we can deal with this. Issues now, we have more allies than slots, but I think we're just going to play Grant Ward, throw out Prof X. We can draw another card with Pim Particles. The thing with Pim Particles is I want to play Pim Particles in big mode. We could, in theory, not recover, go to tiny mode, and do the whole thing where we do tiny mode, then we activate into rapid growth, then we play Pim Particles. Like, there's a cool turn here in theory. This recovers for 2, but I think we need to recover it more than just 2. Like, I think we have to recover here in Alter Ego because we have to take most of the attacks to the face. So we're going to recover 3. Before we jump up, we're going to do our Alter Ego ability. I don't think we're going to be spending any more mentals. If we played Professor X now, we could shuffle him back in, which is probably correct. But we messed it up. We should have done Moon Girl plus Ingenuity to play this. Yeah, that would have been better. Fortunately, it's an attack event deck that isn't able to do that as we're drowning in threat most turns. Also slightly an aggression solo problem, but I did stuff with thwarting allies too. Yes, yeah. I do think this Unus matchup is a bit rough for us. It'll be better. This makes sense, and I feel like too many of the events are costly and deal damage in a deck stuff with costly attack events that deal damage. Surprise attack makes sense. Yeah, I like Surprise Attack a lot. I like it a lot. It's a really fun card too. The issue though, like she doesn't have a good reason to change forms, and like it really wants you to change form every turn, and I just don't think Tiny Form is worth anything. Okay. That's that. I think we flipped to Tiny Form. So the problem is, yeah, we're Tiny Form. We now, oh no, we want to be in Big Form. I mean, no, we lose the kicker. Do we not recover? Do we just go to, I need to be at 8 health, I think. I think recovering 3 more health is important. Unus is attacking for 3. Okay. We've hit a fork in the road where I'm going to choose to do the cool thing that's risky. It sucks to do that this many turns in because if it fails, we wasted so much time, but I'm not going to recover, right? Because I want to do the cool thing. So the cool thing says don't recover, and we're going to flip into Tiny Form. And now we're in Tiny Form. We're in Tiny Wasp. Now with Tiny Wasp, we can do generate. I don't know, Professor X. Oh, sorry. Before we'll shuffle this in a second, and Psylocke. We'll do Pinpoint Strike. So we play Pinpoint Strike in Tiny Mode. This one does 7 damage. If you're in Tiny Form, it does an additional damage, and the attack gains Overkill. So we attack for 8 with Overkill. So we do 4 into Infinite Hunter. And then that means we do 4 into Unus, which is the most we've done to Unus. Also, we can fire our hero text, and our hero text says when you defeat something, you can deal 1 damage to the villain. So it did 5 damage, so that's a start. You can use giant stats, then go tiny for the event, but we're unable to block with allies, so losing 3 defense is rough. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this and then jump up and then interrupt with our basic activation and then end up healing. I think we'll have a card to play in up mode. Beak without a bunch of X-Men that stays seems niche. The single cess situation puzzles. I like the single cess. I think it's kind of cool. It's cute. And I think Beak is actually pretty good. He's just a fair bit worse when you can't block with Unus because he is now slightly under curve. Once I get the new protection cards, I'm going to use them to wipe the floor with Unus. I hate how he complicates allies. I mean, I love it, but I think that's because I'm a protection player. All right, now we are going to do a basic thwart. But when we do a basic thwart, we will interrupt it by doing... we need a card to play, but I think we're going to play Prof X. Yeah. Maybe. So we'll do Wasp Sting into Rapid Growth. No, I think we can play Wasp Sting. We'll do Professor X into Rapid Growth. So this interrupts our activation. so we can end up in big mode. So this says when you use one of your hero powers, you may change the giant form. So we did get to see all 3 forms, which is much easier to do in Ant-Man. And now we're going to be thwarting at 4 because we have +4, +2. So we're going to clear 4 off of this. We in theory could clear, let's do this. That's more fun. We'll clear 3 off of this and 1 off of that. I mean, that means our text matters. Definitely shuffle assess back and save deck space. Yeah, you can just shuffle it back for fun, which is fine. And now we're in this mode. We can go ahead and play Pim Particles and I guess overpay the energy for the Wasp Sting. We played with Pim Particles so we can recover 2. So we can get this play, but we lost 3 healing, but it's like a really cool play. And we're just going to play Wasp Sting. Wasp Sting is just going to deal 4 damage, which we can split as we choose. There's no way to split it. So Unus is down to 3 health. It is sudden how we got him. We'll just use Beak to thwart for 1. This was a good turn, TM. And then we'll do a Grant Ward for free. And then we're going to just start sending damage. We could advance very quickly here. Like we did do a very explosive turn. The other options, we finally get rid of endless ranks, which we probably do want to do that sooner than later. So I'm going to do Grant Ward thwarts for 2, Moon Girl thwarts for 2. We clear endless ranks. This places 3 threat on this, and then we'll clear 2 of it with Gambit, which is perfect. So it goes down to 1. That was a good turn. And that was, we could do our cool attack in event. We could do our big text and big text. We did a bit of everything. We did alter ego. We visited every form. Now the issue is we could die. Like recovering for 3 might have been a bit safer. Oh, mind you, test of the defense. We play 2 attack events. We got to remember that because we will probably win off of this. So this thing, once it hits 5, we can choose to fire it when it hits 5, but you can put the counter on it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Okay, regarding the expensive attacks, the only attacks I added are 1-cost surprise attacks and clobber, so it refund itself, so mostly acts like a 1-cost attack, so I would say they were cheap. Yeah, the attacks you added were quite cheap. I like it. Yeah. Not too bad. Remember to put counters and test the events? Yeah, thank you, Vision. Yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah. It's right behind the microphone. There, I have a dead space right here when I stream, which like I have to see it on the monitor. The thing is with the monitor, I'm usually looking at the chat and to make sure I pulled up the right card. So I don't often look at my board state. We draw only 5, but that's not bad. Wasp's Helmet, yay. Giant Help, I mean, that's threat removal, I guess. Martial Prowess might be a bit too little too late. Ant-Man is a playable card. And a Pim Particles, at least that's some healing. We're going to have to exhaust to defend here because things are not great. Goes to 1, goes to 2. If we get attacked, we can always panic block with a friend, but Unus is attacking us for 3 in a card. We know this card to be this card, so we will perfectly defend for 3. Dark Designs is going to fire, and it's going to fire at the technically the worst time, but luckily for our sake, it's not that bad. So place 1 pursuit counter, then if it has any encounters on it, the villain schemes. Sorry, we're not doing that. After this activation resolves, place 1 pursuit counter. So it goes to 4, and we draw a Nemesis set. So first we're going to get Beetle, and because she's here, she will activate. She's the second card in the deck. Did we shuffle this deck? Where is she? Oh, she shuffled into the deck, right. She was the first card we knocked out. She's honestly not a bad card, so we don't mind this, but she's here on the table. And then we're going to go shuffle the other 3 cards, which I don't know what they do, and we have Mother's Orders. So our Nemesis set is here. Give me 1 second to shuffle. So she does have 4 different cards. One of them is an attachment. Beetlemania is a fun name for a card. Interesting to see how FFG has improved so much at creating heroes and kits. The difference between Hulk, Wasp, and yes, Hawkeye and X-23 Tigress, so Daredevil's Wild. I mean, they've been doing it for like, you know, the better half of a decade. I do want to say some of the old heroes are still good designs. Like they did understand a lot of what was good about this game early, but of course, you know, with time, that gets a bit more interesting for sure. I do also want to say the earlier heroes were simpler. There is a bit of complexity creep for sure. And I'm not someone who complains about that because I like complexity. We're not at the point where things are like overbearing, but that is another thing. If some of the earlier heroes are designed to be simple, right? Like the core set has to be simple, at least to some extent, but yeah, for sure. Okay, so Beetle is here. She attacks for 1, so we're just going to take it, nothing to it. So she has guard, which means our text doesn't really work anymore. But when Beetle's defeated, we'll just shuffle her back. Our side scheme is here. It just says for doing basic attacks, it costs us a resource. So either we have to clear this quickly, or we have to not do a basic attack, which we're exhausted, so this doesn't have real text. That's it. 1 encounter card. Grant Ward doesn't fire. Grant Ward, oh, that's a cool order. This one doesn't always fire. So genetic experiments. So we got a bigger Beetle. So it says attached to minion, otherwise it gets surge. When attached minion is defeated, place 2 threat on gene pool. So Beetle did get slightly bigger. That's kind of cool. When I started this game, Spider-Man's so boring. Me later, holy cow, I can get so much value for Spider-Man each turn. Yeah, me too. I'm like, wait a second, this is sick. What do you mean I get to draw a free card draw? This is the best thing I can do. That was for the entire aspect of protection. I mean, I feel like protection really did get better at a point. Okay, this hand is not good. We have no reason to do basic attacks. It says one additional cost for each hero to make a basic attack. So like doing basic attack with allies don't matter. So that's totally fine. We're kind of fine jumping down to Alter Ego because we want to shuffle back in Moon Girl in a second and Professor in a second. And we have that cheap Confuse. Grant Ward is placated. So this is a good turn. We just want to clear up Beetle. She only schemes now for 2 and attacks for 2. So it's not the end of the world. Unfortunately, we have no attack events in her hand. This might be a genuinely like play Ant-Man just because it heals, and then like play Wasp's Helmet just because it can use all the cards in her hand, but not a great hand. It's actually very likely that Giant Help is a better play on this turn. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Genetic Experiment surges here? No, I don't think it does. It only surges if it doesn't attach, right? Did I not read the text right? So it says attach to an infinite minion, otherwise this card gains surge. Oh, good catch. Okay, so we don't get to do the cool thing. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, no, she's not infinite. She's a criminal. I thought this would attach to anything. Okay, whatever. Hunted. Okay, so that's good. We're gonna jump down anyways, and it's not another card that we have to get rid of for Grant Ward. So thank you. That's a good catch. That actually makes the turn simpler. So Alter Ego, discard a card from your hand, discard this card. Totally acceptable text. So I think we do play Ant-Man. Then we have to play a card. I think we're gonna discard a card to Hunted though. If we play Pin Particles plus all this back row, we get Ant-Man who thwarts for 2, attacks for 3. Then we can, yeah, we can't get rid of Hunted. This hand, like we have 3 resource generators, and playing Ant-Man and another card and dealing with Hunted is already impossible. But again, Ant-Man is a 4 cost ally. He's just 1 cost too expensive. I think we still do it though. But like, Ant-Man is better than Giant Help. And it's better than the Helmet. And it's better than Martial Prowess. So I think we're going to waste some resources here. Yeah, I think we're going to. Okay, so dealing with her is not a huge issue. Not a huge issue. Moon Girl will thwart this for 2. She gets knocked out through Consequential. Grant Ward will hit. Gumby will hit. Knock out the Beetle. Gambit is knocked. We can shuffle Ingenuity back in if we really want to, so I don't know. I do like 2 Ingenuities here. She's already prone to bad hands. Wait, what do you mean we can shuffle it back in? It's on the table, no? Okay. So I think we're just gonna play the Pin Particles because it is tempo healing. So we'll do generate 1, so we'll recover 2. We'll do 2, 3, 4, and we'll play Ant-Man. In regards to setup cards, I only added 5, 6, mostly research generators again to smooth out cost issues. Oh, if you want to play multiple copies. Yeah, I think we did shuffle an Ingenuity back when we wanted it later, and I'm okay with that. Like, if you can't play it, you just shuffle it back for later. So Ant-Man will either have +1 attack or +1 thwart. Currently in this mode, he has +1 attack. We could defeat Unus. I think that might be reasonable. When we defeat Unus, we go to Unus 3, which I think just draws an encounter card. Oh no, it doesn't do anything. So I'm just going to attack Unus for 3 while we have the text. So we're going to defeat Unus, which means we advance. New Unus gets toughness. It's the same Unus, so still is confused. And then has the same text, just has 18 more health. So we're in a pretty good spot here. Unfortunately, we're going to be discarding 3 cards, which is fine. I'm applying to deck queries in chat. Oh, okay. Hunted on the screen, you're taking 2 damage or spending a clue? Hey, Ren, how's it going? I don't even know what Arkham card that's meant to be. Currently, my way to pull up cards is locked to the certain game. I definitely want to have certain cards I can pull up from different games just for the fun of it. All right, we're jumping down an Alter Ego. We're going to use our Alter Ego text to shuffle some cards in. We'll just discard a card for Hunted. I guess I'll hold on to Giant Help because it could do something, but probably it is worse than the average card in our deck. So I'm just going to discard the whole hand. We'll use the girl to shuffle in some cards. So we're going to shuffle in. Oh, drawing near should not be here. Why is this in our deck? Was this a 2 boost at some point? Why is this in our deck? Huh? I don't remember seeing that card. So we'll put in Moon Girl. And we'll put in Professor X Classic. Again, you can't rearrange your discard pile. What I'm doing is technically rules illegal, but we have no cards that interact with the order of your discard pile. Hunted Down. I don't even know what Arkham card Hunted Down is. Yeah, we definitely have the game in the bag, I think. Oh, it's tucked under Gambit. Yeah, good catch. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, that should have been obvious. Thank you. All right. So we just have to do 18 damage. We actually could consider shuffling and pinpoint strikes back in, but I think our deck still has 2 pinpoint strikes. Yeah, so that's fine. But our deck has a lot of attack events. So this is where, like, in theory, Ant-Man takes off the toughness. We jump up, we do like a big 4 damage ping, and then we close the game out probably. Even this turn is possible. Surprise deck, there you go. Red room training, no. Evaluate threat, no. Pinpoint strike, okay. So we currently have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Psylocke and 6th card is prof. So we don't have lethal in this hand, but we're getting there. This only goes to 2. This only goes to 1. We get a confuse off. Oh, watch out for Grant Ward. Okay, this is fine. It has guard, so it is going to slow us down, but we do have overkill. The thing is, like, overkill into toughness is a bad interaction, and because this thing has guard, we have no way to like ping off the toughness before we do the overkill. So actually is a bit ugly here. Yeah, kind of ugly here because we have overkill. We can give our attack piercing, but this is not our basic attack. So I guess we just jump up and we surprise attack the Infinite Soldier. Oh yeah, you're right. If we had one more counter on Test of Defense, we'd have lethal here because we're going to play 2 more attacks. I wonder if we missed one. I don't think we did. Yeah, I mean, we're almost there. Like, we probably will get lethal with this. It's just like we're 1 short. But like, we do have it here. We have to remember basic attacks are a bit more expensive, but I don't think we're going to do a basic attack here. I honestly think we recover for 3. Like, I think we do recover for 3. So I'm going to recover for 3. We just don't want to do a basic attack. Our text doesn't really care about it. Okay, before we jump up, we can shuffle cards back in. The cards that we want back in are just the damage cards. So I'll just shuffle in 1 copy of Wasp Sting and 1 copy of Pinpoint Strike because we'll have lethal next turn for sure. We probably don't need to. I think our deck has 2 in 1 of those already. So we just added a lot. Consistency. I love the inclusion of Test of Defense, by the way, villain. Sorry, my phone doesn't allow tagging users for some reason. We're going to jump up to little mode, tiny mode. We will, when we jump up, we don't need to spend a physical here, but it doesn't really change much. We'll just do a Helicarrier, I guess, to play surprise attack. So that's all this does. Oh, we can ping off the toughness, which is cool. That's cute. So we'll do 3 damage to the Infinite Soldier. And then we got to do our tiny text, which says after you defeat a thing, we can deal 1 damage to the villain. So we just ping the toughness off. Okay, so fine, I guess. Ant-Man thwarts for 3 on this round, attacks for 2. We'll worry about that in a second. Psylocke is 2 damage, but I think we just definitely want to do the Pinpoint Strike. So we'll do 1, 2. I don't think we're playing Psylocke, so we'll play the Pinpoint Strike. So this just does 8 damage to the villain. Mind you, this is now at 4. Unfortunately, we only have 4 more damage on the table. This hand is not particularly great, so I think we're just going to play the Red Room Training so we can play another Wasp card. It might have been fine here just to like play slightly slower, because 9 health, I mean, it's not likely we get defeated, but we either have Retaliate or Piercing based off the side. I'm going to give us both of the buttons just so I don't forget, but we only have access to 1 of these at a time. But I just want to have the buttons so I remember. I don't know if you can read those, but they say what you think they say on them. Ant-Man will just attack for 2. No, there's not a good reason for Ant-Man to attack to 2. In fact, there's not a good reason for Ant-Man to do much here, but he has 3 thwart, which is wasted. Grant Ward will definitely attack for 2 because he wants to leave. And I guess Ant-Man will just attack for 2. Fine. And we'll pass. So we should have it this turn. What would be really funny is if we draw, basically any attack that we draw will like knock out Unus without the Test Defense firing. It'd be funny if Unus was down on 5 health and Test Defense fires after we defeat a minion with an attack event. Moon Girl's back. Surprise attack is playable. That will actually defeat Unus. Pinpoint Strike will defeat Unus. Clobber will defeat Unus. And a Strength. Okay. Was that the 5th? No, that was the 4th. Because we only played this round. It started with 2 and we played Surprise Attack and Pinpoint. So it should be on 4, I think. Goes to 3, goes to 2. Unus is on stage 3. Yeah, I forgot to flip him. Good catch. It's very similar. That's the thing. Only the numbers are a bit higher. Speaking of that, the villain's going to attack us for 4 and a card. This can't defeat us, so we'll just take it. 4. Boost on this, you are stunned. Oh, that's really bad. That's not a good turn for this, but we should be okay. So War Weary says we take 4 damage and we're stunned. Notably, Test the Defense says after you play an attack event. So when you do play attack event, it is played. I think it is actually played. Like you don't get the cost, the text of it, of course, because you're stunned. But I think you do play the event. So this can get counters even if you beat stun, right? I'm only like 50% sure of that. Nowhere is safe. Okay, not a real encounter card. That's fine. So this is the grid reason we play the Wasp cards. We put 1 counter here. We can discard Red Room Training. All right, that's it. We have lethal. It was a long, arduous fight. Wasp's text fired 1 extra damage. Literally, Wasp's text did 1 extra, 1 thwart move and 1 extra damage. And the thwart move was just for style. It wasn't really necessary. So we'll attack for 1 with piercing to get rid of the stun. And just so it's fun, we'll jump into hero mode, into big mode. When we're there, we'll spend a physical to play a surprise attack. The surprise attack will do 4 damage to Unus, puts the 5th counter if we want to on test defense, which we do. And then test defense fires, and we do 5 damage to the villain. Not too bad. All right, happy weekend. Hey, Joey, thanks, you too. Have you considered putting in current stage number on your HUD? Don't know if it's necessary. I think usually we pull this up enough and you can see it, so it probably doesn't matter. And then for certain characters that don't have stages, it's a bit awkward. I don't know if it's super relevant information. All the interesting game, fun to watch when it's not absolute cakewalk. I mean, it's fun when you have to fight uphill, but like, we need to talk about this. Like, I think I hate to go into something and then my thesis be like what I thought it was going to be in the first place. Like, you want to learn something. Our hero text is just not simply relevant, and it could be a player size thing. Like, this text fired once, it's not good enough hero text. Our big text fired once, it was kind of for fun. Unfortunately, this scenario, because we're like not incentivized to block with minions, we have to defend a lot, so there's a lot of turns we were exhausted, which means our text is also not relevant. The best thing we did is, unfortunately, Nadia. Like, we played Moon Girl, what is it, 3 times and 4 times maybe in 2 deck cycles. That's like really quite good. We played Professor X more than anything. The fact that like the reason to play her is to get some like unhealthy recursion is like kind of weird. In terms of the cards that we played from her kit, Pinpoint Strike was good, and that was the only good card. Like, all the other cards in her kit are not worth playing. Like, look at our board state. We played Ant-Man because there's nothing else in the hand, but like, it's different. I do not understand Wasp's tiny form design. What are those numbers? I don't know. Those numbers are really weird. Really, really strange numbers. Tiny form, tiny form, equally tiny numbers. Yeah, there's not enough text on this. There definitely isn't. Again, I've said this before. We're going to be playing more today, so like, we're going to continue to learn things. But the fact that like Ant-Man is a celebration of changing forms, and Wasp is like, sometimes changing form makes sense based off of your hand, is like such a bummer, because my favorite part about Ant-Man is that you're always incentivized to change form because you can always get a bit of value. Let alone Ant-Man's helmet is just like the best. Like, Ant-Man's helmet, on top of everything, after you change form, heal 2 damage or draw a card. Like, you want to change form no matter what. It's so fun. It's so fun. All right, game 1 in the bag. The next scenario is going to be interesting because it's going to be playing against, what's it called, the 4 Horsemen. That's kind of cool because our big form should always be relevant because there's always going to be multiple targets on the table. Now, this deck is not really perfect. It's not like a Savage Strike deck, so it's not like we're going to get our attack stat up to like 6. Like, maybe we can get our attack stat up to 3. I think this deck also doesn't have like aggressive conditioning or combat training in it because for solo, they're not amazing cards, but you can always do that in aggression as well. But at least in the next scenario, we'll have like a wider board to deal with, and that can be beneficial to us. I do think the next scenario is generally a lot harder for almost every character. So while this was already somewhat of a struggle, once we stabilized, it was pretty okay. The next scenario is just a hard scenario. I think it's a very hard second scenario, so do kind of keep that in mind. For what it's worth, I've been really enjoying the new waters from the past few streams. The new waters? What does that mean? Fundamentally, Wasp is a lot closer to Vision than Ant-Man, but Vision is also rewarded for changing forms and has good cards. Yes, exactly. I agree. Vision has a huge benefit. Like, what form he's in is so much more impactful for a lot of reasons as opposed to her. But you're right. That's a better equivalent. It's like the form flipping of Vision is way more similar. But it's less subtle too, right? Like, it's a weird mixture. Okay, good game. Let's fix this and then we'll go on to the next one. Dystopian Nightmare gets reused constantly, but I do have to do a proper takedown. Why am I doing a bad job at this? Infinites. Okay, hold on. So these are the green cards. These are standard. Okay. We haven't drawn her obligation. She has a pretty straightforward obligation. I don't think it's anything flashy. Okay, cool. My brain falls apart when I have to do this quickly on camera. I don't know why. Like, usually this takes a second. And then it's like the hardest puzzle. It feels like this sort of puzzle's like, hey, should you be driving a card at this age? 5, put the square thing in the square box. Okay, so this is Dystopian, which I think immediately gets reused. 1, 2, oh wait, no, this is Infinites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're missing a card. So I did beef it. Unless we beefed it by taking it out of the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing Uninfinite? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. I always do check the count of cards. It's way easier. Wasp alter ego ability and traits are her best attributes, and Pinpoint Strike is pretty powerful. Yeah, Pinpoint Strike is not a bad card. Like, it's one of the downsides of Swinging Web Kick is that it's a hard 8. And like, Swinging Web Kick into allies or into minions sucks because you're generally overpaying for the ability. So like, giving Swinging Web Kick overkill is not a bit good. It's very good. Because again, most minions don't have 8 health. So like, that's a really good upside for sure. I feel the same way with separating Arkham modulars. Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't often play more than one Arkham game in the same day. Okay. Are you still trying to take every hero through a campaign? You know what? Kind of. The thing is, Wasp is on that trail. I feel like modernly I am playing less Marvel Champions in person, like me without the camera and the lights on, than I have in a while. And that's because, well, I'm streaming Marvel Champions now twice a week instead of once. I'm doing an Arkham Horror stream sometimes once or twice a week. So like my table play has decreased. I'm definitely playing about the same amount, maybe slightly less, because we're just doing more of this. Like I'm playing on average 9 hours of Marvel Champions every week on the channel. So like campaign play has only been showing up when it's been showing up on camera. So I think that the problem too is like the last characters that I wanted to do with campaign play are the ones I wasn't excited. I think Wasp is on the list for what it's worth. So like I've been less structured about it because what I've been realizing is like there's a lot of characters I wanted to play that I wasn't playing because they weren't lining up with who I had to play for the sake of the campaign playthrough thing. So yes and no. Right? Because like there's a lot of characters who would be like, oh, this is a cool idea that I think the stream would appreciate, but it's not a character that I haven't not played into it. Double negative. Wouldn't it make sense to boost Wasp's attack stat to have better use of splitting damage of these activations? I mean, yes, you definitely can do it. If you want to check out Boom Guy's published list with Savage Strike, like that's a good reason to do it. Because then also every part of your attack has piercing, which is cool. The thing is like in solo, it's less super necessary because there's not as consistently multiple characters for you to split the damage in a meaningful way. So it's probably a bit better as soon as you hit 2 players. But yeah, you definitely can do it. And there's good reasons to do that on both sides of thwart and attack. Will you try the same deck throughout the campaign or will you change according to the scenario? No, Tony, I'm going to be playing the same deck for better, for worse. But definitely the same deck to see how it changes against the different villains. And I'm really excited for the third villain because Apocalypse might be one of my favorite villains. Give me 1 second to grab the friends we have to grab. Age of Apocalypse is a goated box. It's really good. It's one of my favorite campaigns, but not with the campaign rules. Like if you just play through it, it's really good fun. The only thing is, yeah, the campaign rules are not great. So anytime I can play through Age of Apocalypse, I'm having a great time. I don't think there's any bad scenarios. Usually a box has like one stinker scenario. I guess my least favorite scenario is Dark Beast, and that's because he doesn't do that much, but didn't want to build into attack to keep the thwart stat free, so we can play the helmet and thwart for 3 without competing with a boosted attack. Building an attack is a lot more fun though. Yeah, I could see it. And VillainTheory did say that this is a very no frills deck, which like I don't mind that. I honestly don't mind that. Like it will keep us focused on fundamentals. All right. So we're gonna put these out in a random order. At least the one that blanks our text box we won't care about. Now the overlay does not work well with multi-villain scenarios just because I don't have the way to easily do 4 health bars. So we're just gonna go back to the old-fashioned way. We're gonna hide this and we're just gonna put on some dice on the table. Admittedly, these dice are not that easy to see, but I don't have enough big red dice to do everybody. So we're gonna do the best we can. They each start with 12 health. So hopefully this is legible. Again, we are streaming in 1440p, but I'll try and say the numbers when we do damage to them. I'll say like they go from 12 to 5 or whatever. So again, multiple villains on the table means that an attack stat should be able to be split on most turns, which is good. But they all have 12 health. They all have text. Okay. That's that. The setup. I guess I don't know actually if we have this here. The Horsemen of Apocalypse. So we're going to be playing Dystopian Nightmare and Hounds. Hounds has some quick strike and some things that can rip you out of alter ego, I'm pretty sure, with these things, which is kind of cool. But otherwise, it's relatively reasonable deck. So we're going to shuffle this. Oh, I shouldn't have shuffled it because we have to grab the 4 side schemes first. So the one problem here is that there's 4 side schemes that have 5 or 6 threat. I think they're all 6 threat, and we want to clear them as soon as possible. So there's a fair bit of variance in the setup because let me tell you, Hazard is not equivalent to Crisis, is not equivalent to Acceleration. So shuffle the 4 Horsemen villains and reveal them in a row from left to right. I did that. Place the active counter on the leftmost villain. We're going to keep it simple and use the OG. I can't see the dice on 240p. Okay, so just turn the video off and we'll make this like a radio podcast. I'll explain everything that's going with my voice. So you can just close your eyes. You can focus on driving your car instead. Why are you watching this while driving your car? The old-fashioned way reminds me, I once streamed with D20 and Nelson, and they had the fanciest swag encounters, and I was cranking my old worn-out Dow from the core set. I get comments about this. My dial is so rough. And it's because I always use the same dial. I don't circulate between the 4 dials. This is the dial I use when I play. And normally when I play, I don't do the overlay. Like I play with dice and this. But you can see how often I grabbed it here and it's totally beat up. But like I don't use counters. I do use the dice, but I do use my dial whenever I'm health tracking for sure. The only other thing I use when I play in person that you don't see on stream is I have these stands, and the stands will put up my villain and put up everything so I can see them a bit better. If you can get these stands, they're really cheap. It's just way better. So you're spending less time like with your neck down, developing nerd neck, and things are a bit better at eye line. But I basically put the villain and the side schemes and main scheme on one of these things. It doesn't look good on the camera, but that's the only difference. Otherwise, you see everything I use. But like I was just watching Stretch 22 and he pulls out 2 dials and they're immaculate. I'm like, brother, do you not touch that? I don't put it in my mouth, but like, you know what I mean? The dial looks like I feel today. Well loved. Let's say well loved, okay? So shuffle the 4 Horsemen villains. We've done that. Each player reveals a random side scheme, so I guess we can just roll a die. The dial has war scars. It's a well loved dial. It's a good dial. We'll do left to right, 1 to 4. 3, we're starting with the hazard. No, what we wanted not to happen. So this is going to be starting in play, and removing 6 threat on turn 1 is pretty bad. We're playing on heroic mode for a second. So when defeated, the player who defeated this discards an upgrade or support they control. That sucks because we do support max. We don't have any cheap upgrades or supports, so this can ping out one of our research generators. So we're kind of going to want to rush this down. Luckily, we're not punished for playing allies besides death. I'll look through all the text first, but that's probably the worst start. Again, hazard is not equivalent to the other icons, so a pretty bad start. Cool. Okay, otherwise we flip this over. It's the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, side 2. So this one is the only main scheme. It has 12, which is generous enough. It comes in with no threat, gets 1 a turn. But after a villain activates, you move the active counter to the next villain. That's a multi-villain scenario. Sometimes have different little mechanics of how they change, you know, whoever's putting the pressure on. But this one just says after any villain activates, you move to the next one. So even if war activates at a time, this will go to famine and vice versa. When it goes off the right, it comes back to the left. So like super, super straightforward. Just to look at all of them, we're playing on expert, so we have the B versions. So let me just reset my hit points to 11. Death attacks for 3, and says after death attacks you, if he has at least 1 hit point, deal 1 damage to each character you control. That's bad because it's after, so like at least you won't get surprised when you're chump blocking with 1 health guys, but that just hits everybody, it hits you and hits all your minions, so your minions get taxed out. That's not good. One of these won't be a problem. Is it Famine? Famine says after he attacks you, discard the top 10 card of your deck after she attacks you. That's totally fine. I mean, it's like, it's okay, but it's not the end of the world to discard cards. War does, after you attack you, discard an upgrade or support you control. No surprise, it's the Ravages of War text. And then Pestilence is the one I think we'll care about the least. It just says you don't have a text box. I mean, we don't already. Got him. How does it correct to iTunes? What did you write about iTunes? The riders will wreck this deck, I feel. iTunes in my bones. German keyboard settings. Yeah, iTunes in my bones for sure. I mean, we'll see. This is tricky. There's a lot of pressure already. Death is functionally always attacking for 4, with 1 of the damage being unblockable, and allies do get ground down a wee bit. This should be fine. Stun and Confuse is also not super consistent because there's a lot of encounter cards that just like say this next person or like somebody activates. So if you know Famine's going to be the next character and you confuse Famine, there's a chance War will activate before Famine, and your whole plan will be thrown into the trash. So this is the part that scares me the most. This Ravages of War. Now, there's not a lot of minions in the deck. In fact, the 4 Horsemen encounter set has no minions, so all the minions are going to be from the Hounds, which I think there's a couple. Oh, I guess we could just pull this up 1 second. SS 4 Horsemen. Yeah, so 4 Horsemen has a lot of cards that just say everybody attacks. There's a couple attachments. Notably, we have to defeat all of them, and if you do defeat somebody, they still stay on the table and they can still activate, but their text won't be active if they have no health. So you can blank them as much as they'll still activate. Hounds has Ahab's Spear, and then a whole bunch of Hounds, yeah. It's going to hurt your alter ego ability to get your deck milled? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that could be a bad side, like that we can't use our alter ego, but I don't know. It's hard to like jump down because you can't always confuse the right person because there's a lot of cards that just say so-and-so activates against you. So like, it's hard to go down to alter ego. Stepped away for a minute. Stepped away for a minute. Looks like we beat him. Looks like we did. It was pretty convincing at the end. Or did we? Dramatic reveal. All right. We're out. We know alter ego text. It's not super relevant. The best thing we can open with is a genius, so we can use it twice per deck cycle, but let's hope for the best. The one thing we need to do is clear Ravages of War. Unfortunately, we're an aggression deck, so the best card we could draw is like Prof X, I guess, to get us to 3 thwart. We can bring it to 5 thwart, but that's not going to get there. If we draw the 4 thwart card in Giant, we could clear this on turn 1, but we're not going to be setting up a lot. In theory, we want to clear this before we set up, so it kind of won't be the worst if we just like do the 4 thwart card, we thwart for 2 in Giant form, and then we can like maybe play an upgrade, but we'll find out. Okay, Clobber. All right, we don't often keep this. I don't want to do a bit of expensive tempo damage on turn 1. This is better once you have research generators, let alone, you know, it matters. So this is not a keep. Wasp's Helmet. We're not super incentivized to keep things because we're not going to lose an upgrade. And I mean, +1 thwart, +1 attack on this is okay. I'll put in the maybe camp, but I'd be surprised. We definitely need a mulligan until we find our thing. A Pin Particle. This heals either or draws a card. The thing is like healing on turn 1 is useless. Drawing a card in Tiny is good, but we're like super incentivized not to be in Tiny because our thwart card will hit this and our basic is up by 1. So we probably don't even keep this as much as that's like obviously a very good card in the deck. Psylocke. Oh, she's good. She's quite good. She's a bit worse into death, but she can thwart for 2. We can thwart for 2. She's a bit expensive, so she's now the best maybe we have, but not a great start. Rapid Growth. Okay, this is actually another thwarting card we have. So we draw Rapid Growth and like 2 health ally. We're in a good spot because this means we can thwart for 4. It also means we can keep Pim Particles because we can play Pim Particles in Rapid Growth. And it says after you spend this card, which I believe happens before Rapid Growth is played. So if we go to Tiny form, we use Pim Particles to play Rapid Growth. We actually go up a card and then we still thwart for 4 in Giant form. So I think this works because it's an interrupt. It's when you use, yeah, not after. Sorry, it's an interrupt, not a response. So this will fire when we pay for the thing. So it'll fire when we're in Tiny mode. Now, notably, the card that you draw in Pin Particles, you can't spend for the card. You have to actually resolve this, I think, in the right order. But yeah, that's not bad. So now we do want to keep this. And then we have one more card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a strength. Okay, so we are currently have 4 thwart. With Psylocke, it's 6 thwart. The question is, can we play all of these? So this does this and draws a card. We have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think we actually can keep both of these. Psylocke is a bit garbage into death. Famine is the next character up, and she does thwart for 3. Mind you, half of them thwart for 3, half of them attack for 3. So like confusing Famine and jumping down is probably okay. So I think we're just gonna try and hold onto Psylocke and see what else we draw. So we'll keep these 4. Not too bad. We have build support, which might be a bit extra. We already have our own problems. And finally, we have Professor X, who is probably just the same as Psylocke, but a bit less resource efficient. Eager to finally be in a situation to throw money at Mr. Velma's Crash Grid. Oh, Ren, that's very kind. Hopefully that means things are turning around on your side. That's really nice. Yeah, hopefully things are good. Had to take a call, turned out to be a job offer. At the vet, I really wanted. I missed that message. Oh, huge congrats. That's amazing. I'm expecting you're going to take that job offer. That's awesome. Hey, congrats. What a great Friday. Really well done. Oh, excuse me. A bit of coffee. Not too bad, but just a bit of coffee. That's sick, Ren. Really happy for you. Okay. Alter ego text. Of course, before we jump up, we can shuffle some mental icons back. The thing is, like, none of these mental icons do we want to shuffle back, so we're probably not going to use that text. So I think before we commit to any cards, we're just going to jump up to Tiny mode. And in Tiny mode, again, we don't really have active text that matters here because we're not going to do any of this sort of stuff. After you defeat a minion or side scheme, I mean, it's not going to fire in this mode. Even that, like, it's not worth jumping through that hoop. So we're just going to do thwart for 1, but psych. We're going to play Pin Particles for Rapid Growth. So at least we get to see all 3 of our sides, which is good fun. So Rapid Growth says that we're going to change form to Giant, and now we're thwarting for 4. So this goes down to 2. But technically, before that happens, Pin Particle fires when we were in Tiny mode. So we do draw a card. Hey, we drew the thing that we wanted. Unfortunately, slightly too late. Okay, so this leaves us with this many cards, which means we might be able to play the build support and Psylocke, or we can play Professor X and, sorry, build support, because this costs this much. The Giant Help is not worth playing, so I think we just do Psylocke and we, like, unfortunately throw a card out, because Psylocke is a lot better. She is going to get pinged by death. Technically, playing Professor X is kind of comparable, but even with Psylocke here, we're going to be guaranteed to get 2 confuses out of her. Wow, excuse me. With Psylocke, we're going to get 2 confuses out of her. With Professor X, we're only going to get 1 confuse. At least he blocks, which we're at full health, so we always can take the first attack. The thing is, like, death can do 7 damage in the first attack functionally, so that's a bit sketchy. So yeah, no matter what, someone needs to thwart this though. So that means Psylocke will get 1 attack, 1 thwart. Otherwise, Professor X gets a confuse and 1 thwart. I mean, she's a bit better. I mean, it's probably actually better to play build support and Professor X than Psylocke, and we can shuffle Psylocke back. Yeah. The thing is, like with Professor X, we have to call our shot on who's going to be confused. We're going to put on Famine and probably jump down, but there's a chance that Famine won't be the active player next turn. So we're going to spend 1, 2, 3 on Professor X. When Prof X enters play, we're just going to confuse and hope that things don't get messed up. No matter what, confusing someone who has 3 thwart is usually a bit better. Professor X will clear the Ravages, and this says discard an upgrade or support, and we have none. Professor X will be blocking for us here. Then we can just go ahead and play build support, which plays around master plan. This is a good card to clear sooner than later, ideally with Professor X. But when we clear build support, we can go get a support, which we definitely want those. As much as Pestilence will discard those from us. Or not Pestilence, War will discard them. That's it. Not a bad start. We don't have any upgrades or supports, but with War attacking us on turn 1, that's not super uncommon. Surprise attack if we want to jump down to small form. Test the defense, set up some damage. We have a Wasp thing, which can be 4 or 5 damage, whatever. Beak. Yeah, it's fine. Having an ally every turn is not bad because then we can block things, and we definitely need some blocking to happen. This goes to 1, it has no text, and then Death is going to attack us. So Death is attacking us for 3 in a card. We'll put Professor X in the way. Boost on Dark Designs. So that's one of the thwarts out. As much as there's many cards that say the villain activates, they just call the villains by name. So Professor X gets knocked out. And then after that, we have to do Death's damage, so we just take 1 to our face. This now goes to the next character, Famine. We're hoping Famine doesn't activate, and we don't draw something that says somebody else activates. Okay, good. Targeted for elimination, so we can safely jump down to some extent. Sorry, targeted for extermination, totally different card. So this comes in with Hazard, which is fine. 3 threat, and when you defeat this, you are confused. Okay, so this is okay. When we jump down, we can shuffle back in Prof X and probably Psylocke. A bit expensive, but we have 2 things to jump down with. We can thwart here for 2. Unfortunately, the rest of the hand is not amazing, so I think this hand can just play Beak and test the defense and be happy. So we'll spend 2 on Beak. Oh, actually, maybe this gets a bit better because Beak can clear build support, and then we can get another resource. The thing is, like, these cards are not really worth playing. I think playing test defense is fine. The thing is, like, when build support cracks, we're just going to get a nothing card, right? Like, we're going to get a Quinn Carrier and not use it, which feels a bit awkward. So like the other option is we play Beak with these cards, and then Quinn Carrier plays a Wasp Sting. In Giant form, that's just 4 damage. I think doing tempo damage in this scenario is a bit better than the last scenario because blanking their text is pretty good. After Famine attacks you, mind you, they're only when they attack, so being an alter ego is also safe against that sort of stuff. I guess then we could not go for build support. We could go for targeted for extermination. That's probably a bit better then. I mean, no, getting a resource generator sooner is a bit better. Does Death text fire on ally defense? Yes. It fires whenever Death attacks. It doesn't care if it attacks a hero or not. It just says when an attack ends. After Death attacks you. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it still does. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because I think the attack was initiated against you. Oh, that's a good question. Actually, yeah. No, this probably shouldn't fire. After Death attacks you, he initiated attack against us, but then attack once against an ally. Yeah, I think you was not, it definitely you is not allies. It does still go off. I think it's because the attack was initiated against us. The fact that we put a blocker into it means he still attacked us. I mean, it's intuitive. It makes sense. I wish I was more confident about this sort of stuff, even after as much as this game as I played. I think I'm going to go for the Tempo Wasp Sting. I think I am. So we're going to play these 2 for Beak instead. Like Wasp Sting does 4 now. This does 5 later. I mean, having an upgrade is pretty bad for Pestilence, but having a sacrificial upgrade is good for, for War. So actually, no, I think we will go for the cheap upgrade. You is a weird word that works differently in different circumstances. I mean, that's not good. We'll play Beak. Beak will thwart for 1. So Beak will take 1 off of this. Good. When Beak enters play. Then we will thwart for 2 to clear build support, which allows us to search for a support. Quinn Carrier is almost always better because we have a lot of cards that have a harsh condition. We could actually get out Ingenuity if we wanted to, and that's also not bad. But Quinn Carrier is a bit harder to play. If you ever look up you in the rules reference, have fun with it. I mean, I have to wait until I draw that 1 card from the sitcom set for that to be like a legitimate play. You in this particular place means the player, not you, the hero, for some reason. Yeah, the attack was initiated against us. If it says if it damages you, then that matters because it didn't damage us, but it did attack you. So you in this case means the player, and then the player can decide. But if it ever damages you, you will be the hero. At least that's my understanding. It's text to mean a multiplayer that fires against the player that attack was resolved against. Yes, it's not obviously ironclad. So we have a Quinn Carrier. We'll just play a cheap sacrificial upgrade, which is really good in this scenario. So if we ever have to discard an upgrade because of war, we'll discard this thing for sure. Beak can tempo thwart for 1 off of this, which hits a breakpoint. We'll jump down to Alter Ego because we have the Confuse. In Alter Ego, we can do some Nadia shuffling, which we already shuffled the deck once. Should have done it again. We'll put Professor X back and probably Psylocke too. A bit expensive, but we're getting our research generators. Ingenuity, Genius, Moon Girl, all would be really good draws here. All right, not a bad setup. We did waste the Quinn Carrier resource, but what are you going to do about that? Not a bad start. Honestly, pretty good start, especially with the hazard on turn 1. We haven't played a single Wasp card. Draw. Him, nice. We could use the card draw. The healing is less necessary. Surprise attack. Okay, those work really well together. This doesn't say printed, so you can spend a while. Pinpoint strike, 8 damage. We'll knock out one of these guys, so we can knock out war if we want to like get our upgrade safe. Martial prowess, maybe. Giant help, so that can clear target for extermination. And finally, we have an evaluate threat, which can get us the Helicarrier or can get us a cheaper Ant-Man. Shuffling double backs is also really seems good. Yeah, the double just has to have a mental on it, right? So there's only the Genius we have access to. So it's not super consistent. This goes to 2. Famine does not do its thing. Notably, the main scheme, the Horseman, says that it only moves after they activate, and the activation was canceled, so the active counter stays here. It says after the villain activates, and the activation is replaced by the Confuse. 1 encounter card. Golden Horse. So this is an attachment, which makes the character harder to kill. So attach to the villain without the fewest hit points without the aerial trait. So it's our total choice here. Attached villain gets the aerial trait and it's considered to always have 1 hit point. After you attack the villain, you can resolve its force response if it is attacked and discard this card. So the ones that we don't care is Pestilence and Famine. War is a bad forced response. This is blank your text box. We don't care. Kind of funny. This is the discard 10 cards, which also is not super important. I'm going to put on Pestilence. So when Pestilence now attacks for 3, thwarts for 4, or schemes for 4, which is pretty big numbers. And it's back to us. Okay, I love shuffling Molecular Acceleration on Gambi with Mutant Education. I do like shuffling cards back into my deck. It's weird how like Nadia, the way that she does it just feels like a bit too much for me. But I love shuffling cards back in, right? Like Cool Off is one of my favorite alter ego abilities. Okay, so this is our turn. The hand, unfortunately, doesn't do a lot of thwarting. It does a lot of damage. So we can always heal 1 with this, or we could draw a card. Pinpoint Strike is fine. We could technically, if we jump up to our hero mode, we could thwart this for 1. And then after you defeat this, we could do 1 damage to the villain. So we could take like thwart 1 value. We also could set up with a resource generator here and then use that for surprise attack just to continue setting up. So like we could play this. This is fine. We just don't have the threat from our hand to deal with it. I definitely don't want to play Giant Help. So we could do Giant Help plus Quinn Carrier for Martial Prowess. Martial Prowess jumps up and plays the surprise attack, but then we can't play Pinpoint Strike because we only have 2 resources. So that's not great. In theory, we can play the Pin Particles first, but we have to play the surprise attack first. So I think we can still do it. I think all we have to do is jump up, use Pin Particles for surprise attack. That draws a card. We're in tiny mode for some reason. We use that card to play Martial Prowess with this, and then that card plus these 2 plays Pinpoint Strike. We probably want to knock out War. I think War is the biggest issue for us. And then we can keep Beak for a block. Yeah, I like that. Okay, first thing, can we shuffle cards back into our deck with our alter ego? I don't think we want any of these cards in our deck. I mean, the 5 damage stings are not awful. Giant Help probably is worth putting back in just as a little thwart card. I think we're just going to shuffle this back in. Our deck has a lot of damage, so I don't think we need to put more Wasp stings in there. But now that we are going to play the attack resource generator, like it's actually pretty good to put more attack events in. All right, we're not going to recover. We're going to flip up to tiny mode. Here in tiny mode, we're going to respond by doing Pin Particles to play surprise attack. And we're going to attack. We're going to have 12 damage. So we're going to knock someone out. Oh, not you. So we're actually going to get a lethal here, which is kind of fun because that means we actually can trigger attacks on our hero mode. So we're going to do 4 damage because we spent 1. The Pin Particles were in tiny, so we draw a card. We drew a biosynthetic weave, or wings, excuse me, whatever. So we'll do 4 damage to War, cutting him down to 8. Okay, our hero text is not relevant yet, but it will be relevant. Next, we're going to spend Quinn Carrier plus the synthetic wings to play the Martial Prowess. Martial Prowess is going to generate a physical, and then we're going to dump 2 other cards to play the Pinpoint Strike, which is absolutely perfect. It makes me so happy to see attack events played, and like look how good this turn was with attack events. So now the Pinpoint Strike is going to do 7 damage plus 1. It's 8 damage. So we knock out War. Now War will still activate, but War is now blank. And now we can do our hero text. And our hero text on our hero says that we can do 1 damage to somebody. So we can just defeat somebody. Or sorry, we can just do 1 damage because we defeated. Oh, it says minion? Yeah, Joey, I got there. I guess we don't have text this turn. Yay. Don't forget test the defense. Thank you. Yeah, that's 2 more attacks, which is good. As much as we might discard this to Pestilence. Or sorry, to War. No, we won't. War is blank. Okay, so that's good. The thing is we could use our text by thwarting 1. The problem is we don't want to do that because we want to use Beak for a block. So like we do a really awkward thwart for 1. Why are her stats so tiny? We'll pass. Draw 5. Genius, nice. Ingenuity, we really want to jump down to Alter Ego. If it's just War thwarting for 2, we can get away with that. Specialized Training. Helicarrier is a bit much. Giant Help. So we have some thwarting in his hand. I'm so sad Andre was so happy to trigger the tiny text. Yep. Anytime you find a hero that seems like they should have a cool interaction and it doesn't fire, like they lose so many points in my book because the game wanted you to have fun and it was like, nah, no fun. No fun to be had. This goes to 3. We have a Crisis. Famine's going to be attacking. So she's only attacking for 2 in a card. We could probably take this first attack to her face, and it gives Beak some flexibility here. The only thing is if Death activates, but then we'll block with it. But this says we'll discard 10 cards, which is totally fine. I think we can take some damage here because we're going to jump down to Alter Ego, and our basic activations are never that good. So 1, 2, huge boost, 3, 4, 5. That's one of the side schemes. So we take 5. We're cut in half, and now we have to just rip 10 cards off the top of our deck. No, Grant Ward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, Moon Girl. 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. So luckily we can shuffle these back in, and then next turn we won't deck out when we jump down, and we can guarantee a Professor X or a Moon Girl, and that's kind of good. Then this goes on to War, and we draw 1 encounter card. All right, we're getting attacked again. So at least War doesn't have text, so I'm glad we kept a blocker. We put 1 threat here, and then War is going to attack us, which means Pestilence is going to be the character who's going to be the one we have to confuse if we're going to. So War doesn't have text, so his text box is blank, but he's going to be attacking for 3 in a card, so we kind of have to sacrifice Beak. So 3, 4, 5 off of Metal Wings. Beak is knocked. This goes here. So focusing one of them is pretty good because then like the text is less bad. But now it's back to us. We're down on 5 health and our board state's not really it. Oh, no allies, huh? I've had a really hard time justifying specialized training in most aggression decks. I usually have too many problems to solve a board clear to clear it. Yeah, we played this last game and they just stayed there. I think this card might be a bit better in 2 players plus, which like, that's fine. But yeah, in aggression, it's hard to clear this card. So I agree. I don't think I like this card so far. It's nice to increase your stat because like, that's what you want to do with big wasp, but I hear you. Okay, so if we thwart for 1 on this, we'll be confused. We have to get rid of this. Our basic activation is probably spent there. And then we can use our hero text because we cleared a sky scheme to ping for 1. So yeah, that's a thing. The issue with this hand, we're like Pestilence can scheme for 4 in a card, and if we get double activated, we probably lose. But like, I don't think there's anything else we can do here. Unfortunately, Martial Prowess is dead. Quinn Carrier is like slightly dead. So like we could play the Giant Help just to get through the thing, to get rid of the Confuse, but this is not a great turn. In fact, our resources might be bad enough that we could just do Giant Help to clear this and then recover for 3. It loses 1 thwart and 1 damage because of our tiny text, but I honestly don't think that's relevant. Oh, no, we still do it because we still did our text. Yeah, I think I'd rather recover for 3 here. There's just no way. I would love to thwart for 1 and then clear this for 3, but ultimately when we clear targeted for extermination, we get confused. It's whoever clears this gets confused, which is not great. That'll leave us with this hand. This hand can play Quinn Carrier, can play Ingenuity. We can play the Spec Training, I think. Yeah, and then just have it on the table as an option. But I think that's the best turn that we have here, and we recover for 3, hold the Confuse. I mean, yeah, we're just hoping because this will go to 4. She schemes for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If we draw a card that says a villain activates, we're cooked. But like, if he attacks for 3, I mean, we could definitely go to big and just block it. But I kind of want to jump down because we can make the next deck cycle really quite good. So I think I'm going to go for a bit of a greedy line, but we do get blown out. And we haven't seen enough of the cards to say the villain activates. So we're going to spend Giant Help. Just removes 3 threats, so we'll clear this and get confused. But we do get to do our hero text, which can just ping someone for 1 damage. So after you clear a side scheme, deal 1 damage to the villain. Our cards that say the villain we can pick, and counter cards that say the villain will be the active villain. I think the next character we want to knock out is Death. Cool. Then we will just jump down to Alter Ego. We will recover for 3, stay healthy. We didn't draw any allies, but we'll shuffle some back. We'll do Quinn Carrier to generate 1 for Ingenuity. We can only play this in Alter Ego where we're a genius, and we'll spend that to play our side scheme spec training. This has 5 threat. When we clear it, we can get a specialization, which would be a nice little treat. Then we're going to use our Alter Ego to shuffle cards back. We are going to have to do a lot of threat work here. You might be able to tell. It's kind of hard on the camera, but you can tell which cards are older than others because the card back is a different color. Like this is purple, this is blue. Like you can see the difference. My older cards are a different color. Like this is probably a aggression event. Yeah, exactly. Just the older cards look different. Does Giant Help flip you? Giant Help? It does, but it only flips you to Giant mode. This has to flip you to Giant form. Oh, Giant Help. No, I'm thinking of the cheap one. No, this does not flip. It's just one of the ones that cares what side you're on. All right, so we can shuffle cards back. So I guess we should look how many mentals we have on the bottom of our deck. We have 2 mental generators, so Moon Girl is obviously pretty good. But the bottom of the deck is only damage, literally 0 thwarting besides Gambi. So we probably need to get some thwarting in the bottom because this is going to be pretty high. Professor X is good. Psylocke is good. So I could see us doing Genius to shuffle it back for another deck cycle on Prof. If we want to get tempo, we could do Moon Girl Prof and not have the resource. I think with 2 resource generators, Moon Girl Prof might be better. Because we can definitely do Ingenuity, Quinn Carrier, Moon Girl, draw 2, play Professor X. That's a bit better. Yeah, Rapid Growth is the one who flips you, but it's only into hero mode. Into big mode. It's not like choose which mode, which is weird. But I mean, the card text makes sense. I think I'm going to do these 2. The thing is, like, we can also only draw one of these. Like, we're not guaranteed to draw everything. I don't think we need to shuffle a resource in. I think we need cards that do things. And these are both uniquely cards that if we draw them in a handful of attack events, they'll do something. Genius Moon for Greed. I don't think we need to. Like, the problem is, like, we might not even draw her. And if we draw a hand that's just like attack event, resource, like, we're not in a good spot. So we have to kind of do this and hedge it. Okay. That's it. We'll pass. Draw 6. So we need to find one of our allies. We have 3 in the deck. That's one of them. Gabi. 2 is Clobber. 3 is Assess. 4 is Clobber. Please get us one of the ones we shuffled in. 5 is Moon Girl. Nice. 6 is Prof. Okay. So the bottom of the deck, which we'll be drawing both of these, is no mentals, but it's some damage. All right, this goes to 4. Pestilence is going to activate. Her text doesn't fire because she's not attacking, but she schemes for 4 on a card. Boost on Dark Designs. Good not to draw that. So it's just 4. So this goes to 8. It means Death is up next, and if Death schemes, we're very likely to get cooked. So 1 encounter card. This moves when she activates, yeah, not when she attacks. All right, Golden Horse, not too bad. So this is the second copy. There's 2 of these, I think, in 1 copy of the wings. So attach the villain with the fewest hit points with the aerial trait. So it's back on War. Attached villain gains the aerial trait and is no longer considered to be at no health. So War now has text. The only way to get rid of this is to attack War and resolve his force response. And his force response requires us to discard a card, which unfortunately, like an upgrade or support, will probably be martial prowess, but more likely tested defense. So not the worst encounter card there. It wasn't actually like a bad tempo play. But yeah, after you attack, discard an upgrade or support you control. I remember the time when Tested Defense came out, we all tried it. It has never appeared in deck lists. I could see a world where it sees play. I really think this game needs more cards that support you generally across playing events. Like something that gives you consistency or value from playing events. It's usually what hero kits do, but I love the design of cards like this. Like I wish Justice had a card like this. I wish Protection had a card like this. Like something you can play that makes every time that you play events slightly better. It just makes the events more consistent. As much as I guess if you don't draw events, they don't do anything, but you know what I mean? Okay, so we have a lot of threat here, but that's okay. Death will be attacking, but we should have a chump block in our hand, so that's going to be fine. I think we're going to play Assess the Situation and Quinn Carrier and Ingenuity to play Moon Girl. The one thing, though, we can do here first is shuffle cards back in, because we're going to be drawing 3 cards. We know we're going to be drawing these 2 cards, which we don't want. So in theory, we should first use our Alter Ego to shuffle in cards that we actually want to draw. Notably, we can't shuffle this in because we're resolving it on Moon Girl, and we have to do our Alter Ego as an action first. So the cards that we want to top deck here, they have to be mentals. I do think our thwarting card might have a mental on it. We are confused. Giant Help is technically a card we would want to play here. Otherwise, like it's not going to be an expensive ally. So it's probably the Genius, I think, because we still want to play Professor X. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to shuffle these in and then draw 3. That's 4 from X-Men 97. I haven't watched the new season, but actually, in fact, I haven't watched the old season. I was watching the old season and we're still through it. I'm not a big fan of Tested Defense, but thought it was a fun here. Yeah, I'm into fun. I'm into it. It's cool. It's making us, like, it's encouraging me to play my attack events, which maybe I do need that sort of like sheepdog in the field to push me in the right direction. And so that's cool. All right, so we played Moon Girl with 3 mentals. So we're going to draw 3 cards. 1, bummer. 2, bummer. 3. Okay, so the last card we know is our thwarting event, as much as we're confused. Okay, we're going to be drawing 2 encounter cards this turn, so it could get double activated. That's fine. The problem is Moon Girl's not great into death because we probably are incentivized to block with her because death is always going to knock her out. She's always going to thwart for 2, but we can't do much about that. Our basic activation is not incredibly relevant here. We could recover. Playing a bunch of allies into death also feels kind of bad. Yeah, this is kind of not amazing. We definitely could go up into little mode and like do a little surprise attack cheaply. That does 5 damage, which is nice. We definitely have to do threading on this, and I think we'll just confuse Famine again. So we have a lot of things to do. Use the test defense with Gamora, a lot of cheap events. Yeah, stuff like that is cool. Like, I don't mind that. Okay, so this hand, we have no more resource generators. We can play surprise attack for free, so no matter what we will, no matter what mode we're in. We could recover, probably won't. We can play Prof X, and then we can just play a Clobber. I mean, that's okay. It's just some damage. If we want to play Gambit and Prof X, we can't play the surprise attack, and that might be slightly better, I'll be honest. But into death, it feels a bit bad. But there's a chance that playing Gambit is better than playing the surprise attack, but I'm just going to do the attack event thing. We have 2 allies. We shouldn't be too upset about it. Yeah, okay. So we're not going to recover. We're on 8 health. We are going to take 2 encounter cards, but we have a bunch of allies to block, so we shouldn't be too upset about it. I think we actually want to go to big mode, because in big mode, yeah, I don't think it matters what mode we're in. I think we want to go to the 3 defense mode, because there's no benefit to being in tiny mode in this hand. There's literally, like, there's no reason to be in any of our modes in this on this hand. It sucks. Like, God, Wasp. Okay, back on track. Yeah. Yeah. I want to knock out Death next, so I think we'll just send as much damage as we can to Death. How's the Wasp Redemption Tour going? I mean, fine. The thing is, like, we're not playing her cards, so we're gonna jump up. We're in Wasp big mode. So here we can immediately do Martial Prowess into surprise attack, and it just does 4 damage. We're just gonna hit Death down to 7. So from 9 to 11 to 7. He has a name. I thought it was only a bowl cut. Nice that you know that. It's Abraham Kiros as War. Oh, as War. I don't know who this War character is. These are all mutants that have been like corrupted. Abraham Kiros seems to be a guy who can do like supersonic claps, which is kind of neat. All right. Then we'll do Genius plus Red Room for Prof. When Prof X enters, we're just going to call her shot that like Famine might be the one we want to confuse here. She does scheme for a lot. In theory, Pestilence schemes for more. So maybe, but I think we have some time here. Wasp cards, an inconvenience to the deck? Yeah, largely. Most of them are. We're going to thwart for 3 off the main. We don't have time for this. And then I think like playing Gambit probably was better, but damage is good. So we'll just play a Clobber here. It doesn't have text. Notably, I know I'm going to catch the tokens in a second. This will be on 4, so that's good. But Clobber just does 3 damage to Death, dropping him down from 7 to 4. So we're 1 tested defense away. This goes away. We're still ready, so we can get rid of the Confuse, which is okay. We could also just attack for 2 and spread it. We actually could knock out Death this turn with Moon Girl, which is almost definitely worth it. Wait, this is good. This is genuinely good. We'll attack for 2 and attack for 2. And then Death is defeated, so we don't lose Moon Girl. Wait, that was actually kind of sick. That was a lot of damage. Damn, that was a lot of damage. Okay, so Death now has no health, so Death has no text. And the one card that I can attach to Death that will give him +1 hit point or like infinite hit point is Metal Wings, which is in the discard pile. So actually that's good. That means Moon Girl survives for another turn, which is definitely worth it. So all the damage was necessary that turn, and we have a loaded test of defense, which is good. We'll draw. We're going to draw another counter card. We drew the giant help we put in, and let's just shuffle this. So many characters have been Horsemen through the years. I can't possibly name them all. I know Marvel Snap was doing all the Horsemen somewhat recently. As much as I don't really play that game anymore, I just kind of watch YouTubers. But I know they had a whole bunch of different ones. Like, I think they had the Toughness ally that gives you a Toughness. That was actually kind of sick. Andre Verified Wasp Hater 2026. I mean, how much damage did we end up doing on that turn? We did 9 damage in a jump up after playing a Moon Girl. I mean, like, it's fine. It's okay. It was just good. That was perfect. That being said, we used none of the text on any of the cards that we played. Like Wasp did not have text that turn. All right, we're owed 4 more cards. Giant Help, Pinpoint Strike. So going into mini form is technically 1 more damage. Unfortunately, her text doesn't fire off defeating heroes. Our villains, Energy. Pim is good for some healing. We could take it. And then we have a Clobber, which we can afford to play really cheaply with Martial Prowess. So we actually have a lot of damage in this hand too. And notably, now that we can block with allies, we're not like up that thwart fight. So you can see like the thwart fighting kill that we keep falling down, that we actually can do cool stuff, as much as this might be a bad tempo turn. All right, this goes to 6. Death attacks with blank text for 3. We'll put Prof in the way. So 3. Boost, after this activation, death activates against you. Do not give death a boost card for that activation. So this goes here. Prof X gets knocked out. Death activates again and attacks for 3. I think we probably just defend for 3 here to keep the health up. We do not give him a boost card. Luckily, we cleared his text. If we didn't clear his text, that would have been brutal. Death attacks for 3. This goes here. So our Confuse, unfortunately, was misplaced. I think there's a chance this Confuse should be here anyways because she thwarts for 4, which will cost us the game. Yeah, this is looking a lot better for sure. Rough Riders. For those who don't know about the CFL, this is a really funny joke. Resolve the force response on the active villain if it at least had 1 hit point. So we have to discard an upgrade or support we control. Then move the active counter to the next and then mill 10 off of your deck. Yeah, we definitely should have confused Pestilence. So resolve the force response on the active villain if it has 1 hit point. So War just says we have to discard an upgrade or support you control. I mean, it's probably not tested defense because it's so close. So it's probably martial prowess, which feels bad. Then we move this here and then we have to do Pestilence, which Pestilence just mills 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Pim, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fine. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Time of Famine. Okay, so this is our scheme. Has acceleration. When you clear this, you have to mill again. I don't think all these cards are made equally. The fact that this has the weakest ability and is attached to an acceleration icon, as opposed to like a bad ability attached to hazard, is wild. It's strange how that do be, but that is something we probably should be clearing. All right, it's back to us. We're exhausted and confused, which means again our hero text isn't relevant. I think our hero text so far has only done 1 damage in this whole scenario. We have a free clobber that can heal 2. If we want to jump down, we can pinpoint strike for 8. That can draw a card. We probably should play the giant help to get the confuse off of us. We're not going to thwart this. We're going to thwart this. The thing is, like, jumping down now is a bit crap because Pestilence, like, she thwarts for 4, so we can't really do that unless we can draw Professor X here. In terms of the confuse cards, we have Professor X and we have Psylocke. I think they're both still in the deck, but I don't want to play around like jumping down to mid form and playing Pim. Oh no, Prof is out. So yeah, I do think when we played this, we're pretty sure we should put it here, and this has kind of confirmed it, but we did get weird. It was weird that this moved as many times, but I do think she's the one we want to get confused because she does hit for a bit more. Mind you, if we attack her, after Pestilence gets attacked, we can get rid of the Golden Horse by just discarding 10 cards, which is not a huge cost, but we have to do the attack. It can't be Moon Girl. Okay, so I think we'll start here. I think we'll just do the Pim Particles to heal 2 to play Clobber with an Ingenuity. So Clobber is just going to hit her for 3. So we can just discard this, and I think we will. So Clobber will go for 3. We'll heal 2 and we'll return it to the hand. So that's a nice little bit of value. And then Golden Horse, we'll say we did attack it, so we can resolve its force effect. We'll just discard 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We discarded the Genius. 10. Okay. So we have, I think most of our doubles are out. I left for my mid-year review and come back to the Horsemen. Was the mid-year review good? Hopefully the Horseman was not better than the mid-year review. I guess it is mid-year, huh? Test defense fires? I mean, it can, it doesn't have to. But that's a good point. We can fire this. It's not forced. So we could put the 5th counter on it just to do a whole bunch of damage. Notably, we still have to deal with War one more time. This is nice to keep around for War, but I think we're just going to attack War and get rid of this sooner than later. So I think we will fire this just to do tempo, tempo, tempo. So we'll do 5 damage, which will knock this 9 down to 4. Good catch. The mid-year review was fine. Nothing bad, mostly good notes. That's good to hear. Congrats. Okay, so we can knock out Pestilence here if we wanted to. That means she won't have text. Her text will slightly matter because we'll draw another encounter card because we just milled 20. Milling 30 is going to draw us a next encounter card on this turn. But I think we just have to do a bunch of thwart work here. Probably we're going to end the game confused because I don't think we can really afford to fix that. So we could pinpoint strike. Oh, we had a pinpoint strike. Pinpoint strike does 8. Pestilence was on 9. So the pinpoint strike is now much better on Famine. We can just do a pinpoint strike here, but we waste a card. So I actually wonder if we were meant to jump to mid form. Maybe we were meant to jump to mid form here. 5 damage for just 1 cost. Test the events played immediately in both games as soon as you saw a goated card. It was pretty good for the setup. But yeah, this hand is a bit awkward because we have 1 extra resource that we can't spend. Clobber, you can never play 2 in the same turn in a way that makes sense. But we have, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means you can play 2 2-cost cards. So we could play Clobber into Giant Help. Giant Help gets rid of the Confused. Clobber does 3 damage. So that's like efficient. Otherwise, we could play Pinpoint Strike. And maybe the only difference here is we do Pinpoint Strike with this. Like we could have jumped down and used Pim for a card draw. Yeah, Pinpoint and Clobber. I mean, like, we can't. We're 1 resource short. That's what I want to do, because this is 1, 2, 3, and then this we're 1 short. So like the only way we could do it is if we use pin particles after we jump down to draw a card, which like maybe that's fine. But then we can't really use Moon Girl to thwart because we're in the small form. I mean, that's probably better actually in hindsight. We'd be on 8 health and we'd have another card. We're not jumping onto Alter Ego. Yeah, we're definitely trying to like rush here. The only issue is if we don't defeat Pestilence, she will mill 10, so we draw. It's like she functionally has a hazard if we don't defeat her this turn. We kind of do want to defeat her this turn, which means I think we just float a resource. So we'll do Quinn Carrier double for Pinpoint Strike, and we're gonna waste a fair bit of value here. I guess nah, we should just use Moon Girl and Clobber. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. Yeah, we lost Martial Prowess, so we could do Clobber for 3, and Moon Girl will finish her off. So she's dead. Which means, well, she's still alive, but it means that her text won't fire, so we won't get a hazard. And then we'll just do, this should be ready. We'll play Giant Help, which all it does is removes our Confuse, which is whatever. So this is our board state, 2 resource generators. All we have to do is 12 damage plus attack War. And at least when we attack War, it doesn't matter. If we draw something that says that someone schemes, that's the downside. So like we could have thwarted for 2 off of this with Moon Girl, which might have been a bit better, but we're going to take some risks here. I guess we could lose, but we've seen 1 advance so far. We'll draw 5. Psylocke, Grant, nice. Rapid Growth, fine. Red Room, Gambit. I mean, expensive. We can definitely play Psylocke and jump down and play Grant Ward, so this is doable. This goes to 8. Oh yeah, if we scheme once, we almost definitely lose. We'll hope for the best. Pestilence is going to attack us. She doesn't have text anymore. Oh, sorry. Unus jump scared. So we'll just take it. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Not drawing under fire, sick. We get our health cut in half. Death is now active. If this just says someone schemes, we lose. Okay, not a great start. Exhaustion, we're exhausted. We search. Oh, that's fine, I think. Ahab's Energy Spear. So it says attached to Ahab, otherwise attached to the villain. So it has to be Death because Death is the active villain. When attached enemy attacks, attack gets overkill and piercing, and discard this. So it's 1 big attack. If we jump down to Alter Ego, though, we don't care. And we can jump down to Alter Ego with Psylocke and get it confused. As much as attacking Death is a bit silly, but Psylocke will do what Psylocke has to do. All right, once again, we're exhausted, and our hero text is entirely blank. So we have threat work to do. We can do Gambit for safety. Rapid Growth. We could have played Rapid Growth in theory, but we didn't defend. We got exhausted, so that's not actually that good. So I think this hand is probably just like Psylocke for 1, 2, 3, 4. Play Grant Ward. Waste a resource again. That's probably fine. We can shuffle things in. We're going to draw 2 encounter cards, but it's nice that we'll have this guy confused and this guy confused, so that it's unlikely we get totally blown out. But I think all of them actually have to, like, Psylocke has to get a thwart. We have to confuse. This will be at 8 again, which means, like, bad things can happen to good people. Yeah. We probably should have planned this turn out, because I think we're allowed to play the red. We were allowed to block with Rapid Growth. This means we would have blocked for 5, so we would have taken no damage. And then that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resources. It would have actually been a good play that we could have played Psylocke for. Oh no, we can't play Psylocke and Grant Ward there, yeah. You hold Gambit, I'm split. I mean, maybe. We're kind of close enough just to doing enough damage to win. So like, maybe we don't. But Gambit is not bad. Like, having allies is good because we're on 5 health, but yeah, I definitely say I'm split on that too. We're going to have these bottom cards as a surprise attack, which is good damage, and Rapid Growth, which is not good, but we can shuffle in 2 mentals. So we can shuffle in the Sting that does 8 damage. So we should win next turn if we don't lose this turn. All right, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Psylocke. We have to use her in a really awkward way. So she's going to attack Death. Death takes no damage, but she does confuse Death, which I think we need to do that. That's better than thwarting for 2. So she's exhausted, she has 2 health, and she has 2 side counters. Oh, 1 side counter, excuse me. Then we'll put Grant, which we have the resources to pay for him. Grant will just thwart for 2, as much as the acceleration will bring that back. We're drawing 2 encounter cards here. Playing Gambit is not bad into 2 encounter cards, but Gambit's a bit more awkward on the turn that you're going to deck out because you don't have that much information. You only get to see 1 of the encounter cards and 1 of the boost cards. So I think we can hold on to Gambit. We'll jump down to Alter Ego and we'll control our fate. So we'll shuffle in some mental cards. I think we're just going to do Moon Girl Genius because tempo, tempo, tempo. And that should be it. So we survive, we survive. I think Moon Girl into Gambit is fine. We'll have enough allies. The thing is our ally slots will be full, so maybe Gambit's not worth holding on to. Because our ally slots will be full, because Psylocke will be ready, Grant Ward will be ready. Yeah, so maybe not. All right, we'll pass. All right, so we survived this. I think we have it. Especially because we have cheap damage in the bottom of our deck. So I don't know why I shuffled, because we're drawing all of these cards, one encounter card, and then we draw 2 more. Moon Girl's going to be very cheap, draw a lot. And then we still have 4 damage when we jump up. We just have to do 12 to Famine, and we have to attack War once. That's it. Which, mind you, when we attack War, I think we have to do the attack on Golden Horse. I don't think our allies can do it. It says after you attack. So like our allies, I don't believe work. We have to do an attack. So we can always just do a basic for 1. It doesn't matter. So functionally, we have to just do 9 damage to Famine. Because we have Grant and Psylocke. As much as we have to pay for Grant. Oh, Grant, when you deck out, is like a bad play, but we have the resources to burn. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test of defense. Unfortunately, it's a mental though. 6. Wasp Sting. That's good. In small form, that's a cheap 5 damage. Okay, this goes to 8. We're going to lose the threat, if anything. Death doesn't scheme, which is good. Oh, because he doesn't scheme, this stays, which means the second confused probably won't matter. So if this says Famine schemes or Death schemes, we're kind of cooked. Oh, that's good. Wait a second, that's quite good. This is Horsemen of Famine. That's perfect. So heal 2 damage from her. She can't. Give her a tough status. She activates against you. So heal 2 damage from Famine, give her a tough status. So that's a bit annoying. She activates against you, which she can't. We would have lost the game otherwise. And then this moves to her. So if she schemes again, we're cooked. But like, that was nice that we actually got to use the confuse. And we did not draw a card that makes us lose immediately. That's good. Release the Hounds. The first copy of the Hound, and mind you, they're all still in the deck, has Surge. When defeated, the player who defeated searches for a Hound and puts them into play. So this has no impact on us winning this turn. So now we have to figure out if we can win this turn. We revealed a Horseman of Famine, so first we should have just played for Grant Ward. I did skip that, got some more information, but not too bad. More confusing, use the word you, single worst design aspect of the game. It's not hard to type your hero. Yeah, it's not great. It does lower text on cards though, but yes, I do agree with you. Okay, so shouldn't be bad. Psylocke is good into the toughness. Grant Ward, we just have to attack War. We should have lethal here, no problem. So the order doesn't matter too much. We'll start with Psylocke. She'll attack for 1 and 1. So she hits the toughness first, then she does 1 damage. And she'll still get the confuse. Cool. Now we can do our stuff down here. So we will spend Genius and Ingenuity for Moon Girl. We can overinstall, mind you, Psylocke. So actually maybe keeping Gambit was fine if it's the last turn. And we spend 3 mentals so we can draw 3 cards. 1, doesn't matter. 2, free damage. 3, big damage here. So this should be lethal for sure. I wonder if we actually can play Test Defense. I'm pretty sure we can't. But that's okay. Oh, we shouldn't have used the Quinn Carrier. We should have used a card in our hand because the Quinn Carrier could have been used for surprise attack. So that's definitely a misplay. All right, so all we have to do now is do 9 damage and attack War once with our basic. That should not be hard. None of these cards on the table, which obviously we're like behind on threat pretty hard, do we have to clear. So we will simply jump up to hero mode, tiny mode. We will attack for 1 into War. When we attack into War, we've done a basic attack. So all we have to do is discard Golden Horse. And Golden Horse just says we have to discard an upgrade or support. So we have to do War's text. He no longer is considered to have 1 health. So we'll just discard Ingenuity. Oh, sorry. When we jump up, we first have to play this, of course. Yeah, we really messed up on the Quinn Carrier. We could definitely throw in the Test Defense, so we're going to suffer from that. So I guess we just do 1 fewer damage, which I don't think will matter, but we could have done this better. So surprise attack, we'll just do 3 to Famine. From 9 down to, sorry, from 11 down to 7, 8. Clobber plays surprise attack. We might still play Clobber, but you're right. Clobber could play it. It just does 1 more damage. I don't think it actually matters because we have 2 Wasp Stings. But yeah, we could spend the Clobber. I think it's a wash because these just do 10. So we'll play Wasp Sting. I think this is the first time we played one of these today. So Wasp Sting, we're in Tiny, just does 5 damage. Again, our hero text is blank. This goes from, what is this? 8. I want to do base 5. So 8 goes down to 3. And just so we can play the, oh, excuse me, we'll pitch this, of course. Just so that we can play the perfect damage archetype, we'll just do a Clobber. Clobber does 3 to Famine. Knocked out, we win the game. I mean, not too bad. Using the 6 side of the D6, do we run out of dice? Not exactly, but it's just easy when they all have 12 health. Yeah. No matter what, we had the damage there because we still had Grant Ward and Moon Girl. Like, we had a lot of damage, so we didn't have to be perfect about it, but we could have played that slightly better. All right, that felt good. The damage was good. I was happy to send tempo damage, and that's because the tempo damage actually progresses the game in like an actionable board state way, right? Like the fact that war doesn't have text actually helps us, and that encourages me to send tempo damage because I'm not really good at tempo damage. Some people consider Four Horsemen the hardest scenario in the box, and you just beat on the first try with Wasp. Boom Guy would be so proud. I told you she's amazing. Nicely done overall. Thank you. I do want to say again, this is another scenario where our hero text fired literally 0 times. Again, that might be a solo problem, but like this text fired 1 damage on 1 turn once when we cleared a side scheme. Admittedly, the fact that it doesn't fire off of villains is upsetting. And then our big text fired 0 times. Did we play some of the Wasp cards? Yes, we did play the Wasp Sting. Technically, it might not have mattered. Anything would have worked there. And we did play the Wasp Strike, the 8 damage one, the Pinpoint Strike, which is pretty good. I don't know if we played a Giant Help. Maybe we did to get rid of Confuse. We did, but like, my mood on Wasp isn't changing. We are getting through things, but like still she's just a blank text box, right? Let's keep going. The next one is Apocalypse, which I like a heck of a lot. And we're going to need toughness. We're going to need like the ability to have big things on the table we have to deal with quickly. Maybe we'll divide some damage. That's a really cool scenario because it's kind of like Hela where there's multiple things or multiple paths you can kind of deal. If you defeat Apocalypse, it removes all threat. So if you have an aggression deck, you can sometimes keep afloat with threat. I do think the one change I would make to this deck immediately, Villain Theory, for solo play is like, I do not believe in specialized training because I don't have the threat to deal with this. If we could give ourselves Assault or something, or this Assault maybe, but like this has always just been on the table and we haven't even come close to considering threading this. Maybe with a Profex on a certain turn, like specialized training is good because our tax deck gets up, but like side schemes with 5 threat when we have 1 or 2 thwart and our thwart events are pretty bad and we're playing aggression, they do seem like a bit much. I think that's the only one card I'd immediately like knee-jerk cut from the list. I've only played it twice though at 1 player count, so like you don't have to listen to me, but I think that's so far been one of my learnings. It's never felt good. The best part is it's a 1-cost card that's playable, and sometimes we have a 1-cost card. I think it would also become easier with the helmet, but that's totally fair. Yeah. The helmet's not bad. It's just like we haven't used our basic activation even that often. All right, we'll do a quick cleanup. We don't ever have to reuse hounds, so we can just kind of do this messy. I feel like Horseman gets much harder for each player you add. The additional activations can really mess with players. Oh yeah, when you like think the thing that's going to activate against you activates something else and it's really bad for you. Yeah, I could see that. The one that blanks your hero text box is like really frustrating when you have good hero text box. So at least that's a good thing for us that we didn't care about that. It made it a lot easier. This is that, yeah. How's everyone doing today, by the way? Hopefully your Friday is good. We have a busy weekend again. This is the 5th stream in 5 days. We are going to continue streaming, I think, every day this week in different channels. So if you've been enjoying stuff, hopefully your week has been well. All right, that should be that. Apocalypse is such a good scenario. Damn, it's a good one. I don't understand how people like Ensabanur better than Apocalypse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1. That's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1. That's correct. This should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Okay. Let's grab the guy. Okay. So reset our health to 11. We're tiny. Nadia. The nice thing about Horsemen in multiplayer is you can tactically defend to make sure the bad effect from the Horseman doesn't go to hero that's last bad for. As someone who loves protection, not playing multiplayer and have the ability to defend for the table is like probably such a crime. It's like the coolest thing you can do is defend for someone. And that's what the class is really good at. Oh, we didn't shuffle a hound in the deck. We missed 1 hound in the box. Sorry, we played 1 hound too few. We didn't draw in the hound, so it did feel a bit weird, but I did not pick up every single card. Yeah, we are guaranteed having all the cards for the next one. I like both Apocalypse scenarios quite a lot. I don't think I like one more than the other. I like Apocalypse so much more than the other one. It's a weird one too, where we start on Apocalypse 3. So go grab your white tiger and we are off. So villain name, let's pull this back out. Villain name Apocalypse. I hope this works. Because I don't know if I've registered the other villain as Unsabanur. That's not a good start. Why does it not know that it's held? Oh, stage number 3. Yeah, okay, that works. So steady and toughness. That steady will hurt. This is the first time we ran into a permanent steady. So if we want to jump down, we're going to need multiple confuses. And this scenario has the lowest threat that we've seen so far, threat cap. There's going to be a bunch of these. what are they called? Prelates. We're going to be drawing one randomly. There's going to be a side scheme on the table for most of the game that has at least one acceleration. Generally with Apocalypse, you want to kind of keep the first side scheme on the table and not like really go through this aggressively until you've kind of set up. So we will be on this one for a while, because every time you advance it, you drop another prelate and it goes to 2 acceleration and finally 3 acceleration. You don't want to be on 3 acceleration unless you can really blast through Apocalypse or clear it quickly for obvious reasons. Notably in this set, there's some pretty bad encounter cards. I find Wolf Monk Sheep to be like very, very frightening. I think there's 3 copies and it just says it activates against you. And there's a lot of those in the deck, and Apocalypse hits pretty hard. Prelates, we're going to randomly have to defeat 4 of them. They all come in with 5 health toughness. Some of them are worse to keep on the table than others, but you have to knock them out. And Dark Riders have teamwork, and we're playing with the new teamwork rules. So there's a fair few small minions in here, and I think that's it. Oh, infinites, of course, we have to get that. So we're going to have the gene pool on the table again. So we are once again punished for blocking with allies, which is probably going to be rough, let's be honest. So that's that. This all gets shuffled together. I definitely prefer On-Sub Manure, but I really like Apocalypse. On-Sub Manure is more unpredictable and less structured. Apocalypse is very much Hella version of 2, but it isn't made easy by gaming the first side deck. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. I don't know. I like the fact that you can defeat to like remove threat, which is not exactly her thing in Hella, but kind of close. All right, so this is the problem with the gene pool. It's starting on the table. It's going to always be there. It's not going to get 1 threat a turn. So once we empty this, we probably won't refill it. But that means we're going to have to defend as Giant and Giant Wasp to block a fair bit. So again, these sort of scenarios with gene pool are a fair bit worse. Now, that also being said, Apocalypse himself doesn't get worse if this just kind of gets out of control. The only thing that gets worse is we still have all the infinites, and the infinites will eventually get Surge and Guard. Well, they always have Guard, but Surge and Quick Strike. So we want to make sure that we're at least sub 6. Sub 3 is pretty good, but 6 is really bad when you just basically get a hazard icon for free. So you don't want to do that. All right, the Age of Apocalypse. They said the title of the movie. So search, set each unused villain card. Oh yeah, right. There's a couple. We're starting, mind you, on Apocalypse 3 for expert. The Tyrant's Throne side scheme, reveal the Heart of the Empire. The first player reveals a random prelate. So we're going to roll a die, 1 to 5, 1 on left. We have Abyss. There's 2 versions of this, the Overseer and the Prelate. We're getting the one with that makes sense. So toughness, 5 health. Abyss gets +2 hit points for each face down card attached. After Abyss activates, attach the top card of your deck. So you really need to defeat this one as soon as possible, because every turn is getting more and more health. It only hits for 2, which is not too bad, but like you really need to knock this out on turn 1. And luckily with an aggression deck, it shouldn't be that hard to knock this out on turn 1. But we have to. I think with this on the table, we can't thwart, I'm pretty sure. The Age of Apocalypse. I think this one uses the word, what is it? Numeral or something fun. So it comes in with 1 threat. It says X is the number of Apocalypse printed hit point values. So currently 10. So this says 10 limit. So the further deeper you go down the Apocalypse trail, and there is a stage 4 Apocalypse, this will go up. When Apocalypse would be defeated, discard each attachment, and almost all his attachments are permanent. So that's the only way to do it. And then remove X threat from this, ignoring any crisis. So you can't just reset this. So when this is technically, you want to let this get to like 9 or 10 threat and then just blow it up. Or sorry, 9 threat, which is good. Thank goodness it's not Sugarman. Ick. Yeah, Sugarman I've heard is like really ick in terms of the flavor, but also like not pleasant to look at. A Heart of the Empire is on the table. So all of these are pretty symmetrical. This comes in with 2 threat. It has a acceleration, so we're adding 2 a turn functionally. Threat cannot be removed while the prelate minion's in play. And when defeated, we grab another prelate and we flip this over. It has the same text. I think it comes in with 3 threat maybe, and has 2 acceleration, and that repeats until you finally get to the last one, which means Apocalypse is vulnerable. Because very importantly, Apocalypse is unkillable. So steady toughness, only 10 health, but when the main scheme is completed, remove all threat, and Apocalypse goes to Apocalypse 4. If Apocalypse 4 gets all the threat through, we lose the game. So it's cool that you can fail this more and more times. It's like such an intricate and interesting design. But yeah, when he's defeated, you just reset his health and go back and attach all the attachments. So very, very cool text. I think we want to stay on Apocalypse 3 as much as we can, because Apocalypse 4, I think the numbers just all go up. Now, having more threat threshold is pretty good, but I think he attacks for, or schemes for 3. So you get 1 more health, which is 1 more threat threshold, and it only schemes a bit harder. His attacks gain overkill, though. That's a huge jump, I'm realizing. So you probably want to not get to Apocalypse 4, as much as blocking with allies is a bit shit into the gene pool. All right, I feel like I've shuffled this enough. I don't need to pile shuffle it. All right. Trust your well. It's already 4 o'clock. Yeah, this might be our last one today. We've only streamed for 3 hours. Only 2 games. I mean, that's kind of how it goes. Our first game took a while. At least the 4 Horsemen went at a pretty good speed. I'm always sensitive about that. Like when I play this off camera, obviously the games take about half as much time, but like pulling up cards, hanging out with chat, stuff takes long. I mean, it's still fun. So I don't know why I'm stressed. Okay, so we need to knock out Abyss. There's a fair bit of toughness in the scenario, so getting the red room training and giving our little side piercing is like kind of worth something. That means we functionally need to attack Abyss. None of our attacks have overkill, right? Or sorry, piercing. They have overkill. But like Wasp Sting, yeah, doesn't have any traits that we care about. So I'm not sure how we have to take the toughness off. I think we just jump to tiny mode, ping for 1, and then Wasp Sting it. So Wasp Sting, we have 2 of them. It would be a very good opening hand because it means we can spend 3 resources to knock out Abyss. Overkill and Stalwart, Pocky 4 is brutal with some decks. Yeah, really quite bad if you're counting on blocking with allies. But like if you play standard, you start on Apocalypse 1. So like you have a big trail behind you. Wait, actually, do you start on Apocalypse 1? Like why does Apocalypse 1 exist? Yeah, you start on Apocalypse 2. Wait, why does Apocalypse 1 exist if you always start on Apocalypse 2? Is it just so you can make it easier if you want to? Because why is it 2, 3, 4 when it could be 1, 2, 3? Am I missing something? All right, we're off. Alter Ego text might not matter on turn 1. Drawing a genius would be great. Confusing Apocalypse is not that important. Things like Professor X as like a chump value block is a bit less good, so we'll see. Pin Particles, that's nice. We're going to be in middle mode. It's super easy mode, yeah, but it doesn't tell you how to use it. It probably does in the campaign book. Okay, there's the Professor. So we can always shuffle him back later, but Prof X here is like, he's fine. We can stun Abyss. That kind of stops an activation. Ultimately, Prof X still just like does half a confuse, which is worth it, and towards 3. We might not block with him, but we'll find out. It's gonna be okay. Allies are still good, but this is an expensive hand. Martial Prowess might not be the first resource generator we rush down. Evaluate threat. So we could clear that, and there's not that much threat on this table besides the gene pool, but we could clear this immediately with Professor X. This will give us a 1-cost Quinn Carrier, which is maybe something we can plan our turnaround. Otherwise, it could grab us a 2-cost Ant-Man, and then our 5th card, just falling out of the sleeve a bit, is a specialized training, which again, I'm not sure I want this. So I think the only cards I'm really stoked for are Prof X and the Pin Particles. Now, Prof X isn't, again, perfect, but I think we'll take whatever confuse we have access to, because jumping down is good. It's in the campaign book, and the book is Cursed Apocalypse. Campaign mode is forbidden. Oh, it's part of the campaign mode. Really? Yeah, I don't like the campaign mode in this campaign at all. So I don't know if we want to keep these. Like, we can do the math. Say that we Pin Particles for Evaluate Threat to draw a card. I mean, no, this is a total wash, because no matter what, we have to find cards that deal with Abyss. Even keeping Professor X might be a bit much, because Professor X ultimately doesn't attack. And if we don't draw something that can attack, we probably won't knock out Abyss. So it might be better just to have a Gambi as safety. Because with our basic attack and Gambi, we can definitely get this down to 3, and then even a Clobber can get there. So like, I want to keep Prof X, but we probably do shuffle him back in, because I think we need to make sure we deal with Abyss on turn 1, and Prof X doesn't help at all. Besides, I guess, the stun. We'll try that. 1, 2. Clobber, that's nice. We can always jump up and attack for 1 first, and then Clobber to get this back, which could help. Wasp's Helmet. I mean, maybe this will be a long enough scenario we can get this down to get our Thwart up, which would be helpful. We haven't done it yet. If we draw double, it'd be easy. Grant Ward's also pretty easy. There's a lot of treacheries in the deck, I'm pretty sure, but Grant Ward's not bad. We drew an energy. I mean, like, this hand is good. This is a well-balanced hand. So if we jump up, we can do Pim into Clobber in tiny mode after attacking. We have to play another card for this, though, which is a bit unfortunate, so we probably don't. We probably just do energy for Clobber. We get Clobber back. We can do Clobber and Pim for Wasp's Helmet. That draws a card. If it's a double, plays Gambit. Actually, no, it's a bit of a weird hand, because we're going to waste a card still. If that's the case, Gambit is more important than Wasp's Helmet. Let's be honest. And if we draw a double, we'll play the Wasp's Helmet. Because this has 1, 2, 3 for Gambit. Gambit draws a card. We waste a card. So I want to make sure. If we jump up, attack for 1 Clobber, it's down to 2 health. Then we have to play Gambit or Grant Ward. Grant Ward is confirmed. Clobber will be back in our hand. This is our hand. If we instead... Huh. Okay. So then if we Pim, and if we Pim in tiny form, which we'll be in, we can draw a card. The thing is, you can't spend that card to pay for the card, because it's after you spend this card. Wait, I thought this was an interrupt. What was I reading that was an interrupt? I thought there was a resource we had that was an interrupt. It's a response. So after you spend this card, we can draw a card. So we'll do 1, probably has to be 2 into probably this, right? Into this. It draws a card, though. But if it's not a double, we can't play Gambit. I'd rather play Gambit than the Helmet. So we're probably going to play Gambit and float a resource unless we draw one of the doubles. We have to play our first card to be Clobber to get this. I guess there's a chance we don't have to, but we might as well because the ordering doesn't make this turn better. So we're going to use our alter ego to see what we can shuffle back into the deck. I think it's just going to be Prof X. I don't think we want side schemes. Okay. Cool. We'll flip up to tiny mode. And in tiny mode, are you thinking of the Ironheart Stroke of Genius? Yeah, that one's also a response though, I'm pretty sure. But that's where I was like got focused on this text where it's like the ordering is a bit weird. So we're gonna attack for 1 just to take the toughness off. We don't have piercing, so we just take the toughness off. Then we'll do, I think we said the double into the Clobber, because otherwise if we want to do this Pim Particles, it's like not perfect. So we'll hit the Clobber for 1. Sorry. We'll play the Clobber as our first card. So it hits Abyss for 3. And because it's our first card, it returns it to our hand. So now we have to play an ally to deal with this. So I think we're going to see with the Pim Particles first. So when we play this, we get to draw a card after we play it. So we'll do Pim Particles and Clobber and Wasp's Helmet for Gambit. I think hedging around drawing the 2 and whatever to draw a double to play the helmet is probably not worth it. So I think we just have to play Gambit and hope this is better. So this is 1, 2, 3 for Gambit. This draws a card. We drew a Wasp Sting, which is probably going to be useless. But Gambit comes into play, we get to do his tax. So top card is a 3 boost, already good start. That's a big Gambit. Second card is a boost of Attached to Apocalypse. This just says that he schemes for 1 more, so that's not too bad. And after Apocalypse schemes, place 1 threat on each side scheme. We can only remove that by defeating him. And then that means our encounter card will be an Infinite Soldier, which will have Quick Strike. There's no way that we're not taking the 3 boost, so that's fine. So we're just going to learn that it's going to be a scheme for, or sorry, attack for 3, and then a Quick Strike for 2. So if we can get this down to 2, we technically don't take the Quick Strike, which might be worth it. All right, not too bad for a Gambit, though. It's a good turn 1 Gambit. And I think there's a pretty high boost here in Apocalypse. I think Apocalypse has high boost. I might be wrong about that. 1 boost, never mind. Wow, Apocalypse has a remarkably low boost, if I did that right. All right, 3-3. Okay, that means we're probably going to thwart the Gene Pool with Gambit, and then we're going to use Grant War to defeat Abyss, goes into the victory display, so Abyss is not going to come back. That's Grant. We don't have a resource generator to play for Grant, so if we draw a card, I don't think we hold on to Wasp Sting because we still want to find a resource generators, but that is a guaranteed mental. And then Gumby will thwart this down, so at least the thing that we draw won't have text, and we'll pass. Not a bad start. As much as our text doesn't matter, we'll draw a couple cards here. So first, Face the Past, probably worth playing. Pinpoint Strike, we didn't play this in the last game. That's surprising. Pinpoint Strike can knock out Beetle, and unfortunately the toughness will just get knocked out. Clobber if we want to. Biosynthetic Wings, not worth playing. And then we have a Strength, which is okay. The problem is like Clobber probably won't be returned this turn. Clobber can technically for 1 resource knock out the thing that we're drawing, or sorry, for like, yeah, kind of for 2 resources knock out the 3 health minion we're drawing. So we'll see what this is, but we know exactly what the villain's going to do. This goes to 3. The villain's going to attack for what we know to be exactly 3. We don't want to block with our allies, so we'll just take the first damage to the face. We have 1 more Pim Particles, so we reveal Cyberpathy, which is a pretty good word. So attaches, gets +1 scheme. The only way to get rid of this is by defeating Apocalypse, and with 10 health, you can almost one-shot him. But yeah, that's it. So we take 3, we're down to 8. The 1 encounter card we know that we're drawing is the Infinite Soldier, and that's a really cool thing about Gambit. Like, information is way more valuable than you think it is, especially in solo. Comes in, doesn't have any text. Okay, that's it. Not too bad. So now we have to plan the turn out cleanly, because the Soldier we can knock out with a Clobber if we want to. That puts us back in hand. The thing is we want to kind of play Face the Past first. We also want to figure out what side we're on, because with Face the Past, it readies us. So in theory, we should do a basic activation. The problem is our basic activation in our hero mode is like kind of useless. Because it says after Wasp defeats a minion or a side scheme. Technically, we can't defeat Gene Pool. We don't want to defeat the Heart of the Empire, I don't think. I don't think we're rushing. Can you defeat a main scheme? I don't think you can. You can just clear all threat from it. Oh, this says side scheme, so it doesn't matter. But in theory, we could, yeah, like we can't fire our text. We could go to giant mode, and in big mode, we could like, also doesn't really matter, but at least it's a better activation. So I think we go to big mode and thwart this for 2. I guess there's some world where we clear Heart of the Empire, but then we'll get to the 2 acceleration faster, and I don't know if we're going to keep being able to keep on pace. So that's not great. We can't ping the toughness off because this thing's in the way. Mind you, Biosynthetic Wings is a card that you could consider playing here and allows us to take less damage in middle mode or in small mode, but we don't really want to be in small mode, and aerial trait doesn't matter. So do we Clobber or not? Pinpoint Strike is also something we can fire here. But I think we want to Pinpoint Strike after we knock out the guard, after we take off the toughness. So if that's the case, If we play Clobber for the soldier, we get it back. We then attack for 1 into Apocalypse, and then we can pinpoint strike Beetle, which is pretty good. But I think Gambit attacking for 3 here is fine. The only thing with Gambit is he's better to thwart for 3 because our deck has a lot of damage and not a lot of thwarting. So the math is, yeah, we don't know where we're beginning drawing, but the math is we play this, we're back. We're going to draw 3 more cards. With 3 more cards, we can play Pinpoint, but then we're stuck with one of these awkward doubles. So I don't think we do the Clobber here. All right, we'll do Gambit for 3 to Soldier, and we'll attack for 1. Taking the toughness off, so our overkill will matter. All right, face the past. Let's go. The past will be faced. So we're going to ready ourselves. We're going to draw 3, and we get Beetle. We drew a Pim. That's good for healing. If we go to big mode, Ant mode is Ant-Man is expensive, and the Red Room training might actually be worth playing, which is weird enough because this scenario has a consistent flood of toughness because all the prelates are tough. So this actually might be okay. Good luck, bud. Thanks for the stream. I got to bounce. Thanks for dropping in. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Little on the weekend, huh, Andy? All right, we'll grab Beetle. She's here. So she's on the table. She's pretty good for us. Yeah, she's not that bad for us at all. She just has 4 health. She has guard, but we can't really attack Apocalypse anyways, so that's okay. All right. We do want to play our Pinpoint Strike in little mode, and that actually allows us to fire a text, which will be good because we don't do that very often. The question is whether we want to draw a card or whether we want to heal. So we have to plan this math out again. So if we want to just play Pinpoint Strike, say 1, 2, 3 for Pinpoint Strike, that'll leave us with this hand. This hand can play Red Room Training and nothing else. If we had 1 more card in this hand because we had Pin Particles, so if we do 1, 2, 3, draw a card, we have this. If this hand could just play Ant-Man and pass, which is also kind of fine. Red Room Training is like, again, giving +1, piercing to a +1 to a 1 attack is so silly because it just adds functionally 1 attack. Like the thing with piercing is piercing makes it bad when you do an attack and then you waste the value of the attack into a toughness. But when you're this and you attack for 1, I don't feel bad attacking for 1 into a toughness. It's perfect. So like giving piercing to a 1 is so silly. It's like genuinely very, 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 very silly. That being said, also for what it's worth, having retaliate is good against toughness as well. So like this card deals with toughness on both sides of the equation. So the question is whether we set up a Red Room Training or whether we just sent up an Ant-Man. And I think I'd rather have an Ant-Man. So I'm going to draw with Pim. Yeah, so we'll do Pim and Strength for the Pinpoint Strike. So we played the Pim Particles, so we get a draw card. We're not healing, okay? Surprise attack's not that great, but Pinpoint Strike is going to do 8 damage with Overkill. So Beetle hits 4, Apocalypse takes 4. Now we don't want to defeat Apocalypse. We want to like keep him at low health so we can defeat him when the threat goes out of control. So that's totally fine. Mind the text on Beetle. We're not going to spend a resource on it. We're happy shuffling her into the deck because she has 2 boost, but more importantly, she's a pretty good draw. Now we can fire our hero text, which says after you defeat a minion, we can ping somebody for 1 damage. The villain goes down to 5, which puts him in range of a Wasp Strike thing. The Wasp Sting. Okay. That's that. Yeah, I think that's that. Grant Ward we definitely want to use, which means playing Ant-Man here, we could attack Apocalypse, bring him down to 2. If we don't want to attack Apocalypse, we can do like a surprise attack for 4 when we jump up, and then we can play a Red Room Training. But I think just having allies is good because then we're consistent. So we'll pay 4. Villain can take damage while face the past. Yeah, it can take damage. You just can't attack them. And Overkill is not an attack, and our hero text is not an attack. You just can't attack the villain, but we haven't legally done an attack yet. We'll pay 4 for our ally. It's Ant-Man. So it either has 3 attack or 3 thwart, depending on what side. In giant form, we have more attack. In theory, we can use the more thwart down here. So I think we'll do the more thwarts just because that's more efficient. And then Grant Ward will probably, we could attack thwart for 2 or we could just attack for 2. I'm going to attack for 2 because it puts our villain in range. And mind you, with Face the Past, it says you cannot attack the villain. So actually, I don't know if our allies can attack the villain. I think our allies might not be able to attack the villain. U is generally your events and your upgrades and your resources. So I think the allies can, but I could be wrong about that. I could be quite wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so if that's the case, we'll just thwart this. If anyone knows, please let me know. It's another U question. Weird how that be. And that means we can't do much, so we'll just thwart this down to 1. I don't want to clear this right now. And we'll pass. Draw 5. Oh, do we want to jump up to big mode? I think we do. I think big mode's just better because we're going to block. So we're going to jump up to big mode. Face the Past is removed. Okay. First, Wasp Sting. That can knock out Apocalypse. Surprise attack. Build support, which again, we found no resource generators. Assess. So we can pay for Grant. And a Professor X, which is only half a confuse. We did shuffle him back. We do want to get the full confused to jump down to do all their stuff, but that will come sooner than later. This goes to 2. The villain's attacking for 3 in a card. We'll just defend for 3. Our activation is not super important when we have 3 allies. So 3, 4, 5, we take 2 damage. 1 encounter card. Hard drive, luckily not anything that we care about for Grant Ward. Force response after hard drive attacks, place 1 threat on each scheme. That's pretty bad text if the teamwork fires, but otherwise it's just 4 damage, which we can deal with easily. Okay, so what do we do here? I wonder if we just keep going through Heart of the Empire. So if we do Heart of the Empire, we're going to spawn a minion. The minion's going to have 5 health and a toughness, and we're going to be adding more acceleration. We have a lot of damage though, so pushing through Apocalypse shouldn't be too bad here. The other thing we can do is we can play build support for 1 and have Gambit deal with the build support or Prof X deal with the build support. That'll be nice because that gets us a resource generator. We can use the resource generator to play Professor X. That means we'll get half of a confuse. Professor X can thwart for 3. We don't want to block with Professor X, but if Gene Pool goes to 3, it's not that bad. And then Ant-Man and Grant Ward can defeat Hard Drive. I think I like that. I think we need to get a support on the table. Yeah, especially because, well, Grant Ward won't be around, but I think that's kind of fine. Apparently your allies can attack the villain with Face the Pass. You is just your hero events, supports, and upgrades. Not supports. Supports are not you. Otherwise, I do agree with that. Yeah, notably, your supports are specifically not you. But your upgrades, your resources, your events, and your hero are. So that's good to know. So we could have attacked Apocalypse. That's fine. He would have been slightly less health. So we'll spend Wasp Sting on build support? Yeah, it's weird. Your supports are other people because your supports are like thematically not you. There are other people helping you. So whenever you are affected, your supports are outside of that clause, which is pretty cool. So yeah, because like, I don't know how patrol works, but I think it beats it. I have to look into it, but yeah, I know supports are not you. All right, we'll use Gambit to clear the build support immediately, and we'll search for the Quinn carrier to give us some wild access. I don't think we've seen it yet, have we? No. Gambit is knocked out too. We have a lot of allies in the bottom. I wonder if it's right to get Ingenuity because you can never draw it, but like the difference between 2 and 3 costs is pretty significant. So we have a Quinn carrier on the table. And then we can use our whole hand. So Quinn carrier has a wild resource generator. We can sneak this into play regardless, but we are an Avenger. Gambit is knocked. We got 9 value from Gambit, which is pretty good, or 9, you know, and we dodged a good boost. So then we'll spend this and then 2 more to play Prof. So Prof will go for half a confuse on the APOC. In theory, we want to let this keep going up and just not get schemed on, because then we can clear it when we defeat Apocalypse, which is kind of part of our game plan. It's not a great Professor X. He'll just thwart for 2. And then Ant-Man will attack for 3. Grant Ward will attack for 2, knocking out. So we lost a little value there. Okay, greetings from Iowa. First time catching a stream. Hey, Jax, I recognize your name from the comments. Love your decks. Really makes me think heroes differently. Where can we get your fun little tray? Oh, you asked this question in the comments. I saw it, but I didn't answer. This tray is just GameGenics, like the token silo, I think they call it. If you want to see something about it really quick, I think it's almost the perfect thing, but it's not perfect, and I'll show you why. So I have a couple of these. My partner has one of these as well that she uses for knitting. It comes up in different colors, and mind you, if you buy different colors, you can rearrange them. It has this clean case. It's only like 20 bucks Canadian. Now, the only problem with this thing is like, if you're traveling with this, I wouldn't recommend it. And that's because the lid bows. You might be able to tell, but the straps are only on these sides. The XL version of the token silo that they built has straps on this side, but it doesn't. I don't think the modern versions of this fix it. But if you do throw this in a backpack, you'll notice that this will open, things will fall out of trays, they'll come into other trays, like this bad stuff happens. So if you're using this to travel, not great, unless you like put an elastic band on it and keep it down. I just keep this on the table and it's like the best tray ever. It is so good, can't recommend it enough. Mind you, all the other trays are out, but it's really, really good. I use this for a lot of stuff. My partner uses this for knitting and stuff like this. We have a whole bunch of them in the house. It's just the token silo from GameGenic. They're very affordable. Just watch out. They're not great for the backpack because the lid always bows, and that means you will just spill things all over. But big fan. This, mind you, is from Etsy. It's just the same color, incidentally. Well, also, I did that on purpose, but also incidentally. That's it. We'll pass. Will we jump down? No. We only have half a confuse. We're in a good spot. We're doing pretty good here, actually. We'll draw 5. 1. Genius. Nice. If we draw Moon Girl, we'll definitely jump down. Rapid growth. can defend for 2 more. Moon Girl, okay, we're kind of priced into jumping down, and we have a surprise attack. So we can let this threat go up. We can do 5 damage. In theory, blocking with Professor X here will save us a ready, but when we block with Professor X, it puts on the gene pool, which means we can get attacked with an infinite. So like kind of mixed on what we were meant to do here. I'm not 100% sure. This goes to 2. Apocalypse is attacking for 3 in a card. Yeah, so if we don't jump down, we can't use our big text. Good old Gamegenics, what can't they do? They can do some really good stuff. They have really good quality stuff. Sometimes things have like a small issue, which is like a bit annoying. But this thing is amazing as long as you don't want to move with it. Like for my studio, it's fantastic. Especially because it wasn't expensive. So we definitely want to do Moon Girl and Alter Ego because we can only play her in Alter Ego, which puts us up a bunch of cards. Our deck is thin, so we can shuffle in something good. We could also jump down to Alter Ego and first shuffle in Professor X and or Psylocke, and then we can just hope that we draw one of those. And mind you, Psylocke is still in the deck. And if we do that, we might get the full confuse and not have to risk the Wrath of Apocalypse. That's good. Again, we're getting attacked for 3 in a card here. If we put Professor X in the way, we have 3 more threat to do, and Gene Pool just gets threat when a minion dies in a non-consequential way, or an ally, excuse me. And that means if we draw the thing that has Quick Strike, the thing has Quick Strike. Knocking out Apocalypse is probably not our goal this turn unless he schemes, and then we do need to knock him out. Ant-Man deals with the little guy that shows up anyways. I think we just block with Prof X. I think this will save us a fair bit of health, and then we can stay ready, which is good. So 3. Oh, there's one of them. Good. So 4. So Professor X is knocked out, which means we have to put 3 threat on Gene Pool. Also, just kind of nicely, and I don't know if this was done intentionally, if you buy just like Chess X D6, they fit perfectly in here. These are the burger token ones. These slightly bow the box, but not in a way that doesn't fit. But they're almost like as if they were made for this, which is really nice. And the thing I also like about this, it has a tray that's exactly card size. So I always have standard and expert in this tray and standard 3. So whenever I pull out, I just need this. It's really, really convenient. Okay, that's it. We draw 1 encounter card. The Fittest. I think this doesn't do anything. Attach to a minion, otherwise search. Okay. That's a really bad card when you draw this on your Nemesis. It gives it toughness and +5 health and +1/+1. Oof. Sinister Strike. Okay, so we're getting attacked again. So we're going to exhaust ourselves. Sinister Strike, place 1 pursuit counter. Once it has 4, our Nemesis shows up. And because there is a counter here, Apocalypse attacks us. We'll defend. So 3 in a card. 3. Boost. Attach this to Apocalypse. He has Retaliate. So we take no damage, but Molecular Control is here. So these are both of the 2 permanent attachments. Oh no, there's one more that gives him +1 attack. But he has Retaliate and Stalwart. Oh, he has Stalwart. We lose the Confuse. That feels bad. Okay. So we lost half a Confuse, which was pretty expensive. If we can do 5 damage to Apocalypse, we can jump down. The issue is if we attack with Ant-Man, Ant-Man actually will die to Retaliate sooner than Ant-Man will die to Consequential, because Retaliate happens first, which means Gene Pool goes deeper and deeper into problematic territory. But on 2 threat here, we're not super incentivized to block out Apocalypse. So I think like I want to play Moon Girl. I do. But we can't play Surprise Attack. This is really awkward because we can't knock out Apocalypse anymore. Oh no, we could. We could do it with Ant-Man and Moon Girl, but what's the order? Oh, if we attack with Ant-Man last and Moon Girl first, that would matter. The problem is Ant-Man only has 3 attack when we're in big mode, and we won't be on big mode if we jump to Alter Ego. So we have to hope that the Alter Ego draws into an ally that's playable here. Because Surprise Attack is unplayable, Rapid Growth is unplayable, Test of Defense does nothing. Like our hand has literally 3 unplayable cards. Well, we could play Test of Defense, it doesn't do anything. But the only card that we have is Moon Girl, and if we're not in Alter Ego, it's unplayable. Like this is a very expensive hand. Now we could play Surprise by like jumping down to Alter Ego, but if we jump down to Alter Ego, we can't go, sorry, if we jump down to hero mode, like normal hero mode, tiny hero mode, we can't do the Moon Girl thing. I'm a sucker for the original damage counters, but whenever they got too worn down, I'll switch to dice, but I do have orange, green, and purple dice to deal with stats cards. I like dice a lot. I do play with a lot of the original stuff, so I showed this earlier on stream, like my health dial is definitely worn down, but I did keep all the tokens if I ever want to use them, but I like dice a lot because you just have less things you have to move around. Okay, that sucks. I mean, I think we have to take a risk. Apocalypse, this will go to 4. He schemes for 3 in a card. We haven't seen any of the cards that say he activates again. So we haven't seen any dark designs. We haven't seen any lamb to the whatever, the sheep in the wolf's skin or whatever it's called. So like we have issues. We're gonna have to take a risky turn here because I can't just like do nothing and pass. Because this turn literally is just play test of the fence pass. Unless we're jumping down to jumping down to hero mode, and then we do 4 damage, take 1. Like, that's not great. Yeah, this is really, really bad. All right, so we can decide to use Ant-Man now. And if we do 3 damage, which means we can knock him out with Moon Girl, but we're committing to put 6 threat onto this. I think we have to do that because this turn is really bad otherwise. Because as soon as we jump down, Ant-Man loses the additional attack. So attacking into the face of the pass would have made a huge difference. And we're feeling it here because we wasted 2 damage on Apocalypse, which means Ant-Man would have perfectly knocked him out. So yeah, the face of the pass, not knowing if we can attack or not, was actually pretty important. I think we still have to do this. So we're going to attack for 3. So this goes to 6 because Ant-Man is knocked out to retaliate. But Apocalypse is now down to 2 health, which means we can definitely knock him out with Moon Girl. Moon Girl won't die to retaliate because this will get cleared first because he'll be defeated. You do the damage first, then you do the retaliate back, which means these will be cleared, which clears 2 threat and clears 1 extra scheme. So maybe that's good. We'll jump down to Alter Ego. And in Alter Ego, now we can do all this good stuff. We'll probably still hold on to this because it's still playable, and we'll use the Quint Carrier. The only thing we can decide here is to shuffle some cards back in. Now, he won't have Stalwart in a second. So like Prof X is okay because of Gene Pool. So I think we can shuffle Prof X back in. We haven't seen a Psylocke yet. We haven't seen a Genius yet, but those are the other cards. Oh, the Genius is in our hand. So we can shuffle in 2 mentals. Assess the Situation is not a bad draw here. It's not really what we want, but I think it's the only other mental I want to shuffle in. We could decide not to shuffle, mind you, it's up to. But if we draw the Assess, we'll just play the Assess. It's fine. Okay. We'll spend 1, 2, 3 for Moon Girl. She draws 3. We spent 3 mental. We also could have done Moon Girl and then shuffled the Genius back into the deck instead of Prof and this S. That's another like totally legitimate line, but we were going for this order. Ingenuity, nice draw. Pinpoint Strike, unplayable. Pinpoint Strike, unplayable. So we're going to waste a resource here, but at least we got an Ingenuity down one Alter Ego. All right, I think we have to do this. Moon Girl's going to attack for 2. And we're going to defeat Apocalypse, but instead you do the text on the main scheme. So when Apocalypse would be defeated, firstly, discard each attachment from him, heal all damage, and he goes back up to 10. And we remove X threat from this. Oh no, this is when Apocalypse would be defeated. Yeah, discard each attachment from him, heal all damage from him, and remove X threat from the scheme. So we clear it. He still has steady, but he loses all of these, which is fine. And we don't take retaliate from Moon Girl, which is good. I really wanted to draw an ally here because that's the only thing that will deal with the board state. But Apocalypse is back at 10 health. Okay, so then we can just spend 2 for Ingenuity. So this is the card that we have to play in Alter Ego because that's the only time that we're a Genius. We'll use that to play a Test of the Fence, which is just a card we're going to have on the table. That'll be good eventually. And then these cards are not worth holding on to. This is not a great card. This just does 4 tempo damage, which is probably not worth it. So we could lose this turn. It's not likely, but we'll draw up. 1, 2, 3, Clobber, Psylocke, good. So at least these 2, if we can play both of them, it would be pretty impressive, but we can get a proper Confuse. Beak for some threat, Giant Help, and a Helicarrier. So, okay. Bit of an expensive hand with no doubles. At least we can still shuffle cards back in. If we shuffle 2 cards back in, we will still deck out next turn. This goes to 2. The villain just schemes for 2 natural now with no attachments. Oh, excuse me. So 1, 2. 3, 4, Master Plan is nice. That doesn't hit Gene Pool, so that goes up to 6 of 10. If this goes through, we don't lose. It's just kind of a disaster. And then we draw 1 encounter card. No, we're safe. Okay, that's perfect. So this adds 1 counter, and we have to discard a card, and luckily, we play Test of the Defense, so it's doing its job. All right, it's back to us. So one thing we can do with Moon Girl is we can thwart with her first. We definitely want to get this to sub 6, because then the card that's like a 5 of in the deck doesn't have Surge, so that's okay. Playing Psylocke and Beak would be good in the same turn, because Beak cares about having a bunch of other X-Men, so maybe it's probably just Prof X here, because I don't think we can spend both of these. So just to do the math here, if we do Quint Carrier, Ingenuity for Beak, it allows us to play Psylocke. Actually, that's a lot better. Double Confuse is a lot better, and that uses our whole hand perfectly. We could do Clobber and Giant Help and just do damage, but I don't think we really need to. We can recover for 3, and we'll just end up in big mode, so not too bad. So Alter Ego, we'll shuffle some cards back in. We're going to thwart with Moon Girl first. So the bottom of our deck, how much damage does it have? Not a lot. So in theory, we can like set up Apocalypse and then shuffle in damage and then knock out Apocalypse so we don't have to threat on this. But when this is this high, we lose to a single card, or not lose, but we advance to a single card that says Apocalypse Schemes. So I think we'll use Beak to work on this. We'll just do this down to 4. And now Moon Girl gets knocked, but we can use our alter ego to shuffle in Moon Girl and then the Genius, which means we have a guaranteed good Moon Girl turn next turn. And with Psylocke, we should be able to have the double confuse set up this turn and the next turn. That means if Psylocke has to attack Apocalypse, but that's kind of fine. We don't need to shuffle this. We're drawing all the cards. Okay, that's our alter ego. We could recover for 3, which I think we have to be blocking most turns, so we will do it because blocking with allies is a bit expensive. Then first, we'll hop up to big mode. Again, our big mode text, it's not relevant. We're going to spend 1, 2 for Psylocke. She enters play. She'll do her thing where she's going to attack the villain for functionally 2 and gets half a confuse because of the steady. She has 1 side counter left and 2 health. And then we're going to spend 1, 2 for Beak. And luckily here with Beak, we have at least another X-Men, so Beak can immediately ping for 2 threats. So we'll just do 2 off of this to put it underneath the threshold. The other threshold is 3, which we can't hit this turn. And then Beak will just thwart 1 from this. Ideally, Beak is a chump block in the future, but like again, with Gene Pool, he gets a bit worse. At least he did a lot of work already. We'll pass. All right. Bad tempo turn because we're decking out. We draw Rapid Growth, Assess, Giant Help, the Moon Girl, and the Genius, and we have to jump down an alter ego to play it. So Psylocke has to attack Apocalypse. We draw 1 encounter card. We shuffle this, and we're through our first deck out. And like Ingenuity and Quinn Carrier is not a bad start. I feel like 1 more resource generator would really do it, and we have Helicarrier in the deck still, and whatever the attack one that generates a resource. Okay. This goes to 5. We could still lose to a single scheme out, but not lose. We just advance. Apocalypse attacks for 3 in a card. We block with Wasp. 3. Boost. Give the Prelate minion a tough status. Otherwise, Apocalypse gets a tough card. Okay. This card is really, really scary because the only way to play around it is to leave a Prelate into play, but you don't want to leave a Prelate in play. So give a Prelate a tough. Otherwise, he gets a tough. I mean, that's acceptable. We have multiple things that attack for 1. So we take no damage. We blocked for 3. 2 encounter cards. Beak should be at 1. Oh, wait, good catch. Yes. Thank you. Synapse. So drawing multiple encounter cards is pretty bad when you have teamwork, but it's not super consistent. So force response after Synapse attacks, you are confused. Only 3 health. So it's going to take a bit of work to get through that, but not too bad. Okay, drawing nearer. That is perfect because this wants us to jump down to alter ego. If we discard a double off the top, we will get our nemesis. So turn starts. We discard 1 resource. This puts it at 3. Now, having Pursued by the Past of 3 is sometimes a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. It depends if you get lucky or not. Because if you draw something like Dark Designs as a proper encounter card, it will add the 4th counter, and then it will clear, and our nemesis will show up instead of Apocalypse scheming or attacking. Now, the bad side is when this is on 3 is if Apocalypse activates and draws Dark Design as the boost card, after Apocalypse activates, the new nemesis will activate. So there's some upsides, some downsides to it. Okay, we just have to get rid of this by discarding an identity-specific card. We have some extra ones. Okay, so getting rid of the Synapse is a bit tricky. Psylocke has cast attack Apocalypse to hit piercing and 1 or toughness and 1 and then get the confuse. Oh, mind you, he should have half a confuse. We forgot that with Psylocke. And then we want to play Moon Girl and see what happens. Giant Help might be playable here. Like we could play 2 for Giant Help to remove 3 threat or 4 threat because we're in Giant mode. That might be fine. But now we're really hedging on drawing something from our deck that is a resource card. So I guess we could always do Ingenuity and Assess for Giant Help. And that still guarantees we draw a lot with Moon Girl. I think that's probably what we do. So we'll play Giant Help, we'll remove 4 threat. We could split how this works, which actually is probably worth it. So we can just use our like hero text. So we're going to do 2 off of this, which puts us to the breakpoint we care about, and then 2 off of this. So tilted when I proc Pursued by the Past with a boost. Yeah, it's really bad when that happens, but it's really good when you draw your beetle instead of getting attacked or thwarted. Okay, so we need to draw 2 damage for Synapse. A Synapse thwarts for 2, it probably won't be the end of the world, so that's okay. We just don't want Synapse to attack, let alone we have to risk teamwork stuff. Okay, at this point we can just jump down to alter ego. We're going to be drawing a bunch in a second with Moon Girl. So we can decide first to do our alter ego, but I don't want to shuffle any of these cards back in. Like I'd rather draw an ally for sure. So we're not going to do that just yet. We'll do it after to shuffle this back in. So 1, 2, plus a mental for Moon Girl. She will draw 3 cards. First, oof. Second, oof. Third, oof. Oh, wow. Unplayable hand. Literally 4 unplayable cards. That's really bad. Okay. Don't love that. Literally 4 unplayable cards is pretty rough. Psylocke will attack into the villain for 1 and 1. So the toughness goes. We do 1 damage. And we get the full steady confuse. The 1 stalwart card is out. So the villain is down to 7 health. I think we're just going to use Moon Girl and Beak to attack Synapse, knocking Synapse out. Beak is knocked out. We will get rid of drawing near by discarding one of our cards. Love Nadia in a game in the comics. I try to keep her tiny as much as possible because it seems more thematic. I mean, the tiny mode is, I think, the worst of her 3 by a mile, but how's it going, Jedi Knight? Like, I hear you. I do hear you for sure on that. This hand is unplayable. We'll just use our alter ego to shuffle back in just the double. Giant Help is not terrible, but we want to be able to clear this and keep drawing through. Like, damage shuffling back is a bit more important than Giant Help. It's not that great of a card. So we'll just shuffle this back in and throw this whole hand out. Okay, weird turn. We did throw out 4 resources at the end of that turn. Again, if Apocalypse draws a card that says he schemes, we lose to a 3 boost, but at least with Pursued by the Past, the amount of cards that do that, there's only 2 in the whole deck. Okay. All right, I think we're at the point where we can consider knocking out Heart of the Empire. We just want to get Apocalypse to low threat or low health, so as soon as this gets out of control, we can just deal with him instead. We'll draw 6. Pinpoint Strike. Nice. I mean, we had to assess the situation. That might have been worth playing. So Pinpoint's good if we get the Prelate. Wasp's Helmet, Biosynthetic. These are the sort of cards we wanted to draw, where they're upgrades that we can just play an alter ego and not care about them. Genius is back. Red Room Training. Again, we drew all our upgrades, so all we have is Pinpoint and some underwhelming upgrades. I mean, maybe playing Red Room is good because the Prelate will have toughness. This goes to 5. This doesn't. 1 encounter card. Infinite Soldier. Okay, so we did clear this using the cool text that she can divide her threading, which is good. So this just has guard. If we Pinpoint Strike this in small mode, we do 3 to it, and then we end up doing, 6 to Apocalypse, putting him on 1 health. Because this will do 5, and then our tiny text does 1 more because we defeated Soldier. Notably, too, if we defeat this by thwarting, then we also can do 1 damage to Infinite Soldier. Also, in theory, we want to kind of consider using Moon Girl here before we jump up, because then we can shuffle her back. So I don't know how that we would do that well. I'm not sure how we would use Moon Girl well. We want someone to thwart this for 1. Then we spawn a Prelate. When the Prelate shows up, we have to remove threat from this or defeat Apocalypse. We can probably defeat the Prelate. We have to plan the turn out pretty well. So when we clear Heart of the Empire, we just have to grab a Prelate. All the Prelates have 5 health and toughness. So say that Nadia plays Red Room Training. She attacks the Prelate for piercing in 1 in tiny mode. So the Prelate's down on 4 health. We can then just do the rest of our hand, or 1, 2. Oh, we're wasting a resource again? 2 resources again? Oh, man. We can play Pinpoint Strike. Pinpoint Strike will knock it out, do 4 to Apocalypse. We can ping Infinite Soldier for 1, which means Moon Girl can knock out the Infinite Soldier. Psylocke can thwart for 2. We'll be stuck in tiny mode, and we'll be wasting 2 resources. I mean, I think that's good. I do think wasting 2 resources isn't good. And we're pretty soft to a thwart, but that being said, Pursuit is on 4, so we'll probably be fine. I like this play. I think I like this play. Oh, wait, but who's going to thwart this again? So Psylocke thwarts this. We spawn the thing. We attack it. It's down to 4. We defeat it. We do 4 to Apocalypse, 1 to this. Moon Girl clears it. I mean, it's fine, but we're weak on threat. I mean, I'm going to do it. So that means we can just use Moon Girl to attack this. And she gets knocked out. We can spend the Genius to play the Red Room Training. I was looking for it. It's on the table. So this will give us access to one of these 2 traits. So either we have Piercing or we have Retaliate. And they're both pretty good into toughness. We can now use our alter ego text to, no surprise, shuffle back Moon Girl and Genius. And I'll make sure I break them up. Okay. We're going to have no allies, so if Apocalypse like triple attacks us, we're in a bad spot, but we have 9 health. Okay, that should be it. We're not going to recover, we can't. So we are going to be wasting a fair few resources from this hand. We're going to flip up to Tiny Mode, and now in Tiny Mode we have Piercing for our attack, which is good. So we're in Hero Mode. We're going to use Psylocke to thwart Heart of the Empire, and she gets knocked out. I think shuffling her back actually might be better than Moon Girl, but it's too late. So we'll get rid of the Heart of the Empire. So when you clear this, you have to randomly grab a Prelate. This is going to go up with a high threat. So deal each other player an encounter card, give the first player flip this card. We're on the Towering Citadel. So it's the same functional text. It comes in with 3 instead. So it goes 2, 3, 4, and has 2 accelerations. So this is going to go to 8 of 10. So scary, potentially. And we have to get a Prelate. We can't clear threat off this while there's a Prelate in play. There's 4 Prelates. We'll just roll a die, 1 on left. 3, It's Mikhail Rasputin. I don't think he's that bad. He's not the one with Retaliate, which I think is the worst one for us, but it's just Mikhail. So Mikhail is here. They all have the same stats, which is like both unexciting because you don't know what to plan around, but you also now know what to plan around. So this one just says when Mikhail attacks you, deal 1 damage to your identity. I mean, like, that's not particularly interesting text compared to the other ones. We just need to knock him out, so that should be fine. Okay, speaking of, we'll attack for 1. And because we have Red Room training, we have piercing. So we just functionally added 1 more kind of off damage to it. So we bring him down to 4 and hit the toughness. Then we need to knock him out. So we'll do 1, 2. Yeah, we're wasting so many resources. 3, 4 for pinpoint strike. Okay, so this is good. So pinpoint, not you. Pinpoint strike says we're going to do 7 damage. We're in tiny, so it does +1 with overkill. So 4 hits Mikhail, removed from the game. 4 hits the villain. So the villain's down to 3. And then we can finally file our hero text, which means we've defeated something. So it says after Wasp defeats a minion or side scheme, deal 1 damage to the villain. This is villain? I planned the whole turn that this didn't say villain. It said to anybody. This is villain? Why is it the more I play Wasp, the less I like Wasp? I thought this was anyone. It has to be the villain? Ah, so the soldier's going to stay there. That sucks. In theory, if I knew this, we'd want to defeat Apocalypse, but we can't. Oh, that's so bad. I thought we'd ping the Infinite Soldier and we had this like really cool play that we saw like a mile around. Interesting fact, when she was designed, she'd never gone giant in the comics. The designer had to ask Marvel if she can do that. She had gone giant in the comics now. What? She never went giant in the comics? She was only tiny? So you're saying Marvel Champions had an impact on the narrative? We pass, we don't keep these cards. I mean, that turn was not great. And we could just like let this thing go through now. Giant Help. Helicarrier, don't want to draw that. Clobber is... Yeah, surprise attack. And none of this is good. This goes to 8 of 10. Apocalypse attacks us for 3 in a card. Infinite Soldier is going to attack us for 2. So we're guaranteed to take somewhere up to like 8 damage from this turn. If we defend in Little Wasp, we only have 2 attacks, so 2 defense is not really worth much. So we could just straight die to this. At least the Infinite Soldiers don't have Quick Strike. But like we're now in a really bad spot. I think like the Infinite Soldier means we take too much damage this turn, and I don't want to defend when we have 2 defense, unless we need to. Also, the unfortunate thing is if we go to big mode and we attack the Infinite Soldier, we do 1 to it, and then we can't do 1 to Apocalypse because guard beats it. So we can't even like spread the damage. So her text is not particularly good there. The fact that we put this on 1 health also really sucks because none of our cards do 1 damage. I thought our hero text would, but we planned that poorly. So I think we're just gonna take it. 3. Boost, add 2 threat to the gene pool. That's really bad because now there's more quick strike minions. So we take 3, and then the Infinite Soldier attacks us for 2. We're down to 4. 1 encounter card. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. We at least played around this because this means this would have gone through. But because Pursued by the Past now hits 4 counters, we just grab our Nemesis instead. And at least our Nemesis is a nice way to use the surprise attack. Unfortunately, the Nemesis, if we defeat it, we can't deal Apocalypse. Actually, this is going to be hype because if we're in small mode, we defeat our Nemesis and then we defeat Infinite Soldier. That'll do 2 damage to Apocalypse because at least this is not once per phase, once per round. So that's good. So let's go add these cards to the deck, which I don't think are that bad. So first we'll get Beetle. I'll grab her in a second. She just has 4 health. We don't care. Oh, I didn't mean to pull that up, but that's not bad. And then we'll shuffle in these cards. The Mother's Orders means that basic attacks is a bit more expensive. Yeah, the text is firing. We're so back. The meter is swinging back. Oh, I need to search for Beetle in here. All right, so Beetle, she has guard. So, I mean, whatever. Mother's Orders is a bit more annoying. We basically can't basic attack without spending a resource. So that's a bit harder. It only has 2 threat. And when we clear this, we can ping the villain for 1 damage. I mean, I think that's the biggest... Well, okay, no. I don't want to say that because there's a lot of big issues. But one of the problems I have with Wasp is that her text is about pinging the villain for 1 damage. And I do not give any value to pinging the hero for 1 damage or the villain for 1 damage. Because generally you want your hero text to allow you to build a board state and deal with the table, not just get some free damage. If this says deal 1 damage to anything, then I'm aboard, right? Because then it's actually worth doing because of stuff like this. Wasp Confirmed is making hype plays. Okay, so let's do some hype plays here. So we want to start with Clobber. It only does 3 damage to Beetle, which is not enough. So the only thing that knocks out Beetle is the surprise attack. But the problem with the surprise attack is we have to be jumping into the big mode, and then the big mode means our plays aren't big plays anymore. So that's not good. Wait, I'm unhyped. I'm unhyped. Because we have no way of doing 4 damage. Oh, we don't have retaliate either. Yeah, we have no way of doing 4 damage. Wait, jumping into big mode might have been fine there because the soldier would have knocked himself out. Wait. This hand is actually really hard to play because we need to do 4 to beetle. And we can't. Which Apocalypse is your favorite of the two? This one. Mine is the trifold, but I've never played this version. Oh, this one by a mile. Because this one has so many interesting moving parts. Like this turn we have to defeat Apocalypse because it clears 8 threat. Like that's so fun. Yeah, the text is firing. We're not back. Like we could draw something good with pin particles, but like we can't fire a text that easily. If we attack Infinite Soldier with our basic, it requires us to spend a resource, but that just knocks this out and does 1. Then we could jump up and surprise attack Beetle, but then if we surprise attack Beetle, we don't defeat Apocalypse and then we lose to this. I mean, we have a bit of thwarting in our hand. But yeah, I don't think we're back. Yeah, no, this hand's very bad. This hand is really quite bad. Yeah, this hand is really not it, huh? There's no good way to make this make sense. Because 3 damage ain't it. 4 damage. Do you have to go through all 4 stages or something? You have to complete this side scheme 3 times, and then Apocalypse is vulnerable. So you don't have to defeat Apocalypse. Technically, you don't have to defeat Apocalypse only but once if you're good at thwarting. But you want to defeat this. Every time they have more accelerations, they spawn more prelates. And then once you defeat the 4th prelate, Apocalypse is vulnerable. You just have to knock out Apocalypse. I think he'll have like 12 health or something. He gets a bit more health, I think. Or heals, one or the other. Yeah, this ain't it, huh? It's so close to being sick. Like if Beetle had 1 less health. Okay, so we could play Clobber, draw a card, get it back. Attack into Beetle, paying 1. Attack into Infinite Soldier, that will knock out Apocalypse. I think that's the best we have. It fires our text, because our text doesn't care as Wasp or an event. So that'll do everything, and then we can probably jump down to Alter Ego. We want to save a resource for Mother's Orders. We can like ward it with giant help, but then we're spending 3 resources. Like this, we just let an ally deal with, if anything. Like we don't do a lot of basic attacks in the first place. So I think we have to start with Clobber. So I don't think we're going to big mode, so we can play Pim to draw a card. Maybe that'll open this hand up. We can't play Helicarrier first for a reason, so we'll do Ingenuity, Pim for Clobber. So it's the first time we play it, so we'll do 1 damage to Beetle. We'll return it to the hand, and Pim Particles draws a card. Surprise attack. Oh man, it really wants us to change form, but we can't. We cannot. Okay. So now we have to play the Clobber again, but we also did make a basic attack. Mother's Order says there's an additional cost for each hero to make a basic attack. So if you can't spend the resource, you can't make a basic attack. So we could spend 3 on Helicarrier. Helicarrier and Quincarrier plays Clobber. Yeah, but then we're short because we can't attack this soldier. Once again, we're not in a great spot. We could jump up and surprise attack Apocalypse once, so I think we don't play the Helicarrier. We'll be fine. So we'll do 1-2 for Clobber. We'll just knock out Beetle. So Clobber, once again, does 3 damage to Beetle. We can fire our text. So our text does 1 damage to the villain in our hero mode. We can't return Clobber because we played another card. Then we can attack Infinite Soldier. We defeat the Infinite Soldier, so we knock out Apocalypse. Like, that's what we're trying to do. And we did do it. So when we knock out Apocalypse, we clear all the threat. We remove all attachments. He resets to 10 health. So at least jumping down is a bit still kind of frightening because this will go up to 1, 2, 3. He schemes for 4, 5. He draws a 3 boost. I mean, maybe that's bad. But we kind of need to jump down to Alter Ego. Kind of should. I mean, we don't really have to, but like we're defending for 3 into this. We just need to stabilize. If we jump up, we have a free 4 threat removal, which clearing the gene pool is probably worth it. Or we can do 4 damage and then float a resource, which is not great. So I think we will jump up and just play giant help. So we're going to jump up into big mode. In big mode, we have retaliate, which is not bad. That's just free damage. It will probably be blocking. And then we're going to do Quincarrier and surprise attack for giant help, which will just remove 4 threat and we can divide it as we want. So we actually can use the division text, which I think that's kind of useful. So we'll drop this down to 2, which plays around all the cards. You don't have to clear it. And then we'll remove 2 threat from Mother's Orders to get rid of that, I guess. There's a chance dealing with the Towers and Citadel is a bit better, but that actually is a good use of that spread. Otherwise, we would just done this for 4. We'll pass. It's weird to have a side scheme where some threat on it's not a problem. And that's why this giant help is looking pretty good. Because removing some threat from gene pool is like just kind of perfect. All right, we'll drop. Did you pay a resource for the basic attack? No, I didn't. You're right, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. So we have to play surprise attack instead. Yeah, good catch. So this is a 2, this is a 4. I didn't pay for the resource. We could do giant help first instead. And just clear Mother's Orders. Because we could have done that in tiny mode, remove 3. Then we just jump up, do nothing. I mean, I don't care. Yeah, we'll pay the resource. Then when we jump up, we'll just do surprise attack to the face. Yeah, sorry, that was almost cool. Yeah, I didn't pay for it. Good catch. The surprise attack when we jump up, we'll just do 4 to the villain. We're spending the wild off Quinn Carrier. All right. So the gene pool is pretty rough. We could die to... If we get attacked twice, we die. Probably. We're drawing up. 1, Genius. 2, Grant. 3, Marshall. I don't want to draw research generators at this point. Prof is okay as much as there's a steady. Another surprise attack is not what we want. All right, this goes to 3. Apocalypse is attacking. We have Retaliate. We'll defend for 3. 1, 2, 3. Boost, put 2 threat. So now they have Quick Strike and Surge. We take no damage. Apocalypse takes 1. At least now, like, the thing is with the surprise attacks, we're forced to stay in hero mode. Because surprise attack is good when you draw an alter ego, but now we're forced to stay in hero mode, which is not exactly what we want. Tusk. Okay, so that's not too bad. Tusk comes in with 6 health. After he attacks you, you are stunned. Schemes for 0. So jumping down to alter egos may be doable. If we can just do 5 damage to Apocalypse, it also like removes 3 threat. Not my favorite use of this, but I think here we probably just like play Prof X, play Grant Ward, jump down, and hope that things are fine. Yeah, I hope that things are fine. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, we'll play Grant. He's cheap. Mind you, keeping this around for teamwork is a bit scary, but if we're an alter ego, just the new one will activate against us. We've seen 2 of them so far. I don't think there's more than 5 of these, so unlikely. That's fine. We can play Professor X and we can play Martial Prowess. So we'll just set up with the Martial Prowess. So this is a resource generator, only for attack events. It gives it the resource we crave though, physical. Grant Ward will, we'll hold on a second. Then we'll spend 1, 2, 3 on Prof. When Prof X enters, we'll get half the confuse, which is good. We can't block with him, but we try not to. So not a true confuse. So Prof X will do the big 3 off of the main. I think Grant Ward probably won't be doing tempo damage. Bringing Tusk down to 4 is actually kind of reasonable. We could go ahead and shuffle back in some of our pinpoint strikes, which will deal with Tusk a bit more, which is good. Otherwise, if we bring him down to 4, we do get him good with a Wasp strike. And there's a couple of those still in the deck. I do think we need to bring this down though, because otherwise we have infinites that have Surge. I think we've seen 3 of the infinites, so it's not super bad, but I think that's probably going to be a bit worse for us. So we'll thwart this for 4. Or down to 4. We'll jump down. Alter ego will do a Nadia, so we can set up a Moon Girl thing. So we'll put the Genius back in, and then we'll either put Psylocke or Moon Girl, whatever we don't have. I think Moon Girl's still in the deck. Yeah, so we'll go for the Psylocke. So Tusk will scheme for 0, should be fine. All right. I feel like we're just kind of staying afloat. Like we're not progressing the game. Okay. We'll draw 6. There's a Wasp Sting, which will knock out. It won't knock out Tusk. It'll do 5 damage. Clobber though, maybe. Genius. Let's see if we can find something to play with it. There's a Psylocke. I shuffled those not together. They went 1 on the middle, 1 on the bottom. That's wild. Test of the defense. And then our 6th is a Pim, which we probably have to use for healing in big mode. All right, this goes to 3. Apocalypse does proper scheme though for 1, 2, and a card. Boost. Okay, glad to not draw that. So that's the best case scenario because that's add 1s here and just brings us to 5. Tusk schemes very smart for 0. I like 0 scheme allies. Our minions are really quite fun. Oh wow, we do get the teamwork, and I think this is a bad teamwork. Oh no, this one says after he attacks. Okay, so it's not that bad. But Gauntlet now, when a new teamwork character enters play, only the new one activates if they share the teamwork trait. So after Gauntlet attacks, you discard an upgrade. So he's just going to scheme for 2, which brings us to 7. Which, again, we have a lot of allies on the table to deal with. That's not good, but at least this is just at 7. So we don't lose, and if we knock out Apocalypse, we can deal with this. Okay, scary. Kind of scary. We can confuse Apocalypse, which if we confuse a cop Apocalypse, we can stay down in alter ego, which we don't have a huge incentive to go to alter ego besides, well, I guess Clobber is good. We could, oh, Prof is gone. If we go to Tiny, we knock out one of these, that's good. But we want to like, okay, hold on. We have to plan the turn again. Basic attacks are still kind of expensive. We didn't reveal anything for Grant Ward. I believe, yeah, we can do this. We just have to kind of fight tooth and nail. Wasp Sting does 5 damage, which hits Gauntlet, which hits Apocalypse for 1. These don't have guard. So we have to figure out how to do 4 more damage. We can Clobber Gauntlet, use Grant Ward. If we Wasp Sting, we only do 5 damage, so Tusk goes down to 1. We could basic activate against and pay 1 resource to defeat Tusk. That will put Apocalypse down to 3 health, but we have to knock out Apocalypse's turn, it seems. We use Psylocke to attack for 2 as well, which might be correct. The thing is, like, the only difference here is we have to configure out what we're going to do with the Clobber or not. Because as soon as we play another card, we lose a resource from our hand with Clobber. So we kind of always want to play the Clobber first. That means, like, we can't get the Genius back into our deck cycle. Our deck is pretty big still. But we have no way of drawing through this turn unless we play Pim Particles in Tiny mode, which could draw the card we shuffle back. The attacks are really cheap. Like, every attack is now super cheap with Wasp Sting off Martial Prowess. This actually been a really good turn to draw the 4 damage Billy Club, the surprise attack, but we don't have it here. Grant with Wasp is kind of busted. You think? Like with Nadia's ability to control the mentals? It's a fair bit better. Wow, weird hand. Okay, so the other thing we can do is Wasp Strike Apocalypse, and that just does 5 damage. Unfortunately, our text doesn't fire when we defeat Apocalypse, so that means we can be in hero mode. So I think... yeah. This is going to be a tough one. Yeah, this is going to be hard. Is there a Moon Girl still in here? Yes, but we can't really draw in this mode. I mean, doing a basic activation with Mother's Orders is a bit expensive. I mean, I think we have resources to burn, but this card is catching up with us. We could have cleared it. But otherwise, like, if we go to big mode, we can attack for 2 and split it. The thing is, like, I don't know if that actually is going to matter. Like, I don't know if we can do 4 damage to this. And Tusk can go for... My brain is melting. I'm assuming we want to do Pim for Clobber in Tiny mode, which will draw us a couple cards. This will draw a card, and then this will return it to the hand. That will give us 2 more cards in hand. We still have 2 resource generators and a double. So it shouldn't be hard for us to play more cards here. I think we're committing to Tiny form. The thing is, in Tiny form, our activation is not very good for 1 damage. So I think we're kind of priced into recovering for 3. But I'm just going to, like, do the turn. Like, I don't think I can math this turn out smart enough. We have to knock out Apocalypse for sure. And I think we're just going to knock out Gauntlet. If we can get Tusk, we can get Tusk. If we draw, like, the Wasp Strike. So we're going to use our alter ego to add the Wasp Strike to the deck, because that would be the best draw here off of the Pin Particles. So we're going to use and put a pinpoint into our deck and another pinpoint and hope that we draw into them. Pinpoints are good too for the Towering Citadel once we get a thing out of this. I think there's only 2 in this deck. I think the 3rd one is still out. Oh no, all 3 are in the deck. Okay, fantastic. So we have a really good chance of drawing one of them. It's the most likely card, and that would actually solve this turn really well. Okay. So we're going to flip up to Tiny mode. Cool. The first card we have to play here, we're going to spend the Pim, which will draw us a card because we're in Tiny mode, and then we'll just use the Martial Prowess here because we're playing an attack event, and we'll just play Clobber. We're going to Clobber Gauntlet for 3 damage, and then we'll return this to the hand, and we'll draw a card. So this goes back to your hand. Pim draws. We drew it. Pinpoint Strike. Okay, perfect. This hand opens up a fair bit. So that means if we knock out Tusk, we'll knock out Apocalypse. This actually got way better. So we're just going to do Ingenuity, Quinn Carrier. Maybe we play Test of Defense first. We have to math this out again. Yeah, the Pinpoint is really, really good. Because the Pinpoint does 3 to Apocalypse, knocks out Tusk. Knocking out Gauntlet won't do anything to Apocalypse. So we still have to work on it. But that means if we play Psylocke and Pinpoint Strike, we're in a good spot. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Psylocke, 1, 2, 3 for Pinpoint, yeah, that's perfect. I think that's exactly lethal for Apocalypse. So we'll do Quinn Carrier, Ingenuity, Test the Defense into Pinpoint Strike. We're in Tiny mode. So we're going to do 8 damage with Overkill. So 6 hits Tusk. The next 2 hits Apocalypse. And then we get to fire our Tiny Tusk, which we can just do 1 damage. Okay, good. So Apocalypse is down on 2. That means now Grant Ward can just knock out Gauntlet, which doesn't fire attacks because we didn't do it. But it means we can play Psylocke for 4, and she can attack for 2, which will knock out Apocalypse and set up the Confuse and remove all the threat. That turn came together. I mean, that is like the best, most interesting Wasp turn we've had so far. So she attacks for 1 and 1, which defeats Apocalypse. Oh, I was just almost gonna like really crash out because Mother's Orders is only when heroes. Mother's Orders does not care about minions or allies. Yeah, as additional cost for heroes to make a basic attack. Okay, so we do 2 Apocalypse. He gets fully stunned. We reset him to 10. We remove all the threat. So that was super important. We'll pass. Good turn. Besides, oh, we have 7 health actually. Yeah, pretty good turn. We're gonna be okay. The bottom of our deck has so many pinpoint strikes here. We're gonna draw probably 2 of them. So we can, if we can throw into Towering Citadel, it should be okay. Moon Girl, we want to jump down, pinpoint. Gambit, we definitely want to jump down this turn with a Confuse. Strength, and another pinpoint. We're going to be drawing 3 cards with Moon Girl. They'll be Ant-Man, Wasp Sting, and Specialized Training, which are not particularly good in Alter Ego. Ant-Man's not bad, though. All right, this goes to 3. Apocalypse attacks for 3 in a card. We don't want to block with allies. We don't want to defend for 2, but our basic activation is not super valuable here. Right? Like, I feel so weak in tiny mode. Like, our techs just did 2 free damage, but our stats are so bad. I think we have to defend for 2. If we survive this, though, we can jump down and recover for 3, which is technically a bit better. So I think we're just going to take it to the face. So 3, 4 off of Beetlemania, we'll take 4. That means we won't die to the quick strike thing that doesn't have surge. 1 encounter card. I mean, that's the best draw. Evil Alliance. It puts 4 counters here. If no minion activated, place 3 pursuit counters, which means we just go grab Beetle. Because I think the text on Pursued by the Past, we have to read it very careful. But I think it might actually surge though. Huh. So Pursued by the Past says, after you place a Pursued power counter here, if there are 4 power counters, if your Nemesis is in play, it activates, otherwise flip this. And so the back says, after you flip this side, find your Nemesis and reveal it. So we find Beetle. She's still in the deck. Oh, we failed to shuffle her into the deck. Oops. Did we? Yeah, we failed to shuffle on her deck, so she could have changed that because we're not paying for the resource. Oh, wait, now I need her. So we messed up. So shuffle your remaining side scheme Nemesis. Okay, hold on. So search the set aside area for a Nemesis side scheme and reveal it. Shuffle your remaining set aside Nemesis set into the counter deck, flip this card over. Okay, so this can't get surge. I think if you draw Pursued by the Past and your thing is set aside, it can surge. Yeah, Shadows can get surge in this situation, but this just spawns a Beetle, which is totally acceptable. Yeah, she should have been in the deck, so that's on me. This is Beetle. Oh, excuse me. She has 4 health and she has guard, which that's okay, I guess. Okay. We want to get Apocalypse to low health. We have the hand that can knock out Beetle easily. We want to jump down and recover, and we want to play Moon Girl. We have 2 mentals for Moon Girl that shouldn't be an issue. We can play Pinpoint off of Martial Prowess, and it'll do 4 to Beetle, 5 to Apocalypse, which is pretty good. Psylocke attack for 1 and 1. She should have 1 fewer counters. We want to jump down because of Confuse, which is pretty safe. So Grant Ward, we did reveal a thing, so we're going to spend a mental. We'll spend another Pinpoint strike. We did reveal Grant. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. The question is, can we go for the Towering Citadel? And I think with this hand, not obviously, but it might get better. So we'll use Martial Prowess, Strength for the Pinpoint strike. Okay, why didn't this go away? There we go. So we'll deal 8 damage to Beetle. 4 of them will go through. We'll shuffle that back in a second. So 4 go to the villain, and we can fire a tiny text 1 more time, so the villain will take 1 more. Pretty good. We'll shuffle Beetle in. Okay. Now, we technically don't want to do the threat. We can let it chill. Like, maybe we're scared if we get something that says Apocalypse Schemes. Like, that's the one downside. But I think we've seen 2 Dark Designs, and I think we've seen 2 Wolf Among Sheep. But that is how we could get to Apocalypse 4, which wouldn't be good. So in theory, like, we want to either work on Mother's Orders or deal with the Towering Citadel or even Gene Pool to stop the quick strike off the Infinites. We're getting through this deck, and it's like, this scenario can be a bit long if you don't just like punch it. Okay, so Moon Girl is going to get played off of Ingenuity and Quinn Carrier, and I guess we're going to draw 1 fewer card because we don't have another mental in our hand, but that should be fine. So I don't think we have to make any decisions until we jump down because we're just going to recover because our stats are not worth the basic. So we'll jump down with Nadia. With Nadia, we can shuffle things in first. We know these are the cards we're going to be drawing. So we're going to have basically these 3 cards be our hand, which are not particularly playable. So I think we want to shuffle in a double so that if we draw Ant-Man and the double, we can play them. So we use our alter ego here to shuffle in the cards that we want to play in this state. So we'll put in a Genius. And then if we can find one of our upgrades that has a mental resource on it, we'll put that in because I want to set up, but I don't think any of them do. So like there's very few mental cards we can play in alter ego. We can't play Evaluate Threat. We can't play any event. We can play Test the Defense. We can play Assess the Situation. Those are all playable in Alter Ego. We don't need a Professor X back in right away. So we're going to be drawing only 2 cards. So I think I'll do the Assess, because if we draw it, we're not upset. So we'll shuffle these in. We're going to be decking out, so we're drawing 2 encounter cards. So actually being an Alter Ego is a bit sketchier. Then we'll do mental, non-mental for Moon Girl. We'll draw 2 cards. So we did shuffle this, right? So we draw Wasp Sting, useless, and Ant-Man, useless. So bummer. That's pretty bad. And now we have an Assess on the bottom where we need a very good tempo turn into 2 encounter cards. So that's not particularly stellar. We'll recover for 3. Okay, so safety. We can do 5 damage to Apocalypse, which removes 3 threat, but ideally we want to do that next turn. We can use Grant Ward to get him out on the turn that we're drawing 2 encounter cards, so we always do Grant. For safety, Grant could do 2 on this so we don't lose to a scheme. That's probably prudent. Psylocke has 1 thwart left in her, 1 good attack, which is good. So I think she'll do the thwart too. I could see us wanting to do with Mother's Orders. Yeah, we probably do. We could have shuffled Prof X back in, which would have been good because he clears Towering Citadel in 1 shot. She's exhausted. And then Moon Girl we could keep for next turn, but we want to shuffle her back into the deck when we start an Alter Ego. So she will thwart for 2. I think dropping this down to 2 is good because we play against the Quick Strike, which is not relevant in Alter Ego, but fine. Do we keep on to any of these cards? I think actually we do keep on the Wasp Sting because it's not unreasonable that we remove draw a Prelate here and then Wasp Sting shoots the Prelate in 1 shot. So I will hold on to it and then we'll pass. Wait, actually I'll only hold on to it if there are not any in the bottom. Yeah, there's not. Wow, the bottom is pretty bad. That's a terrible bottom. I can't believe we shuffled this in. So we'll draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to shuffle and then we are owed 2 more. And I'm back. Welcome back. Friday's wrapped up. It's 4:59. Pack your bags. Go home. Work is done. All right. 5th card, surprise attack. That's good. 6th card, pinpoint strike. That's also pretty good. So if we can get a Prelate here, which means we have to use both our allies. This goes to 4. Apocalypse is confused. We draw 2 encounter cards. First one. Oh yeah, this one's wild. This one actually is why you get to the acceleration relatively quickly. So it has a crisis, which is terrifying, as much as defeating Apocalypse ignores the crisis. So you can't ignore this. When defeated, discard 10 cards from the counter deck, where 10 is the numeral printed in Apocalypse hit point value. And that's not from your deck, it's from the counter deck. So you just get to the acceleration way faster. All right, so I'm glad that we schemed because this is one of the cards that we can lose to. Prelate Minion activates, otherwise Apocalypse activates. So he schemes, which is good for 1, 2, 3, 4. So this goes to 8. So if we didn't clear, we would have advanced. So that was a very good use of Grant. This is at 8 of 10. So we definitely are kind of, we're required to defeat Apocalypse here, just so that we remove 8 threat at once. If we knock out the Towering Citadel, man, I feel like we're just treading. But if we knock out the Towering Citadel, we have to attack once with Piercing into our friend. That will show up, and then we can pinpoint strike it. That seems good. The pinpoint strike will deal 1 to Apocalypse. The thing is, we have to use all our allies to thwart this. Our hand drew no allies. In fact, all our hand is damage. When we flip up, we can do 4 damage to Apocalypse, which is pretty good. That's not too bad. And then we can be exhausted. If we're exhausted, though, none of these have piercing. So we probably can't recover. Yeah, we can't really recover here, but I think we still have a lot of damage this turn. So we can knock out Apocalypse, draw a Prelate, and be in a good spot. I think we're just going to ignore the Apocalypse solution. So if that's the case, I think we do all our thwarting into this. Actually, no, it's better for Psylocke to attack the thing. So we should thwart and Moon Girl should thwart. Psylocke technically does 1 into 1, which puts it at 4, which I guess that doesn't matter. It's all kind of equivalent. If we go to big mode, we could spread our thwart. So we could thwart for 2, we could thwart for 1 and 1. Maybe that's interesting, but then we don't get the overkill and the pinpoint strike, which we need. So we have to be on tiny. I mean, we've barely been in giant form. We've only been in tiny form. My workday has just started. All right. Hopefully second shift's not too bad. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't think we can safely recover for 3 though. So we get thwart for 3. Psylocke attacks for 1 and 1. Oh, the thing could have retaliate. So attacking with Psylocke's a bit worse. Yeah, okay. So we'll just attack with both of these into the Towering Citadel. And then we're going to choose to shuffle them back immediately. So that's the one good thing we can do before we're jumping up. So the Towering Citadel is clear, which we're going to go on to the one that has even more acceleration. So we have to grab a Prelate, reveal the Tyrant's Throne, deal each other player an encounter card, and remove this card from the game. All right, so you know the drill. This is the Tyrant's Throne. So it just has even more threat, has even more acceleration icons. It's pretty goofy. Threat cannot be removed while there's a prelate in play. And we're going to get a random prelate here. Once this is cleared, we get our final prelate and we flip this over, and then Apocalypse is actually vulnerable to our attacks. Okay, random prelate. There's 3 of them left over. So 1, 2 will be left, 5, 6 will be right. Mr. Sinister is the bad one with Retaliate. We get the Shadow King. Okay. The Shadow King, they all have the same sort of like health setup. So it's going to be toughness 5. I think this one wants to eat minions, or allies. So after the Shadow King attacks, you choose the ally you control with the highest ward, either discard that ally or place threat. So we're not going to let that fire. You always just knock them out. In theory, when you play multiplayer, these have like up to 20 health, so they might just stay around a bit longer, and then their text is relevant, but they're generally just like knock this out immediately. Okay, I don't think we can recover. So we will straight flip up. Oh, yeah, we'll straight flip up. These don't have guard. Yes. There's nothing that says we can't attack Apocalypse. So we'll flip up to tiny mode. We'll use martial prowess, and we'll throw a surprise attack. So we change form, so we can just go do 4 damage to Apocalypse, knocking him down to 1, which means if we knock out the Shadow King, we're in a good spot. That also means we'll waste the pinpoint strike, so maybe we don't play it. But the pinpoint strike does overkill damage, so it will waste some value here. Because, yeah, we could do Wasp Strike, but that hits a toughness. Yeah, I think we have to just attack for 1. So we attack for 1 with piercing. So we bring it down to 4. So we do Wasp Strike, and knocks out Shadow King, does 1 to Apocalypse, and then that's good. The thing is, like, doing Pinpoint Strike is not very worth it, but we could do Pinpoint Strike to the next Apocalypse to set him up, which is pretty good. I think that's probably best. So we'll just do a Wasp Sting here for 2. So the Wasp Sting does 5 damage, so it knocks out the Shadow King. And we knocked out somebody with our tiny text, so the villain takes 1. You know the drill. When the villain's defeated, we reset his hit points to 10, and we remove all the threat, which is really efficient. Then we can play assess the situation. I think we still can. We'll do 1, 2, 3 for spec training into Pinpoint Strike. That just puts Apocalypse really low, which is good. Again, aggression doing thwarting is functionally quite nice. So the villain will take 8, and then we'll just play assess the situation, so we'll draw another hand size. It's awkward here. We have no allies, so if Apocalypse double activates, we could just die. But I think we've seen most of the cards that say Apocalypse activates again. We'll draw 6. 1. Surprise attack. Okay, if we want to change the big form. Gambi is good for an ally. Wasp's Helmet, uh-oh. Helicarrier, uh-oh. Test of the Fence, uh-oh. Pinpoint Strike. Okay, so the biggest issue is we need to figure out how to remove 4th Thwart, which is pretty good. The ebb and flow between knocking out APOC and removing a ton of threads, man, is really fun. It's so fun to be like, let this get up, then deal with it. And you're taking on risks by doing either of them, so it's always exciting. Like, again, we're adding 4 threat a turn, and yet we can still manage it by just swinging APOC. Like, it's so cool. The villain's going to attack for 3 in a card. This could just defeat us, so we have to block. 3, 4, we take 2. So if this is an attack, we lose the game. I don't think it is. It's the Dark Riders. So Dark Riders comes in. Each Dark Rider's minion gains toughness. When revealed, discard cards until the Dark Riders is revealed. Okay, so we have issues. Comes in with 3 threat. We discard until there's a Dark Rider. We lost a wolf among sheep and under fire is great. An infinite. Sinister Strike is good. So we lost a lot of the double activations. She's not. Okay, we only have 2 cards left. We can check. It's an exhaustion and an obligation. So with exhaustion, we're kind of incentivized to defend against the next attack. So it has toughness. It's barrage. We know that its teamwork is not going to fire in the next little bit. Unfortunately, our piercing is attached to us being ready, and we're not. So this is kind of scary, because if we can't clear this, we probably shouldn't have pushed it. So, oh, also we know with Gambit, we're going to be seeing a 2 boost and a 2 boost. So cool. All right. So they all have toughness. Discard cards until Dark Minion is discarded, reveal it. Okay, that's it. So this is after barrage attacks, you deal 1 damage to each character you control. That's kind of scary. Okay, so this is a pretty low tempo hand. We can always knock out Apocalypse this turn. We know he's not going to be scheming necessarily, but with Gambit, we don't know what his encounter card is. He'll be attacking for 5 for sure. If we want to surprise attack this guy after we take the toughness off, we have to jump up, which is fine. But that means like we have to play Gambit, and then like we're not doing that much here. Yeah, like the problem is we have these cards that we haven't played yet. And if you don't play these cards, they're really bad draws in the mid to late game where you're just trying to get cards that push the game forward. Because we just need to clear 4 threat, deal with another prelate. And once you clear this and it goes from 4 acceleration or to 1 threat a turn, it feels so different. So like just getting through this, even if the prelate's on the table, might be correct. The thing is like with Gambit in our hand, we obviously can't do it. Okay. We don't care about the Dark Riders. This is an issue, but we can defeat Apocalypse. Ooh, none of these turns are easy. I think we always play Gambit. Test defense is a nice setup, technically. Surprise attack is free. Pinpoint strike can also deal with this, but the overkill's in tiny mode. We don't need the overkill. Ideally, we wait for this to go to 8, and then we knock out Apocalypse. That would probably be for the best. So I think we always start with Gambit. Why do Guy have 6 cards? Oh, we played an Assess the Situation last round. So that starts. Nolan, how's it going? That means we just get one more card this hand, which like we're appreciating it because we need the card. All right, we'll start with the Gambit. We know what we're going to get here. There's no shot we play the Helicarrier or the Wasp's Helmet, so we'll just do that. And an Ingenuity, we might play these cards. So unfortunately, Gambit can't look at 3 cards because there's only 2. So we can decide what boost card we want. All the boost cards are the same here. It's a 2 and a 2. So we can get an Exhaustion or an Obligation. We know Apoc is being attacking for 5. We'll just take one of them. Technically, the one that we're going to be taking won't be shuffled back, and Exhaustion not being shuffled back is pretty good. All right, so there's 1 card in the deck, so we're going to get an Acceleration sooner than later. We're not going to deck out, so the encounter card can't be dealt with. We could defeat this to discard the card, but it's not good. All right, so we have to probably deal with Barrage, unless we jump down to Alter Ego, but we can't let him thwart it. So Gambit, unfortunately, I think is just going to be attacking for toughness. We will now hop up to big mode. If we play the surprise attack, it knocks out the Barrage. But then we can't play the pinpoint strike, so I think we just have to set up the test of defense. And then we can block for 3 with retaliate. I don't like this. We're going to jump up to hero mode. We're so close to just losing. So we're going to jump up to hero mode. When we do, we'll do martial prowess for surprise attack. At this point, we're in the other form, so we don't do 1 ping damage to Apocalypse, but we knock out Barrage. We know we're going to take 2 damage off of this attack because we're going to attack for 5, defend for 3 with retaliate. And we'll just play test of defense, before we jump up, of course. So test of defense is here. We might actually hold on to this. Well, this will have 1 counter because we play it before we jump up. I think we could hold on to pinpoint strike. The only reason to hold on to pinpoint strike is if we are going to guarantee to get the Tyrant's Throne done. Currently, we have 2 thwart, but we know we're going to be exhausted. But if we want to get rid of the Tyrant's Throne, we want to be ready to get rid of the piercing. I don't think we can hold on to this. I think we need allies. The cool thing is we might be able to jump down next turn. It's a bit sketchy, but like maybe. We'll draw 5. Strength, Clobber, that's a good start. Evaluate threat. Ant-Man, maybe. Rapid growth, not amazing. We know we can play rapid growth to basically take no damage. So we're spending 2 resources to heal 2. Doesn't feel great. All right, this goes to 8. We have no idea the encounter card, but we do know that Apocalypse is attacking for 5. We will always defend for 3. These guys don't have quick strike anymore. Mind you, the deck is empty. So, oh, actually, maybe. Yeah, it didn't matter which card we stopped. But now we're adding 5 threat a turn, which is so funny. So Apocalypse is attacking for 5. We're going to defend for 3 on this, I'm pretty sure. We needed to knock out Apocalypse's turn, which even in tiny mode might be relevant. And notably, defeating Apocalypse ignores Crisis. Okay, so Apocalypse attacks. I don't think we're playing rapid growth here. I think we have to play Ant-Man and Clobber. So we're just defend for 3. We're going to take 2 damage down to 2 health. Apocalypse takes retaliate 1. We draw 1 encounter card, hoping it doesn't scheme. Oh, that guy has toughness. That's annoying. So hard drive enters play. After hard drive attacks, you place 1 threat on each scheme. And with the Dark Riders, every character from the Dark Rider set has toughness, which does hurt a bit. All right, back to us. So we can clobber hard drive. The problem is the clobber doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't do enough damage. If we can knock out hard drive, that would be pretty sick. Man, this Dark Riders thing sucks because if he didn't have a toughness, we could attack with Gambit, jump down to small mode, and do this. He also schemes for 2, so we have to deal with him. So if we want to play Clobber, we have to do it first. So I think... Ooh, that's hard. So we need to knock out Apocalypse too. Like if Gambit takes a toughness off, we play Clobber, it turns back to our hand. Hard drive's on 1. Then we have to play Ant-Man and still Clobber Apocalypse. I think we can do all of it, but I think we have to do the math perfectly. So it doesn't matter who takes the toughness off, but no matter what, I think Gambit always takes the toughness off. Then we'd have to do martial prowess and let's just say ingenuity for the Clobber. This puts this down to 1, and we return this, charging test of defense. So we have this many resources. We're short 1 resource. So the only thing we can do to knock out Apocalypse is jump down to tiny mode and hope. Forward side schemes in play, Skull and Scary. Well, this one doesn't matter. This one is annoying, but there's only a couple more of these things. But I think we actually have to jump down to tiny mode to get our text to fire, which is kind of fun. Yeah, jumping down to tiny mode is actually pretty cool here. Oh, but then we don't play Ant-Man. Oh shit, so we have to play rapid growth? We could have planned the turn out better. Yeah, I think we have to play Ant-Man, otherwise we're wasting so many resources. Like, we could play Evaluate Threat, but if that's the case, like, we should have seen this and played rapid growth. I mean, we didn't know what the encounter card is, so we can't beat us up over that. But if we do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Ant-Man, like, we're left with only 2 cards, and 2 cards doesn't play Clobber, because Clobber is a 3-card play. Yeah, but we need to play an event that knocks out Hard Drive. So, unfortunately, Ant-Man is slightly too expensive. The other play is potentially we don't attack with Gambit. We like play Evaluate Threat. Gambit clears Evaluate Threat, and we play Ant-Man cheaply. Does that actually ever make sense? I don't think it does. But if we like throw out Ant-Man to play Evaluate Threat, Gambit instead clears Evaluate Threat, we get an Ant-Man in our hand that costs 2. No, that's probably solid. I don't think that's real. Okay, well, we have to jump down to Tiny, which means there's a lot of things that kill us. We have to block with Gambit. And if we get double attacked, we probably lose. Man, yeah, the margins, it's like, yeah, drawing these cards that don't do anything really do hurt at this point in the game. If we play Evaluate Threat and clear it with Gambit, what else can get us? It can get us any Avenger or Shield card. So like Helicarrier is not it. I don't think this deck has a lot of Avenger allies. Like, I think it's only Ant-Man. So, like, you could get a free Grant Ward, which is not super compelling, but that's it. Like, we actually don't have a lot of ability to fire Evaluate Threat for value. Huh. Like, this is why Nick Fury, you know? Like, Nick Fury here would it be so good if Gambit cleared Evaluate Threat, we got a 2-cost Nick Fury drew. Like, that would be sick. Obviously, like, this deck and any deck can and should play Nick Fury, especially because he has a mental, but I get why you don't want to play him all the time. All right, I think we're priced into the bad thing. So we'll go down to Little Wasp. We'll play Clobber. So we can't replay this because it's the first, not the first card. So we do 3 damage to this hard drive, which knocks it out. And luckily, when we kill something, we can use our hero text, which does 1 damage to Apocalypse, which defeats Apocalypse, which resets Apocalypse and wipes the board. We're still adding 5 threat a turn, though, so like we have to consistently do that over and over again. Always happy to include Dick in any deck. You feel so good. Pause. Yeah. We unfortunately have 4 resources, but we have a 5-cost card that we want to play. And I want to play another ally. So I think we just do this. Playing the rapid growth would have been good, but we didn't know the encounter card that we're drawing. So we'll just play Evaluate Threat to get out of the deck, put it on the table. It's on the table. If we clear this, we can go grab a guy later, and then we won't hold on to this guy. Hope for the best. We can get attacked for 6. We block for 2. So there's a bunch of boosts that we die, right? We get attacked for 3, 4, 5, 6. We block for 2. We take 4. So yeah, we have to block with Gambit. We get another charge on Test of Defense, I think. 1. Pinpoint, 2, Moon Girl, 3, Rapid, 4, Psylocke, 5, Clobber. Expensive hand. This goes to 5. The build's attack is for 3 in a card. We have to put Gambit in the way, which means we might draw a Surge card. No, it can't Surge. So 3. Give the Prelude Minion tough status, otherwise give Apocalypse a tough status. Okay. Tough status does hurt because we have to defeat Apocalypse this turn or we'd lose. So this gets knocked out. This goes to 5. We draw 1 encounter card. If it's an infinite, we have to block. Why we keep drawing these guys? So it's Synapse comes in with toughness and 3 health. After Synapse attacks you, you are confused. The toughness hurts so much as we do have piercing. So the issue is that we don't keep it's killing Apocalypse every single turn. We have problems because this is adding 5 a turn. Now Apocalypse can technically go through. Like we don't have to. But obviously we're on 2 health and we have no allies here. I think we have to just let it go through. Like when it goes through, it clears this as well. Yeah, so I think we just have to let it go through one time and have hope for a better future. Which means we're allowed to jump down and play Moon Girl. We can clear Evaluate Threat. We can set up Psylocke. So I think we have to take like a tactical retreat turn. And that's a Sky Scheme for 2, and who cares? So yeah, we're just going to jump down. We can do what we want to, as much as we can, we'll try and do. But I think here in hero mode, there's nothing we're going to be doing. The only thing we could do is maybe attack into Synapse to do the piercing, to do toughness and 1 damage, to put him on 2 health. That means like Moon Girl can maybe knock him out. That's kind of okay. But yeah, I think we just have to let this go through largely. It's not the end of the world to let it go through. We just are not super happy about it. Otherwise, we can recover for 3. I think it's more important to recover for 3, let's be honest. Yeah. Okay, so we're not going to do anything in hero mode. We could do a clobber, but playing clobber into a toughness feels pretty bad. So we'll jump down to alter ego. We're going to be drawing cards in a second by playing our Moon Girl, which is a good draw. We can play her and draw all the cards in the world. So the question is, what cards with mentals could we shuffle back that would be a good draw here? Most of them are hero cards. Assess is like technically not what we want. So I'll just put a genius back in and that's it. Yeah, 2 Dark Riders in a row is pretty rough, but at least we didn't draw a card that says Apocalypse attacks. That would have been game ending. So I can't complain. Okay. We'll do. The mental we're definitely not going to play. And then these 2 mentals into Moon Girl. She draws 3. So we draw. I shuffled. Why does that keep happening? 2, 3. Holy resources. That's a good hand. Okay, so Moon Girl's here. So we don't care about threat. Well, okay, that's not true. We actually want to remove 1 threat from this so that Apocalypse scheming makes it go through, not this hitting 5, because then Apocalypse will scheme on the next one. So removing 1 threat from this is actually worth something. We're not going to deck out. We definitely play Grant Ward because he's good tempo. That's a 1 resource, probably. Thwart for a fair bit. Down here in Alter Ego, it might be ambitious to deal with the Tyrant's Throne, but actually that's another option. It's just deal with the Tyrant's Throne. Because if we deal with the Tyrant's Throne, we remove 3 of those icons. Instead, we get a Prelate. Like, it actually might be better just to deal with the Tyrant's Throne instead. So Moon Girl Grant, deal with the Tyrant's Throne. That summons a character that has 5 health toughness. If it's Mr. Sinister, he has Villainous. If it's this, he just schemes for 1. That's a good 50-50. We could just roll the dice on that and feel not too bad about it. I actually like that a fair bit. Unfortunately, the rest of this hand is a bit wasted because we can play Psylocke and then just waste 2 cards because these are all hero cards. But, I mean, that's not too bad. I think we'll do that. I think that's more fun. Like, we have to get to the end of the game. So we're going to do these 2. And I think it heals Apocalypse. So doing this when he's at full health is good. So we'll thwart for 2. We'll thwart for 2. And we clear the Tyrant's Throne. So let's see if this was a mistake or not. So Tyrant's Throne, when defeated, the first player reveals a random set aside prelate. Deal each other player an encounter card. Flip this card over. So it's a 50-50. We want Sugarman if we can get it. So even a Sugarman, odd as Mr. Sinister. It's odd, unfortunately. It's Mr. Sinister who schemes for a fair bit more. That's the last prelate, though. So it's Mr. Sinister. He shows up a lot of different times. This is the prelate version, so 5 health toughness. He has Retaliate and, mind you, Villainous, so pretty big. Grant should be at 2. Oh, yeah, good catch. Yeah, I just did 2 to everyone. Okay, so now this is gone. We lost 3 acceleration, so we flip this over to no longer worthy. This is a good time to do this, though, because he does heal 5 health. He cannot take damage while a prelate's in play. That's fine. Ignore the force interrupt on the main scheme, and when Apocalypse is defeated, we win the game. So he can still go to Apocalypse 4, but we no longer have to worry about that. He still does have steady. It's not like Magneto. So he has a toughness. He has a toughness. That's the board state. I think this is not too bad. We'll just put that up there. We'll put that here. Okay, so this is going to go to 7. And then Apocalypse is going to definitely clear it. Mr. Sinister and these will scheme for 2 in a bit. So not too bad. All right, we'll spend 4 resources on Psylocke. She enters play with some counters and fake piercing. She will attack into Mr. Sinister, which is our only goal. We can leave Synapse on the table for the whole game. So she's going to spend 1 of her charges. So she actually confuses Mr. Sinister. Wait, that's sick. Wait, I forgot about this. So she takes Retaliate 1 and Consequential. So she hits this. Mr. Sinister is not going to scheme, so it goes down to 4, hits 1, takes 1, confuses. So that's good. All we have to do is basically 10 damage to Apocalypse. I mean, how hard could that be? We've already shuffled cards back. Clobber is probably not worth holding on to. Rapid Growth isn't either, but we have to check what's on the bottom of our deck. How many Wasp Strikes and how many of the other ones do we have? Oh, we have very little damage in the bottom of our deck. That sucks. It's 1 Wasp Strike, 1 Clobber, 2 Pin Particles, and a Surprise Attack. So I think maybe holding onto this Clobber is worth it. We've already shuffled with our Alter Ego, but we actually might have this. We have to get slightly lucky here. It'd also be nice if we draw another attack event, because Test of Defense might actually win Apocalypse. Knock out Apocalypse. Okay. That's it. We'll recover for 3. Ready. So all these are ready. We have to play the Grant Ward tax this turn. This will go up, up, up. We draw 1, 2. Nice. That's what we want for sure. That knocks out Mr. Sinister easy. Bio, no. Beak, no.
Giant help, no. One more attack, please. Oh, we have 2 attacks. We're fine. Giant help. Okay, not a great hand, but we can deal with this. So this just goes to 7. Cool. Apocalypse will scheme. So the villain's going to scheme for 2 and a card. 0 boost would be kind of nice. 1, 2, 3, 4 boost, so this clears. So we have to do the text on this. So the Age Apocalypse, the main scheme says, when Apocalypse would be defeated, no. So it's the text on Apocalypse himself. The text on the villain says, when the main scheme is completed, remove all threat, ignoring crisis, flip this card over to Apocalypse 4. All right, so the villain advances to Apocalypse 4. So we go up to 11 health. He has Stalwart now, so he doesn't have Steady. He has Overkill, which could matter, but that's not too bad for us. Next, these 2 minions scheme, or at least one of them is Synapse schemes for 2, so we're at 2 of 11. And mind you, the main scheme now has 11 threat, and Mr. Sinister is confused, which is pretty great. We only draw 1 encounter card. How are they all together? So Teamwork fires here after Barrage attacks you, so he just schemes for 1. It's not too bad, but he has Toughness. But I can't believe we drew all of these at once. I mean, we did shuffle the deck. I don't know if we drew them all together the first time. So all we have to do here is 11 damage through a Toughness after knocking out Mr. Sinister, and I think it's within the realm of possibility. It is within the realm of possibility. If we hop up, Surprise Attack does 4 to Mr. Sinister, defeating Mr. Sinister, taking off the Toughness. We could do Clobber first to replay the Clobber, but then we can't do the Surprise Attack thing. So we have to just do the math here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage, 7, 8. I think we have it. I'm pretty sure we have it. We're not going to be drawing any cards, so we can just flip up. We could shuffle cards back in, but I think we win the game, so we don't have to worry about it. So we're going to shuffle into small form. Drawing a Pin Particle would be so good here. And then we're going to do this. We're going to do Martial Prowess for Surprise Attack, which is going to knock out Mr. Sinister. We don't take Retaliate. We did 4 damage because we spent a physical. We can fire our Hero Text, which can ping 1 off of the Toughness. And then all we have to do is go straight to do 11 to the face. So none of these have guard. They just have teamwork and forced responses. So we'll do, oh, did we reveal treachery? No. 2, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's really close. All of them get knocked out. Okay. Yeah, we have it. We'll play a Clobber. Clobber will do 3 to the villain. We'll spend Ingenuity and Queen Carrier on Beak. It's literally perfect. Beak will enter play. We can remove. Technically, we could have done this. No, we actually couldn't have done. No, we could have removed a bit more threat. Whatever. We'll remove a threat from this. Beak will attack for 1 into the villain. We'll attack for 1 into the villain. Jesus, that was not easy. That was not easy. That was not easy. We also had a line where we clear evaluate threat with Beak, and if Beak could have got some more an ally here, I think Beak could have got maybe an Ant-Man that could have attacked for 2 more potentially. All right, well done. Not even close. Apocalypse is such a fun scenario. You have so much control over it, and realizing like you can just push through that main thing and clear the 3 acceleration feels so dang good. This game, like Wasp's hero text fired way more, and that's because her hero text actually is way more relevant because you're guaranteed minions, not only because of this flood of things, but because you're drawing prelates, but like actually doing damage to Apocalypse like advances the game in a non-standard way, which is like removing all the threat. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, you're right. We didn't even have to go that hard because we had 5 damage on this test defense behind the microphone. I definitely should put this up here so I remember it. But yeah, the villain can take 5 more. Yeah, so we had way more damage. In fact, we could have just played the Clobber first and played the Clobber again just to fire this if we wanted to. But yeah, we had 5 more damage there, which is good fun. Yeah. Thank you, Scott. We were planning around that. And just when this is at 3, like even just drawing a Clobber is a guaranteed like, what is it? X resources. I'm not going to do the math for 13. No, for 11, which is fine. All right, it's 5:30, so we've done a fair bit of a stream. I don't think we're gonna be finishing this campaign. Maybe we'll return on Sunday. I'm not sure. But what have we learned from this Wasp deck throughout? I honestly don't think we learned that much, and I want to say that in is like I don't care that we didn't maybe learn that much because I think ultimately like taking our ideas and putting them into practice is worth it, because having an idea and then finding out if the idea does align, like you got to do the work at the end of the day. And Wasp is still probably my least favorite hero. It feels like her text, I mean, maybe in multiplayer she's a bit better, but like this is not good enough text. Her icons aren't there. And then she has so many cards that we just have never played in 3 games, right? Like most of her cards are unplayable. Like Ant-Man's way too expensive. Giant Help was fine. Pinpoint is good. Rapid Growth, we'd never played. Wasp Strike was fine. We played it sometimes, but like all of her upgrades are just something else. You have to fight for her text. I do think we played 2 scenarios with Gene Pool, so blocking with allies was a bit worse. And blocking with allies is also a bit worse because then you can't do her big text because her big text requires you to be ready. And we were exhausted a lot of the time. And that's not like an exciting thing. So huge shout out to VillainTheory for sharing this deck. I think I very much respect that. I could definitely see some other aggression lists that are a bit more like play into her big mode specifically by like boosting your stats. We had a bit more like tempo damage, which is cool. And the test defense was honestly kind of fine. But she is very, very, very expensive. And she draws a lot of clunky hands. Like we just had a lot of clunky hands, even with like 2 resource generators on the table. So I don't know. I don't think my mind has been changed that much, but we did have some fun games. And I do think if you want a bit of like something that requires a lot of work out of you to get reasonable results, like I guess you always have Wasp. What a bad conclusion. Whatever. I'm really hungry. I want to say thanks so much for those who are hanging out. If you're watching the VOD or if you're watching live, hopefully you are well. We'll be back Sunday morning. I'm not 100% sure with what that is yet. Ant-Man deck next. I mean, we played Ant-Man on this channel. I want to say somewhat recently, that's probably incorrect. I think we'll probably try and do something totally different, but God, Ant-Man is so much fun because Ant-Man, every time you flip, you get value. And that's just like, the mini game is so fun. Like Ant-Man's helmet is just such a good card to be like, do you want to flip? We got something for you. And so it really forces you to multiple flip and multiple turns too, which is good. It actually does make things like the surprise attack was a bit clumsy on us too. And that's largely because we don't really want to go down to alter ego. Surprise attack is good when it goes into alter ego. Sorry, when you go from big to tiny. When you go from giant to tiny, that's the ugly part because I didn't often want to end my turn on tiny because tiny's not a great turn to end on. You generally want to go from tiny to huge if you can, because you can fire both parts of your text if you're lucky. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out. If you appreciate content like this, you want to take a second to leave a like on the video. It's incredibly appreciated. It helps the channel grow. If you're new here, if you want to hit the subscribe button, you'll know when we go live. We usually do like standard times, but sometimes we'll do some weird stuff, maybe put out a video. If you want to leave a comment, that helps the channel grow too. I read and respond to all comments. Sometimes it takes me a couple days, but I do get there. And I think that's mostly it. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the July weekend, and we'll be back in just a couple days. Ciao.